Second Chapter 10 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Second Chapter 10 Artificial Swarming Part 2 of 4. I have been thus minute in describing the whole process of creating forced swarms, not merely on account of the importance of the plan in multiplying colonies, but because the driving or drumming out of bees from a common hive is employed with great success in a variety of ways which will be hereafter specified. I doubt not that many beekeepers, on reading this mode of creating colonies, are ready to object that it not only requires more skill, but more time and labor, than to allow them to swarm, and then to hive them in the old-fashioned way. As practiced with ordinary hives, it is undoubtedly liable to this serious objection, and I would easily with my basket hiver undertake to hive 4 natural swarms, in the time that it would require to create 1 forced swarm, to say nothing of the care which must be bestowed upon the artificial swarms, with their parent stocks, after the driving process has been completed. For this reason, I do not advise the beekeeper to force his swarms from the common hives, until he has first ascertained that they are not likely to swarm in tolerably good season, of their own accord, unless he is afraid that they will come out during his absence, and decamp to the woods. By the aid of my hives, this process may be expeditiously performed. An empty hive, with its frames furnished by guide combs, must be in readiness. The cover of the full hive should be removed, and the bees gently sprinkled with sugar water from a watering pot that discharges a fine stream. In about 2 minutes, the frames may be taken out, and the bees, by a quick motion, shaken on a sheet directly in front of their hive. As fast as a comb is deprived of its bees, it should be set in a proper position in the new hive, and an empty frame put in its place. 2 or 3 of the combs containing brood, eggs, etc., should be left in the old hive, as well as to give them greater encouragement, as to prevent them from being dissatisfied if their queen should, by any possibility, be taken from them. In removing the frames from the bees, I always look for the queen, and if I see her, as I generally do, I return to the hive the frame which contains her, without shaking off the bees. In that case, I put several of the necessary combs into the new hive, with all the bees upon them. In dislodging the bees upon the sheet, I do not shake them all off from the frames, but leave about 1/4 of them on, and put them with the combs into the new hive. I never knew the queen to be left on a frame after it was shaken so that the larger portion of the bees would fall off. As soon as the operation is completed, and the necessary number of bees have been transferred with their comb to the new hive, it should be managed according to the directions previously given, in the case of the old hive from which a swarm was drummed out. If in the operation the Apiarian does not see the queen, he must, in the course of the 3rd day, examine the hive having the larger portion of bees, and if they have commenced building royal cells among the combs given to them, he may be certain that she is in the other hive. The comb containing the royal cells may then be transferred to that hive, and the queen searched for, and returned with the combs on which she is found, to her proper place. A little experience, however, will enable the operator to be sure from the first, that the queen is with the right division. To most persons, it would seem to be of little consequence, in which hive the queen is placed. But if the bees which have only a few frames of comb, are compelled to rear another, they will be sure to fill their hive with comb unfit for breeding purposes, and will also be so long before they can have additions to their number as to be of but little value. If many swarms are to be created in this manner, and the operation is delayed until near swarming time, in some of them, numerous royal cells will be found, so that each stock which has no queen, may have one nearly mature, given to it, and thus much valuable time may be saved. By making a few forced swarms, about a week or 10 days before the time in which the most will be made, the Apiarian may be sure of having an abundance of sealed queens almost mature, so that every swarm may have one. If he can give each hive that needs it, an unhatched queen, without removing her from her frame, so much the better. But if he has not enough frames with sealed queens, while some of them contain 2 or more queens, he must proceed as follows. With a very sharp knife, carefully cut out a queen cell, on a piece of comb an inch or more square. Cut a place in one of the combs of the hive to which this cell is to be given, just about large enough to receive it in a natural position, and if it is not secure, put a little melted wax with a feather, where the edges meet. The bees will soon fasten it, so as to make it all right. Unless very great care is used in transferring these royal cells, the enclosed queens will be destroyed, as their bodies, until they are nearly mature, are so exceedingly soft, that a very slight compression of their cell often kills them. For this reason, I prefer not to remove them, until they are within 3 or 4 days of hatching. As the forcing of a swarm may always be conducted, with my hives, in such a manner that the Apiarian can be sure to effect a suitable division of the bees, the process may be performed at any time when the sun is above the horizon, and the weather is not too unpleasant. It ought not to be attempted when the weather is so cool as to endanger the destruction of the brood by a chill, and never unless when there is not only sufficient light to enable the Apiarian to see distinctly, but enough for the bees that take wing to see the hive, and direct their flight to its entrance. If hives are meddled with, when it is dark, the bees are always more irascible, and as they cannot see where to fly, they will constantly be alighting upon the person of the beekeeper, who will be almost sure to receive some stings. I have seldom attempted night work upon my bees, without having occasion most thoroughly to rue my folly. If the weather is not too cool, early in the morning, before the bees are stirring, will be the best time, as there will be less danger of annoyance from robber bees. If honey water is used instead of sugar water, in sprinkling the bees when their hive is first open, the smell will be almost certain to entice marauders from other hives, to attempt to take possession of treasures which do not belong to them, and when they once commence such a pilfering course of life, they will be very loth to lay it aside. When the honey harvest is abundant, and this is the very time for forcing swarms, bees, with proper precautions, are seldom inclined to rob. I have sometimes found it difficult to induce them to notice honeycombs which I wished them to empty, even when they were placed in an exposed situation. This subject, however, will be more fully treated in the remarks on robbing. Perhaps some of my readers will hardly be able to convince themselves that bees may be dealt with after the fashion I have been describing, without becoming greatly enraged. So far is this from being the case, that in my operations, I often use neither sugar water nor bee dress, although I do not recommend the neglect of such precautions. The artificial swarm may be created with perfect safety, even at midday, when thousands of bees are returning to the hive, for these bees being laden with honey, never venture upon making an attack, while those at home may be easily pacified. I find a very great advantage in the peculiar shape of my hive, which allows the top to be easily removed, and the sugar water to be sprinkled upon the bees, before they attempt to take wing. If like the Dzierzon hive, it opened on the end, it would be impossible for me to use the sweetened water, so as to make it run down between all the ridges of comb, and I should be forced, as he does, to employ smoke, in all my operations. Huber thus speaks of the pacific effect produced upon the bees by the use of his leaf hive. "On opening the hive, no stings are to be dreaded, for one of the most singular and valuable properties attending my construction, is its rendering the bees tractable. I ascribe their tranquillity to the manner in which they are affected by the sudden admission of light. They appear rather to testify fear than anger. Many retire, and entering the cells, seem to conceal themselves." I will admit that Huber has here fallen into an error which he would not have made, had he used his own eyes. The bees do indeed enter the cells when the frames are exposed, but not to conceal themselves. They imagine that their sweets, thus unceremoniously exposed to the light of day, are to be taken from them, and they fill themselves to their utmost capacity, in order to save all that they can. I always expect them to appropriate the contents of the open cells, as soon as I remove their frames from the hive. It is not merely the sudden admission of light, but its introduction from an unexpected quarter, that seems, for the time, to disarm the hostility of the bees. They appear for a few moments, almost as much confounded as we should be, if without any warning the roof and ceiling of a house should suddenly fly off into the air. Before they recover from their amazement, the sweet libation is poured out upon them, and surprise is quickly converted into pleasure rather than anger. I believe that in the working season, almost all the bees near the top are gorged with honey, and that this is the reason why opening the hive from above is so easily effected. The bees below that are disposed to resent any intrusions, are met in their threatening ascent, with an avalanche of nectar, which, like a soft answer, most effectually turneth away wrath. Who would ever be willing to use the sickening fumes of the disgusting weed, when so much pleasure instead of pain may be given to his bees? That bees never seem to be prepared to make an instant assault from the top of their hive, but only near the entrance, any one may be convinced of, who will put my frames into a suspended hive with a movable bottom, which may be made to drop at pleasure. If now, for any purpose, he attempts to meddle with the combs from below, he will find that unless he uses smoke, the bees will be almost, if not quite unmanageable. I shall now give some directions, which will generally assist the Apiarian in his operations. He must bear in mind that nothing irritates bees more than a sudden jar, and that this must, in all cases, be most carefully avoided. The inside cover of the hive, or as I shall term it, the honey board, because the surplus honey receptacles stand upon it, can never be firmly attached by the bees. It may always be readily loosened with a thin knife, or better still, with an apothecary's spatula, which will be very useful for many purposes in the apiary. When the honey board is removed, its lower surface will be usually covered with bees, and it should be carefully set on end, so as not to crush them. There is not the least danger that one of them will offer to sting, as they are completely bewildered by the sudden introduction of light, and their removal from the hive. As soon as the cover is disposed of, the Apiarian should sprinkle the bees with the sweet solution. This should descend from the watering pot in a fine stream, so as not to drench the bees, and should fall upon the tops of the frames, as well as between the ranges of comb. The bees will at once, accept the proffered treat, and will begin lapping it up, as peaceably as so many chickens helping themselves to corn. While they are thus engaged, the frames must be very gently pried by a stick, from their attachments to the rabbets on which they rest. This may be done without any jar, and without wounding or enraging a single bee. They may all be loosened preparatory to removing them, in less than a minute. By this time, the sprinkled bees will have filled themselves, or if all have not done so, the grateful intelligence that sweets have been furnished them, will diffuse an unusual good nature through all the honeyed realm. The Apiarian should now remove one of the outside frames, taking hold of its two ends which rest upon the rabbets, and carefully lifting it out without inclining it from its perpendicular position, so as not to injure a single bee. The removal of the next comb, and of all the succeeding ones, will be more easily effected, as there will be more room to operate to advantage. If bees were disposed to fly away at once from their combs, as soon as they were taken out, it would be very difficult to manage them. But so far as they are from doing this, that they adhere to them with the most wonderful tenacity. I have sometimes removed all the combs, and arranged them in a continued line, and the bees have not only refused to leave them, but have stoutly defended them against the thieving propensities of other bees. By shaking off the bees from the combs upon a sheet, and securing the queen, I can, on any pleasant day, exhibit nearly all the appearances of natural swarming. The bees, as soon as they miss their queen, will rise into the air, and by placing her on the twig of a tree, they will soon cluster around her in the manner already described. A word as to the manner of catching the queen. I seize her very gently, as I espy her among the bees, and by taking care to crush none of them, run not the least risk of being stung. The queen herself never stings, even if handled ever so roughly. In removing the frames from the hive, it will be found very convenient to have a box with suitable rabbets, in which they may be temporarily put, and covered over with a piece of cotton cloth. They may thus be very easily protected from the cold, and from robbing bees, if they are to be kept out of the hive for some time; and such a box will be very convenient to receive frames that are lifted out for examination. In returning the frames to a hive, care must be taken not to crush the bees where their ends rest upon the rabbets. They must be put in slowly, so that a bee, when he feels the slightest pressure may have a chance to creep from under them, before he is hurt. The honey cover, for convenience, is generally in two pieces. These cannot be laid down on the hive, without danger of killing many bees. They are therefore very carefully slid on, so that any bees which may be in the way, are pushed before them, instead of being crushed. If any bees are upon such parts of the hive as to be imprisoned if the outside cover is closed, it should be left a little open, until they have flown to the entrance of the hive. It cannot be too deeply impressed upon the bee keeper, that all his motions must be slow and gentle, and that the bees must not be injured or breathed upon. If he will carefully follow the directions I have given, he may soon open 100 hives, and perform any necessary operation upon them, without any bee dress, and yet with very little risk of being stung. But I almost despair of being able to convince even the most experienced Apiarians, of the ease and safety with which bees may be managed on my plan, until they have actually been eyewitnesses of its successful operation. I can make an artificial colony in the way above described, in 10 minutes from the time that I open the hive, and if I see the queen as quickly as I often do, in not more than 5 minutes. 15 minutes will be a very liberal allowance of time to complete the whole work. If I had an apiary of 100 colonies, in less than a week, if the weather was pleasant, I could without any assistance easily finish the business of swarming for the whole season. But how can the Apiarian, if he delays the formation of artificial swarms until nearly the season for natural swarming, be sure that his bees will not swarm in the usual way? Must he not still be constantly on hand, or run the risk of losing many of his best swarms? I come now to the entirely novel plan by which such objections are completely obviated. If the Apiarian decides that he can most advantageously multiply his colonies by artificial swarming, he must see that all his fertile queens are deprived of their wings, so as to be unable to lead off new swarms, as an old queen never leaves the hive except to accompany a new swarm. The loss of her wings does not, in the least interfere with her usefulness, or with the attachment of the bees. Occasionally, a wingless queen is so bent on emigrating, that in spite of her inability to fly, she tries to go off with a swarm. She has a will, but contrary to the old maxim that she can find no way, but helplessly falls upon the ground, instead of gaily mounting into the air. If the bees succeed in finding her, they will never desert her, but cluster directly around her, and may thus be easily secured by the Apiarian. If she is not found, the bees will return to the parent stock to await the maturity of the young queens. The Apiarian will ordinarily be prepared to form his artificial colonies before any of these young queens are hatched. The following is the best plan for removing the wings from the queens. Every hive which contains a young queen, ought to be examined about a week after she is hatched. See chapter on the loss of the queen. In order to ascertain that she has been impregnated, and has begun to lay eggs. Some of the central combs, or those on which the bees are most thickly clustered, should first be lifted out, for she will almost always be found on one of them. The Apiarian when he has caught her, should remove the wings on one side with a pair of scissors, taking care not to hurt her. On examining his hives next season, let him remove one of the 2 remaining wings from the queen. The third season, he may deprive her of her last wing. Bees always have 4 wings, a pair on each side. This plan saves him the trouble of marking his hives so as to know the age of the queens they contain. As the fertility of the queen generally decreases after the 2nd year, I prefer, just before the drones are destroyed, to kill all the old queens that have entered their 3rd year. In this way, I guard against some of my stocks becoming queenless, in consequence of the queen dying of old age, when there is no worker brood in the hive, from which they can rear another, or of having a worthless drone-laying queen, whose impregnation has been retarded. Those old queens are removed at that period of the year when their colony is strong in numbers, and as the honey harvest is by this time nearly over, their removal is often a positive benefit instead of a loss. The population is prevented from being overcrowded at a time when the bees are consumers and not producers, and when the young queen, reared in place of the old one matures, she will rapidly fill the cells with eggs, and raise a large number of bees to take advantage of the late honey harvest, and to prepare the hive to winter most advantageously. The certainty, rapidity, and ease of making artificial swarms with my hives, will be such as to amaze the most who have had the greatest experience and success in the management of bees. Instead of weeks wasted in watching the apiary, in addition to all the other vexations and embarrassments which are so often found to attend reliance on natural swarming, the Apiarian will find not only that he can create all his new colonies in a very short time, but that he can, if he chooses, entirely prevent the issue of all after swarms. In order to do this, he ought to examine the stocks which are raising young queens, in season to cut out all the queen cells but one, before the larvae come to maturity. If he gave them a sealed queen nearly mature, they will raise no others, and no swarming for that season will take place. If the Apiarian wishes to do more than to double his stocks in one season, and is favorably situated for practicing natural swarming, he can allow the stocks that raise young queens to swarm if they will, and he can strengthen the small swarms by giving them comb with honey and maturing brood from other hives. Or he can, after an interval of about 3 weeks, make one swarm from every 2 good ones in his apiary, in a way that will soon be described. I do not know that I can find a better place in which to impress certain highly important principles upon the attention of the bee keeper. I am afraid, that in spite of all that I can say, many persons as soon as they find themselves able to multiply colonies at pleasure, will so overdo the matter, as to run the risk of losing all their bees. If the Apiarian aims at obtaining a large quantity of honey in any one season, he cannot at the furthest, more than double the number of his stocks; nor can he do this, unless they are all strong, and the season favorable. The moment that he aims, in any one season, at a more rapid increase, he must not only renounce the idea of having any surplus honey, but must expect to purchase food for the support of his colonies, unless he is willing to see them all perish by starvation. The time, food, care and skill required to multiply stocks with very great rapidity, in our short and uncertain climate, are so great that not one Apiarian in 100 can expect to make it profitable, while the great mass of those who attempt it, will be almost sure, at the close of the season, to find themselves in possession of stocks which have been so managed as to be of very little value. Before explaining some other methods of artificial swarming, which I have employed to great advantage, I shall endeavor to impress upon the mind of the bee keeper, the great importance of thoroughly understanding each season, the precise object at which he is aiming, before he enters on the work of increasing his colonies. If his object is, in any one season, to get the largest yield of surplus honey, he must at once make up his mind to be content with a very moderate increase of stocks. If, on the contrary, he desires to multiply his colonies, say 3 or 4-fold, he must be prepared, not only to relinquish the expectation of obtaining any surplus honey, if the season should prove unfavorable, but to purchase food for the support of his bees. Rapid multiplication of colonies, and large harvests of surplus honey cannot, in the very nature of things, be secure in our climate in any one season. If the number of colonies is to be increased to a large extent, then the bees in the apiary will be tasked to the utmost in building new comb, as well as in rearing brood. For these purposes, they must consume the supply of honey which, under other circumstances, they would have stored up, a part for their own use in the main hive, and the balance for their owner, in the spare honey boxes. To make this matter perfectly plain, let us suppose a colony to swarm. If the new hive, into which the swarm is put, holds, as it ought, about a bushel, it will require about 2 pounds of wax to fill it with comb, and at least 40 pounds of honey will be used in its manufacture. If the season is favorable, and the swarm was large and early, they may gather, not only enough to build this comb and store it with honey sufficient for their own use, but a number of pounds in addition, for the benefit of their owner. If the old stock does not swarm again, it will rapidly replenish its numbers, and as it has no new comb to build in the main hive which already contains much honey, it will be able to store up a generous allowance in the upper boxes. These favorable results are all on the supposition that the season was ordinarily productive in honey, and that the hive was so powerful in numbers as to be able to swarm early. If the season should prove to be very unfavorable, the first swarm cannot be expected to gather more than enough for its own use, while the parent stock will yield only a small return. The profits of the beekeeper, in such an unfortunate season, will be mainly in the increase of his stocks. If the swarm was late, in consequence of the stock being weak in spring, the early part of the honey harvest will pass away, and the bees will be able to obtain from it but a small share of honey. During all this time of comparative inactivity, the orchards may present, "one boundless blush, one white empurpled shower, of mingled blossoms," and tens of thousands of bees from stronger stocks, may be engaged all day, in sipping the fragrant sweets, so that every gale which fans its odoriferous wings about their dwellings, dispenses "native perfumes, and whispers whence they stole these balmy spoils." By the time that the feeble stock is prepared to swarm, if it swarms at all that season, the honey harvest is almost over, and the new colony will seldom be able to gather enough for its own use, so that unless fed, it must perish the succeeding winter. Beekeeping with colonies feeble in the spring, is most emphatically nothing but folly and vexation of the spirit. I have shown how the beekeeper, with a strong stock hive which has swarmed early and but once, may in a favorable season realize handsome profits from his bees. If the parent stock throws a second swarm, then, as a general rule, unless this swarm was very early, and the honey season good, if managed on the ordinary plan, it will seldom prove of any value. It will almost always perish in the winter, if it does not desert its hive in the fall, and the family from which it issued, will not only gather no surplus honey, unless it was secured before the first swarm issued, but will very often perish likewise. Thus the inexperienced owner, who is so delighted with the rapid increase of his colonies, begins the next season with no more colonies than he had the year before, and has very often lost all the time he has bestowed upon his bees. I can, to be sure, on my plan, prevent the death of the bees, and can build up all the feeble colonies, so as to make them strong and powerful, but only by giving up all idea of obtaining a single pound of honey. From the first swarm, I must take combs containing maturing brood, to strengthen my weak swarms, and this first swarm, however powerful or early, instead of being able to store its combs with honey, will be constantly tasked in building new combs to replace those taken away, so that when the honey harvest closes, it will have scarcely any honey, and must be fed to prevent it from starving. Any man who has sense enough to be entrusted with bees, can, from these remarks, understand exactly why it is impossible to multiply colonies rapidly in any one season, and yet obtain from them large supplies of honey. Even the doubling of stocks in one season, will very often be too rapid an increase, if the greatest quantity of spare honey is to be obtained from them, and when the largest yield of honey is desired, I much prefer to form, in a way soon to be described, only one new stock from two old ones. This will give even more from 3, than could have been obtained from the 2, on the ordinary non-swarming plan. I would very strongly dissuade any but experienced Apiarians, from attempting at the furthest, to do more than to triple their stocks in 1 year. In order to furnish directions for very rapid multiplication, sufficiently full and explicit to be of any value to the inexperienced, I should have to write a book on this one topic, and even then, the most of those who would undertake it, would be sure at first to fail. I have no doubt that with 10 strong stocks of bees in a good location, in one favorable season, I could so increase them as to have, on the approach of winter, 100 good colonies; but I should expect to feed hundreds of pounds of honey, to devote nearly all my time to their management, and to bring the work, the experience of many years, and the wisdom acquired by numerous failures. After all, what we most need, in order to be successful in the cultivation of bees, is a certain, rather than a rapid, multiplication of stocks. It would require but a very few years to stock our whole country with bees, if colonies could only be doubled annually, and an increase of even 1/3, would before long, give us bees enough. This rate of increase I should always encourage in the swarming season, even if, in the fall, I reduced my stocks, (see Union of Stocks,) to the spring number. In the long run, it will keep the colonies in a much more prosperous condition, and secure them the largest yield of honey. I have never myself hesitated to sacrifice one or more colonies, in order to ascertain a single fact, and it would require a separate volume quite as large as this, to detail the various experiments which I have made on the subject of artificial swarming. The practical bee keeper, however, should never, for a moment, lose sight of the important distinction between an apiary managed principally for the purpose of experiment and discovery, and one conducted almost exclusively with reference to pecuniary profit. Any beekeeper can easily experiment with my hives, but I would recommend him to do so, at first, on a small scale, and if profit is his object, to follow the directions furnished in this treatise until he is sure that he has discovered others which are preferable. These cautions are given to prevent persons from incurring serious losses and disappointments, if they use hives which, if they are not on their guard, may tempt them into rash and unprofitable courses, by allowing so easily all manner of experiments. Let the practical Apiarian remember that the less he disturbs his stocks on which he relies for surplus honey, the better. After they are properly lodged in their new hive, they ought by all means to be allowed to carry on their labors without any interruption. The object of giving the control over every comb in the hive, is not to enable him to be incessantly taking them in and out, and subjecting the bees to all sorts of annoyances. Unless he is conducting a course of experiments, such interference will be almost as silly as the conduct of children who pull up the seeds which they have planted, to see whether they have sprouted, or how much they have grown. If after these cautions, any still choose to disregard them, the blame of their losses will fall, not upon the hive, but upon their own mismanagement. Let me not, for a moment, be understood as wishing to discourage the investigation, or to intimate that perfection has been so nearly attained that no more important discoveries remain to be made. On the contrary, I should be glad to learn that many who have the time and means, are disposed to use the facilities furnished by hives, which give the control of each comb, to experiment on a large scale, and I hope that every intelligent bee keeper who follows my plans, will experiment at least on a small scale. In this way, we may soon expect to see, more satisfactorily elucidated, some points in the natural history of the bee, which are still involved in doubt. Having described the way in which forced swarms are made, both in common hives and in my own, when the Apiarian wishes in one season merely to double his colonies, I shall now show in what way he can secure the largest yield of honey, by forming only one new colony from 2 old ones. Early in the season, before the bees fly out, or better still, after they ceased to fly in the previous fall, the 2 hives from which the new colony is to be formed, should be placed near each other, unless they are already, not more than a foot apart. When the time for forming the artificial colony has arrived, these hives should be removed from their stand, and the bees driven from them, precisely in the manner already described. If all the bees are at home, I sometimes shut up the hives on their stand, and drum long enough to cause the bees to fill themselves before the hive is removed. Timid Apiarians may find some advantage in this course, as the bees will all be quiet after they are well drummed, and the hive may then be removed with greater safety. In 5 minutes I can in this way reduce any swarm to a peaceable condition. After the forced swarms are secured, the removed hives are replaced, in order to catch up all the returning bees, and the forced swarms must be shut up, until towards sunset, unless it is judged best to keep the entrances temporarily open, so as to secure the return of a sufficient number of bees to the parent stocks. The old stocks are now moved to a new place, and managed according to the previous directions. If neither of the expelled swarms was driven into the hive intended for the new colony, then the proper hive must be placed, as near as possible, in the center of the space previously occupied by the original colonies. One of the swarms must now be shaken out upon a sheet, in front of this hive, which should be elevated, so as to enable the bees to enter it readily. As soon as they are shaken out, they should be gently sprinkled with sugar water scented with peppermint, or any other fragrant odor. Diligent search must now be made for the queen, and if found, she should be carefully removed, and given to the hive to which she belongs. If the queen of the first swarm has been found, the second colony may be shaken out, and sprinkled in the same way, and allowed to enter without any further trouble. If the queen of the first colony was not found, then that of the second one must be sought for. If neither can be found, through this, after a little experience, will very seldom happen, one of the queens will soon kill the other, and reign over the united family. The next day, the doubled colony will be found working with amazing vigor, and it will not only fill its main hive, but will, in an ordinary season, gather large quantities of surplus honey besides. The Apiarian who relies upon natural swarming, can double his new colonies if they issue at the same time, by hiving them together, or if this cannot be done, he may hive them in separate hives, and then, towards evening, set one hive on a sheet, and shake down the bees from the other, so that they can enter and join the first. It may be safely done, even if several days have elapsed before the second colony swarms, although in this case, I prefer after turning up their hive, to sprinkle the oldest swarm with scented sugar water, and then to give the new swarm the same treatment. I have doubled natural swarms in this way, repeatedly, and have never, when they were early, failed to secure from them a large quantity of honey. In sprinkling bees, let the operator remember that they are not to be drenched, or almost drowned, as in this case, they will require a long time to enter the hive. Bees seem to recognize each other by the sense of smell, and when they are made to have the same odor, they will always mingle peaceably. This is the reason I use a few drops of peppermint in the sugar water. If one of the queens of the forced swarms can be returned to her own colony, it will of course, save them the time which would otherwise be lost in raising another. I do not know that I can better illustrate the importance of the inexperienced Apiarian following closely my directions, than by supposing him to return the queen to the colony to which she does not belong. Now I can easily imagine that some beekeeper may do so, conceiving that I am foolishly precise in my directions, and that the queen might be just as well given to one hive as to the other. But if this is done before at least 24 hours have elapsed since they were deprived of their own, she will almost certainly be destroyed. The bees do not sting a queen to death, but have a curious mode of crowding or knotting around her, so that she is soon smothered, and while thus imprisoned, she will often make the same piping note which has already been described. In all this treatise, I have constantly aimed to give no directions which are not important, and while I utterly repudiate the notion that these directions may not be modified and improved, I am quite certain that this cannot be done by any but those who have considerable experience in the management of bees. The formation of one new swarm from two old colonies, may, of course, be very much simplified by the use of my hives. The two old hives are first opened and sprinkled, and the bees taken from them and put into the new hive in the same way in which the process was conducted when only one colony was expelled, some brood comb being given to the united family. There will be no difficulty in rightly proportioning the bees. One queen may always be caught and preserved, and the operation may be performed at any time when the sun is above the horizon. I have no doubt that those who have a strong stock of bees, and who are anxious to realize the largest profits in honey, will find this mode of increase by far the simplest and best. If judiciously practiced, they will find that their colonies may always be kept powerful, and that they may be managed with very great economy in time and labor. As Apiarians may be so situated as to wish to increase their bees quite rapidly, I shall give such methods, as from numerous experiments, many of them conducted on a large scale, I have found to be the best. I wish it however to be most distinctly understood, that I do not consider very rapid multiplication as likely to succeed, except in the hands of skillful Apiarians, but under ordinary circumstances, it requires too much time, care and honey, to be of very great practical value. Its chief merit consists in the short time which it requires to build up an Apiary. After trying my mode of management for a few seasons, a beekeeper may find out that he is in all respects, favorably situated for taking care of a large stock of bees. Suppose him to have acquired both skill and confidence, and that he has 10 powerful colonies, If he is willing to do without surplus honey for one season, and the honey harvest should be very productive, he may without feeding, and without very much labor, safely increase his 10 colonies to 30. If he chooses to feed largely, he may possibly end the season with 50 or 60, or even more, but he will probably end it in such a manner as most thoroughly to disgust him with his folly, and to teach him that in beekeeping, as well as in other things, haste makes waste. End of second chapter 10. End of part 2 of 4. Second chapter 10 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. Langstroth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. Langstroth. Second chapter 10. Artificial Swarming, Part 3. Continued from Part 2. On the supposition that by the time the fruit trees are in blossom, the Apiarian has, in hives of my construction, 10 powerful colonies, let him select 4 of the strongest, and make from each a forced swarm. He will now have 4 queenless colonies, which will at once proceed to supply themselves with a young queen. In about 10 days, he may make from his other 6 stocks, 6 more forced swarms. He will probably find in making these, many sealed queens, if he has delayed the operation until about swarming time, so that he may give to each of the 6 stocks from which he has expelled a swarm, the means of soon obtaining another. If he has not enough for this purpose, he must take the required number from the 4 stocks which are raising young queens, the exact condition of which ought to have been previously ascertained. Some of these stocks will be found to contain a large number of queen cells. Huber, in one of his experiments, found 24 in one hive, and even a larger number has sometimes been reared by a single colony. As the Apiarian will always have many more queens than are wanted, he ought to select those combs which contain a sealed queen, so as to secure, say, about 15 combs, each of which has 1 or more queens. If necessary, he can cut out some of the cells, and adjust them in the manner previously described. Each comb containing a sealed queen must be put with all the bees adhering to it, into an empty hive, and by a divider, or movable partition, they must be confined to about 1/4 of the hive. Water should be given to them, and honey, if none is contained in the comb. I always prefer to select a comb which contains a large number of workers almost mature, and some of which are just beginning to hatch, so that even if a considerable number of the bees should return to the parent stock, after their liberty is given them, there will still be a sufficient number hatched, to attend to the young, and especially to watch over the maturing queens. If the comb contains a large number of bees just emerging from their cells, I prefer to confine them only 1 day; otherwise I keep them shut up about an hour before sunset of the 3rd day. The hives containing the small colonies ought, if they are not well protected by being made double, to be set where they are thoroughly sheltered from the intense heat of the sun, and the ventilators should give them an abundance of air. They should also be closed in such a manner, as to keep the interior in entire darkness, so that the bees may not become too uneasy during their confinement. I accomplish this by shutting up their entrance, and replacing their front board, just as though I were intending to put them into winter quarters. These small colonies I shall call nuclei, and the system of forming stocks from them, my nucleus system; and before I describe the system more particularly, I shall show other ways in which the nuclei can be formed. If the Apiarian chooses, he can take a frame containing bees just ready to mature, and eggs and young worms, all of the worker kind, together with the old bees which cluster on it, and shut them up in the manner previously described, even if he has no sealed queen to give them. If all things are favorable, they will set about raising a queen in a few hours. I once took not more than a teacup full of bees and confined them with a small piece of brood comb in a dark place, and found that in about an hour's time, they had begun to enlarge some of the cells, to raise a new queen. If the Apiarian has sealed queens on hand, they ought, by all means, to be given to the nuclei, in order to save all the time possible. I sometimes make these nuclei as follows: the suitable comb with bees, etc., is taken from a stock hive, and set in an empty one, made to stand partly in the place of the old hive, which, of course, must previously be moved a little on one side. In this way, I am able to direct a considerable number of the bees from the old stock to my nucleus, and the necessity of shutting it up is done away with. If the bees from the old stock do not enter the small one in sufficient numbers, I sometimes close their hive, so that the returning bees can find no other place to enter. My object is not to catch up a large number of bees. For reasons previously assigned, I do not want enough to build new comb, but only enough to adhere to the removed comb, and raise a new queen from the brood, or develop the sealed one which has been given them. A short time after one nucleus in this way has been formed, another may be made by moving the old hive again, and so a third or fourth, if so many are wanted. This plan requires considerable skill and experience to secure the right number of bees without getting too many. If bees are to be made to enter a new hive, by removing the old one from its stand, it will always be very desirable not only to have the new one contain a piece of comb, but a considerable number of bees clustered on that comb. I repeatedly found my bees, after entering the hive, refuse to have anything to do with the brood comb, and for a long time, I was unable to conjecture the cause, until I ascertained that they were dissatisfied with its deserted appearance, and that, by taking the precaution to have it well covered with bees, I seldom failed to reconcile them to my system of forced colonization. I can usually tell, in less than 2 minutes, whether the operation will succeed or not. If the returning bees are content, they will, however much agitated at first, soon begin to join the cluster on the comb; while if they are dissatisfied, they will abandon the hive, and nearly all the bees that were originally on the comb, will leave with them. They seem capricious in this manner, and are sometimes so very self-willed that they refuse to have anything to do with the brood comb, when I can see no good reason why they should be so rebellious. I shall here state some conjectures which have occurred to me on this subject. Is it absolutely certain that bees can raise a queen from any egg, or young larva which would produce a worker? Or if this is possible, is it certain that any kind of workers can accomplish this? Huber ascertained to his own satisfaction that there were 2 kinds of workers in a hive. He thus describes them. Quote, "One of these is, in general, destined for the elaboration of wax, and its size is considerably enlarged when full of honey. The other immediately imparts what it has collected to its companions. Its abdomen undergoes no sensible change, or it retains only the honey necessary for its own subsistence. The particular function of the bees of this kind is to take care of the young, for they are not charged with provisioning the hive." In opposition to the wax workers, we shall call them small bees or nurses. Although the external difference may be inconsiderable, this is not an imaginary distinction. Anatomical observations prove that the capacity of the stomach is not the same. Experiments have ascertained that one of the species cannot fulfill all the functions shared among the workers of a hive. We painted those of each class with different colors, in order to study their proceedings, and these were not interchanged. In another experiment, after supplying a hive deprived of a queen with brood and pollen, we saw the small bees quickly occupied in nutrition of the larvae, while those of the wax working class neglected them. Small bees also produce wax, but in a very inferior quantity to what is elaborated by the real wax workers." Now if these statements can be relied on, and thus far I have nearly always found in Huber's statements, wherever I had an opportunity to test them, to be most wonderfully reliable, then it may be that when bees refuse to cluster on the brood comb and proceed at once to rear a new queen, it is because they find that some of the conditions necessary for success are wanting. Either there may not be a sufficient number of wax workers to enlarge the cells, or a sufficient number of nurses to take charge of the larvae, or it may be that the cells contain only young wax workers, which cannot be developed into queens, or only young nurses, which may be in the same predicament. If any of my readers imagine that the work of carefully experimenting, in order to establish facts upon the solid basis of complete demonstration, is an easy work, let them attempt now to prove or disprove the truth of any or all of my conjectures upon this single topic. They will probably find the task more difficult than to blot over whole quires and reams of paper with careless assertions. All operations of any kind which interfere in the very least with the natural mode of forming colonies, are best performed in the swarming season, or at least, at a time when the bees are breathing freely, and are able to bring in large stores of honey from the fields. At other times, they are very precarious, and unless under the management of persons who have great experience, they will in most cases, end in nothing but vexatious losses and disappointments. It is quite amusing to see how bees act, when they find, on their return from foraging abroad, that their hive has been moved, and another put in its place. If the new hive is precisely similar to their own, in size and outward appearance, they enter it though all was right, but in a few moments, they rush out in violent agitation, imagining that they have made a prodigious mistake and have entered the wrong place. They now take wing again, in order to correct their blunder, but find to their increasing surprise, that they had previously directed their flight to the familiar spot. Again they enter, and again they tumble out, in bewildered crowds, until, at length, if they can find the means of raising a new queen, or one is already there, they seem to make up their minds that if this is not home, it not only looks like it, but stands just where their home ought to be, and is at all events the only home they are likely to get. No doubt they often feel that a very hard bargain has been imposed upon them, but they seem generally determined to make the best of it. There is one trait in the character of bees, for which I feel, not merely admiration, but the most profound respect. Such is their indomitable energy and perseverance, that under circumstances apparently the most despairing, they will still labor to the utmost, to retrieve their losses, and sustain the sinking state. So long as they have a queen, or any prospect of raising one, they struggle most vigorously against impending ruin, and never give up, unless their condition is absolutely desperate. In one of my observing hives, I once had a colony of bees, the whole of which might have been spread out on my 2 hands, busy at work in raising a new queen, from a small piece of brood comb. For 2 long weeks, they adhered with unfailing perseverance and industry, to their forlorn hope, until at last, one of the 2 queens which they raised, came forth, and destroyed the other while still in her cell. The bees had now dwindled away to less than half their original number, and the new queen had wings so imperfect that she was unable to fly. I watched their proceedings with great interest. They actually paid very unusual attention to this crippled queen, and treated her more as they are wont to treat a fertile one. In the course of a week, there were not more than a dozen left in the hive, and in a few days more, I missed the queen, and saw only a few disconsolate wretches crawling over the deserted comb. Shame upon the faint-hearted and cowardly of our own race, who, if overtaken by calamity, instead of nobly breasting the dark waters of affliction, and manfully buffeting with their tumultuous waves, meanly resign themselves to their ignoble fate, and sink and perish where they might have lived and triumphed; and double shame upon those who thus faint in the day of adversity, when living in a Christian land they might, if they would only receive the word of God, and open the eye of faith, behold a bough of promise spanning the still stormy clouds, and hear a voice bidding them, like the great apostle of the Gentiles, learn not merely to "rejoice in hope in the glory of God," but to "glory in tribulations also." I have been informed by Mr. Wagner, that Dzierzon has recently devised a plan of forming nuclei, substantially the same with my own. His book, however, contemplates having 2 apiaries, 3 or 4 miles apart, and his plans for multiplying colonies, as there described, were based upon the supposition that the Apiarian will have 2 such establishments. Such an arrangement would no doubt very greatly facilitate many operations. Our forced swarms might all be removed from the apiary where they were formed, to the other, and our nuclei treated in the same way, and there would be no necessity for confining the bees after their removal. There are, however, weighty objections to such an arrangement, which will prevent it, at least for some time, from being extensively adopted. The labor of removing the bees backwards and forwards, is a serious objection to the whole plan, and in addition to this, the necessity of having a skillful Apiarian at each establishment, puts its adoption out of the question, with most persons who keep bees. It might answer, however, if 2 beekeepers, sufficiently far apart, would enter into partnership, and manage their bees as a joint concern. Dzierzon's new plan of creating nuclei, is as follows. Towards evening, remove a piece of brood comb, with eggs and bees just hatching, and put it, with a sufficient number of mature bees, into an empty hive. There must be enough to keep the brood from being chilled overnight. If the operation is performed so late, that the bees are not disposed to take wing and leave the hive, by morning a sufficient number will have hatched, to supply the place of those which may abandon the nucleus. In my numerous experiments last summer, in the formation of artificial swarms, I tried this plan and found that it answered a good purpose. The chief objection to it, is the difficulty often of selecting the suitable kind of comb, if the operation is delayed until late in the afternoon. I prefer, therefore, to perform it, when the sun is an hour or 2 high, and to confine the bees until dark. If there are not a sufficient number of bees on the comb, I shake off some from another hive, directly into the hive, and shut them all up, giving them a supply of water. Sealed queens if possible, should be used in all these operations. I shall now give a model of creating nuclei, which I have devised, and which I find to be attended with great success. Hive a new swarm in the usual manner, in an old box, and as soon as the bees have entered it, shut them up and carry them down into the cellar. About an hour before sunset, take combs suitable to form as many nuclei as you judge best, say 5 or 6, or even 8 or 10 if the swarm was large, and you need as many. Bring up the new swarm, and shake it out upon a sheet, sprinkling it gently with sugar water. With a large tumbler or saucer, scoop up without hurting any of the bees, a pint or more of them, and place them before the mouth of one of the hives containing a brood comb. Repeat the process, until each nucleus has, say, a quart of bees. If you see the queen, you may give the hive in which you put her, 3 or 4 times as many bees as any other, and the next day it may be strengthened with a few combs containing brood, just ready to mature. If you did not find her, at the time of forming the nuclei, when you afterwards examine them, the one which contains her may be properly reinforced with bees and comb, so as to enable it to work to the best advantage. If this plan of forming nuclei were attempted earlier in the afternoon, it would be difficult to prevent the bees from communicating on the wing, and all going to the hive which contained their queen. If, however, the bees when first shaken out of the temporary hive, are so thoroughly sprinkled, as not to be able to take wing and unite together, this mode of forming colonies may be practiced at any hour of the day, and an experienced Apiarian may prefer to do it, as soon as he has fairly hived the new swarm. When the bees are shaken out in front of a hive which has a sealed queen, or eggs from which they can raise one, having a whole night in which to accustom themselves to their new situation, they will be found, the next day, to adhere to the place where they were put, with as much tenacity as a natural swarm does to their new hive. How wonderful that the act of swarming should so thoroughly impress upon the bees, an absolute indisposition to return to the parent stock. If this were a fixed and invariable unwillingness, a sort of blind, unreasoning instinct, it would not be so surprising. But we have already seen that in case the bees lose their queen, they return in a very short time to the stock from which they issued. If the nuclei formed in the manner just described, found in their new hive, no means of obtaining a queen, they would all return, next morning, to the parent stock. When the Apiarian can obtain a natural swarm from any other Apiary, it may be divided into nuclei in the same way, and even a forced swarm, if brought from a distance, will answer equally well. If the Apiarian wishes to form colonies earlier in the season of natural swarming, and cannot conveniently obtain a forced swarm from an Apiary, at least a mile distant, he may, before the bees begin to fly out in the spring, transport one of his stocks to a neighbor's, and force from it a swarm at the desired time. Even if it is moved not more than half a mile off, the operation will be almost sure to succeed. Of all modes of forming the nuclei, this I believe will be found to be the neatest, simplest and best. Having thus described the various ways in which I have successfully formed my nuclei, I shall now show how they may be all built up into powerful stocks. It will be very obvious that on the ordinary plan of management, they would be absolutely worthless, even if it were possible to form them with the common hives. If they were not fed, they would be unable to collect the means of building new comb, and would gradually dwindle away just as third or fourth swarms which issue late in the season; nor could they be saved even by the most generous feeding, as they would only use their supplies to fill up the little comb they had, so that when the queen was ready to lay, there would be no empty cells to receive her eggs, and too few bees to build any, even if they had all the honey that they required. Such small colonies must gradually waste away, unless they can be speedily and effectually supplied with the requisite number of bees, and this can be done only by hives which give the control of all the combs. With such hives, I can speedily build up my nuclei, provided I have not formed too many, to the strength necessary to make them powerful stocks. The hives containing them, ought if possible, to stand at some distance from other hives, say 2 or 3 feet, and if this cannot conveniently be done, they should in some way, be so distinguished from the adjoining hives, that the young queens when they are hatched and go out to seek the drones, will not be liable to lose their lives by entering a wrong hive on their return. A small leafy twig fastened on the alighting board of such hives, when they stand near to others, will be almost sure to prevent such a catastrophe. If they stand near to each other, some may be marked in this way, and others with a piece of colored cloth. See page 159. To guard them against robbers, etc., the entrances to these nuclei should be contracted, so that only a few bees can enter at once. Those which were confined, should be examined, the day after their liberty is given to them. The others, the day after they were formed, when, if they were not supplied with a sealed queen, they will be found actively engaged in constructing royal cells. A new range of comb should now be given to each one, and it should contain no old bees, but brood rapidly maturing, and if possible, eggs and worms only a few days old. This new addition of strength will greatly encourage the nuclei, and give them the means of starting young queens, if they have not succeeded in doing so with the first comb. I have very frequently found that for some cause which I have not yet ascertained, they often start a large number of queen cells, which in a few days, are all discontinued and untenanted. The second attempt seldom fails. Does practice in this thing make them more expert? But I will simply state the fact, referring to my conjectures on page 218, and remarking that when they make a second attempt, they seem frequently disposed to start a much larger number than they otherwise would have done. In 2 or 3 days after giving them the first piece of comb, I give them another, if their queen is nearly mature, and I now let them alone until she ought to be depositing eggs in the hive. Then I give them, at intervals of a few days, 2 or 3 combs more, and they will now be sufficiently powerful in bees to gather large quantities of honey, and fill the empty part of their hive. The young queen is supplying with thousands of worker eggs, the cells from which the brood has emerged, and also the new ones built by the bees, and the new colony will soon be one of the best stock hives in the apiary. If some of the full frames are moved, and empty ones placed between them, as soon as the bees begin to build powerfully, there need be no guide combs on the empty frames, and still the work will be executed with the most beautiful regularity. But what, in the meantime, is a condition of the hives from which we are taking so many brood combs, for the proper development of our nuclei? Are they not weakened so much as to become quite enfeebled? I come now to the very turning point of the whole nucleus system. If due judgment has not been used, and the sanguine beekeeper has endeavored to multiply his colonies too rapidly, a most grievous disappointment awaits him. Either his nuclei cannot be strengthened at the right time, or this can be done, only by impoverishing the old stocks, and the result of the whole operation will be a most decided failure; and if he is in the vicinity of sugar houses, confectionaries, or other tempting places of bee resort, he will find the population of his colonies very seriously diminished, and will have to break up the most of the nuclei which he had formed, and incur the danger of losing nearly the whole of his stock. I lay it down as a fundamental principle in my nucleus system, that the old stocks must never be so much weakened by the removal of brood comb and bees that they are not able to keep their numbers sufficiently strong to refill rapidly all the vacancies among their combs. If the Apiarian attempts to multiply his stocks so rapidly that this cannot be done, I will insure him ample cause to repent at leisure of his folly. If however, the attempt at very rapid multiplication is made only by those who are favorably situated, and who have skill in the management of bees, a very large gain may be made in the number of stocks, and they may all be strong and flourishing. If a strong stock of bees in a hive of moderate size, which admits of thorough inspection, is examined at the height of the honey harvest, nearly all the cells will often be found filled with brood, honey or bee bread. The great laying of the queen, according to some writers, is now over, not however as they erroneously imagine, because her fertility has decreased, but merely because there is not room in the hive for all her eggs. She may often be seen restlessly traversing the combs, seeking in vain for empty cells, until finding none, she is compelled to extrude her eggs only to be devoured by the bees. See page 52. If some of the full combs are removed, and empty ones substituted in their place, she will speedily fill them, laying at the rate of 2,000 or 3,000 a day. When my strong stocks are from time to time deprived of 1 or 2 combs, if honey can easily be procured, the bees proceed at once to replace them, and the queen commences laying in the new combs as soon as the cells are fairly started. If the combs are not removed too fast, and care is taken not to deprive the stock of so much brood that the bees cannot keep up a vigorous population, a queen in a hive so managed, will lay her eggs in cells to be nurtured by the bees, instead of being eaten up, and thus, in the course of the season, she may become the mother of 3 or 4 times as many bees as are reared in a hive under other circumstances. By careful management, brood enough may, in this way, be taken from a single hive, to build up a large number of nuclei. Towards the close of the season, however, as such a hive has been constantly tasked in building comb and feeding young bees, almost all its honey will have been used for these purposes, and although it may be very populous, unless it is liberally fed, it will be sure to perish. Since the discovery that unbolted rye flour will answer so admirably as a substitute for pollen, we can supply the bees not only with honey, when none can be obtained from the blossoms, but with an abundance of bee bread, when pollen is scarce. As I am writing this chapter, March 29, 1853, my bees are zealously engaged in taking the flour from some old combs in front of their hives, and they can be seen most beautifully molding the little pellets on their thighs. By my movable combs, I can give them the flour at once in their hives, as it can easily be rubbed into an empty comb. The importance of Dzierzon's discovery of a substitute for pollen, can hardly be overestimated. If he had done nothing more for the cause of Apiarian science, no true-hearted beekeeper would ever allow his name to be forgotten. In the chapter on feeding, I shall give more specific directions as to the way in which the cultivator must feed his bees, when he aims at increasing, as rapidly as possible, the number of his stocks. Unless this work is done with great judgment, he will often find that the more he feeds, the less bees he has in his hives, the cells being all occupied with honey instead of brood. Such is the passion of bees for storing away honey, that large supplies of it will always most seriously interfere with breeding, unless the bees are sufficiently numerous to build new comb in which the queen can find room for her eggs. I have no doubt that some who have but little experience in the management of bees, are ready to imagine that they could easily strike out a simpler and better way of increasing the number of colonies. For instance, let a full hive have its comb and bees put into an empty hive, and the work of doubling, which is without further trouble, effectually accomplished. But what will the queenless hive do, under such circumstances? Why, build of course, queen cells, and rear another. But what kind of comb will they fill their hives with, before the young queens begin to breed? Of that, perhaps, you had never thought. Let me now lay down the only safe rule for all who engage in the multiplication of artificial swarms. Never, under any circumstances, take so much comb and brood from your stock hives, as seriously to reduce their numbers. This should be to the Apiarian, as "the law of Medes and Persians, which altereth not." Suppose that I divide a populous stock, about swarming season, into 4 or 5 colonies, the strong probability is, that not one of them, if left to themselves, will be strong enough to survive the winter. If fed in the ordinary way, and yet not supplied with combs and bees, their ruin will often be only accelerated. If on the contrary, I had taken, from time to time, combs sufficient to form 3 or 4 nuclei, and had strengthened the new colonies, in such a way as not to draw too severely upon the resources of the parent stock, I might expect to see them all, in due time, strong and flourishing. In the spring of the year, if I desire to determine the strength of a colony, principally to raising young bees, I can easily effect it by the following plan. A box is made, of the same inside dimensions with the lower hive, into which the combs and bees of a full hive can all be transferred, as soon as the bees are gathering honey enough to build new combs. This box is now set over the old hive, which contains its complement of frames with guide combs, or better still, with empty combs. As soon as the bees begin to build, they take possession of the lower hive, through which they go in and out, and the queen descends with them, in order to lay her eggs in the lower combs. As soon as the old apartment becomes pretty well filled, a large number of combs with maturing bees, may be taken from the upper one, and when the hive below is full, they may all be safely removed. If none of the upper combs are removed, they will be filled with honey, as soon as the brood is hatched, and as they will contain large stores of bee bread, they will answer admirably for replenishing stocks which have an insufficient supply. In no other way, so far as I know, can so much honey be secured, and if quantity, not quality, is aimed at, or if the test of quality is its fitness for the use of the bees, I would recommend this mode as superior to any other. If 2 swarms are hived together, or a very powerful stock is lodged in a hive, so that at once they can have access to the upper apartment, an extraordinary quantity of honey can be secured, and of a very excellent quality. As soon as the bees have raised one generation of young, in the combs of the upper box, or rather in a part of them, they will use it chiefly for storing honey, and all that it contains may be taken from them. In flavor, it will be found to be nearly as good as honey stored in what is called virgin comb. In the chapter on the requisites of a good hive, I have said that in size, it should be adapted to the natural instincts of the bee, and yet admit of enlarging or contracting, according to the wants of the colony placed in it. I never use a hive, the main apartment of which, holds less than a Winchester bushel. If small colonies are placed in such a hive, it must be temporarily partitioned off, to suit the size of its inmates; for if bees have too much room given to them, they cannot concentrate their animal heat, and are so much discouraged that they often abandon their hive. I am aware that many judicious Apiarians recommend hives of much smaller dimensions, and I shall now give my reasons for using one so large. If a hive is too small, then in the spring, the combs are soon filled with honey, bee bread, and brood, and the surprising fertility of the queen bee can be turned to no efficient account. If the honey harvest in any year is deficient, such a colony is very apt to perish in the succeeding winter, whereas in a large hive, the honey stored up in a fruitful season, is a reserve supply, in time of need. In very large hives, I have seen large accumulations of honey which have been untouched for years, while on the same stand, stocks of about the same age, in small hives, have perished by starvation. A good early swarm, in any situation at all favorable, will fill, in the first season, a hive that holds a bushel; and if there is any location in which they cannot do this, a doubled swarm should be put into the hive, or beekeeping may, as far as profit is concerned, be abandoned. But it may be objected, that if the swarm was not sufficiently strong to fill their hive, the bees often suffer from the cold in winter, and become too much reduced in numbers, to build early and rapidly in the ensuing spring. This is undoubtedly true, and hence the great importance of putting a generous allowance of bees into a hive at the first start, unless, as on my plan, the requisite strength can be given to them, at a subsequent period. The hive, if large, should be all the more carefully protected from extremes of cold, in order to give the bees an opportunity of developing their natural powers of reproduction, to the best advantage. In such a hive, the queen will be able to breed almost every month in the year, even in the coldest climates where bees flourish, and on the return of spring, thousands of young bees will be found in it, which could not have been bred in a small or badly protected hive. The Polish hives described by Mr. Dohiogost, have already been referred to. Some of these hold about 3 bushels, and yet the bees swarm from them with great regularity, and the swarms are often of immense size. These hives are admirably protected, and at the time of hiving at least 4 times the number of bees are lodged in them, that are ordinarily put into one of our hives. The queen bee, in such a hive, has ample room to lay her 3,000 eggs, or more, daily, and a prodigious colony is raised, which often stores enormous supplies of honey. As all the frames in my hives are of the same dimensions, the size of the hive may be conveniently varied, to suit the views of different beekeepers, for they may be large or small, according to the number of frames designed to be used. I hope, before long, to experiment with hives as large again, as those that I now use, or rather, with such, as by containing an upper box, may be made to accommodate twice as many bees. This whole subject of the proper size of the hives, certainly needs to be taken entirely out of the region of conjecture, and to be put upon the basis of careful observations. Unquestionably the size will require, in some respects, to be modified by the more or less favorable character of the country for bee keeping. But I am satisfied that small hives will be found of but little profit, and that large ones, unless well stocked with bees, from the first, and thoroughly protected, will often fail to answer any good end. If I should find on further experiment that the very large hives of which I have spoken, are better, my hives are at present so constructed that without any alteration of existing parts, they can easily be supplied with the required additions. I have already mentioned that I sometimes build my hives, 3 in one structure, in order to save expense in their construction. I do not, however, wish to be considered as recommending such hives as the best for general use. For some purposes a single hive is unquestionably the best, as it can be easily moved by one person, and this will many times be found to be a point of great importance. The double hives, or 2 in 1, are for most purposes decidedly the best, as well as the cheapest. I have quite recently contrived the plan of constructing my wooden hives in such a manner as to give them very great protection against extremes of heat and cold, while at the same time they can be easily and cheaply made, by any one who can handle the simplest mechanical tools. It has been previously stated that the queen bee cannot be induced to sting, by any kind of treatment however severe. The reason of this strange unwillingness to use her natural and powerful weapon, will be obvious, when we consider how indispensable the preservation of her life is to the very existence of the colony, and that her single sting, the loss of which would be her death, could avail but little for their defense in case of an attack. She never uses her weapon, except when engaged in mortal combat with another queen. As soon as the two rivals come together, they clinch, at once, with every demonstration of the most vindictive hatred. Why then, are not both of them often destroyed? And why are not hives, in the swarming season, almost certain to become queenless? We can never sufficiently admire the provision of so simple and yet so effectual, by which such a calamity is prevented. The queen bee never stings unless she has such an advantage in the combat, that she can curve her body under that of her rival, in such a manner as to inflict a deadly wound, without any risk of being stung herself. The moment that the position of the two combatants is such that neither has the advantage, and that both are likely to perish, they not only refuse to sting, but disengage themselves, and suspend their conflict for a short time. If it were not for this peculiarity of instinct, such combats would very often terminate in the death of both the parties, and the race of bees would be in danger of becoming extinct. End of second chapter 10, Artificial Swarming, Part 3. Second chapter 10 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Second chapter 10, Artificial Swarming, Part 4 of 4. The unwillingness of a swarm of bees, which has been deprived of its queen, to receive another, until after some time has elapsed, must always be borne in mind, by those who have anything to do with making artificial swarms. About 24 hours must elapse before it will be safe to introduce a strange mother into a queenless hive, and even then, if she is not fertile, she will run a great risk of being destroyed. To prevent such losses, I adopt the German plan of confining the queen in what they call a queen cage. A small hole, about as large as a thimble, may be gouged out of a block, and covered over with wire gauze, or any other kind of perforated cover, so that when the queen is put in, the bees cannot enter to destroy her. Before long they will cultivate an acquaintance by thrusting their antennae through to her, so that, when she is liberated the next day, they will gladly adopt her in place of the one they have lost. If a hole large enough for her to creep out, is closed with wax, they will gnaw the wax away and liberate her themselves from her confinement. Queens that seem bent on departing to the woods, may be confined in the same way, until the colony has given up all thoughts of forsaking its hive. A small pasteboard box with suitable holes, or a wooden match box thoroughly scalded, I have found to answer a very good purpose. I shall here describe what may be called a queen nursery, which I have contrived to aid those who are engaged in the rapid multiplication of colonies by artificial means. A solid block about 1 1/4 inch thick, is substituted for one of my frames. Holes, about 1½ inches in diameter, are bored through it, and covered on both sides with gauze wire slides. The wire ought to be such as will allow a common bee to pass through, but should be too small to permit a queen to do the same. Any kind of perforated cover may be made to answer the same purpose as the gauze wire. If a number of sealed queens are on hand, and there is danger that some may hatch, and destroy the others, before the Apiarian can make use of them in forming artificial swarms, he may very carefully cut out the combs containing them, and place them each in a separate cradle. The bees having access to them, will give them proper attention, and as soon as they are hatched, will supply them with food, and thus they will always be on hand for use when they are needed. The nursery must, of course, be established in a hive which has no mature queen, or it will quickly be transformed into a slaughter house by the bees. I have not yet tested this plan so thoroughly as to be certain that it will succeed, and I know so well the immense difference between theoretical conjectures and practical results, that I consider nothing in the bee line, or indeed in any other line, as established, until it has been submitted to the most rigorous demonstrations, and has triumphantly passed from the mere regions of the brain to those of actual fact. A theory on any subject may seem so plausible as almost to amount to a positive demonstration, and yet when put to the working test, it is often found to be encumbered by some unforeseen difficulty, which speedily convinces even its sanguine projector that it has no practical value. 9 things out of 10 may work to a charm, and yet the 10th may be so connected with the other 9, that its failure renders their success of no account. When I first used this nursery, I did not give the bees access to it, and I found that the queens were not properly developed, and died in their cells. Perhaps they did not receive sufficient warmth, or were not treated in some other important respects, as they would have been if I left under the care of the bees. In the multiplicity of my experiments, I did not repeat this one under a sufficient variety of circumstances to ascertain the precise cause of failure, nor have I as yet tried whether it will answer perfectly by admitting the bees to the queen cells. Last spring I made one queen supply several hives with eggs, so as to keep them strong in numbers while they were constantly engaged in rearing a large number of spare queens. Two hives, which I shall call A and B, were deprived at intervals of a week, each of its queen, in order to induce them to raise a number of young sealed queens for the use of the Apiary. As soon as the queens in A were of an age suitable to be removed, I took them away and gave the colony a fertile queen from another hive C. As soon as she had laid a large number of eggs in the empty cells, I removed the queen cells now sealed over, from B, and gave them the loan of this fertile mother, until she had performed the same necessary office for them. By this time, the queen cells in C were sealed over. These were now removed, and the queen restored. She had thus made one circuit, and laid a very large number of eggs in the two hives which were first deprived of their queens. After allowing her to replenish her own hive with eggs, I sent her out again on her perambulating mission, and by this new device was able to get an extraordinary number of young queens from the three hives, and at the same time to preserve their numbers from seriously diminishing. 2 queens may in this way be made in 6 hives to furnish all the supernumerary queens which will be wanted in quite a large apiary. It will be perfectly obvious to every intelligent and ingenious Apiarian that the perfect control of the comb is the soul of an entirely new system of practical management, and that it may be modified to suit the wants of all who wish to cultivate bees. Even the advocate of the old-fashioned plan of killing the bees, can with one of my hives, destroy his faithful laborers, by shaking them into a tub of water, almost, if not quite as speedily, as by setting them over a sulphur pit, while after the work of death is accomplished, his honey will be free from disgusting fumes, and all the labor of cutting it out of the hive may be dispensed with. I am now prepared to answer an objection which doubtless has been present in the minds of many, all the time that they have been reading the various processes on which I rely for the multiplication of colonies. A very large number of persons who keep bees, or who wish to keep them, are so much afraid of them that they object entirely even to natural swarming, because they are in danger of being stung in the process of hiving the bees. How are such persons to manage bees on my plan, which seems like bearding a lion in its very den? The truth is that some persons are so very timid, or suffer so dreadfully from the sting of a bee, that they are every way disqualified from having anything to do with them, and ought either to have no bees upon their premises, or entrust the care of them to some suitable person. By managing bees according to the directions furnished in this treatise, almost any one can learn, by using a bee dress, to superintend them with very little risk, while those who are favorites with them may dispense entirely with any protection. I find in short, that the risk of being stung is really diminished by the use of my hives, although it will be hard to convince those who have not seen them in use, that this can be so. There is still another class who either keep bees, or can be induced to keep them, and who are anxiously inquiring for some new hive or new plan by which, with little or no trouble, they may reap copious harvests of the precious nectar. This is emphatically the class to seize hold of every new device, and waste their time and money to fill the coffers of the ignorant or unprincipled. There never will be a royal road to profitable bee keeping. If there is any branch of rural economy, which more than all others demands care and experience for its profitable management, it is the keeping of bees, and those who have a painful consciousness that the disposition to put off and neglect, was, so to speak, born in them, and has never been got out of them, will do well to let bees alone, unless they hope, by the study of their systematic industry, to reform evil habits which are well nigh incurable. While I feel very sanguine that my system of management will be used extensively and very advantageously by careful and skillful Apiarians, I know too much of the world to expect that it will, with the masses, very speedily supersede other methods, even if it were so absolutely perfect as to admit of no possible improvement. I hope, however, that I may, without being charged with presumption, be permitted to put on record the prediction, that movable frames will in due season, be almost universally employed, and thus, whether bees are allowed to swarm naturally, or are increased by artificial means, or are kept in hives in which they are not expected to swarm at all. Note: the very day on which I contrived the plan, so perfectly simple, and yet so efficacious, of gaining the control of the combs by these frames, I not only foresaw all the consequences which would follow their adoption, but wrote as follows, in my Bee Journal: "The use of these frames will, I am persuaded, give a new impulse to the easy and profitable management of bees, and will render the making of artificial swarms an easy operation." End of Part 4 of 4. End of second chapter 10. Artificial Swarming. Chapter 11 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 11, Part 1. The Bee Moth and Other Enemies of Bees. Diseases of Bees. Of all the numerous enemies of the honey bee, the bee moth, Tinea mellonella, in climates of hot summers, is by far the most to be dreaded. So widespread and fatal have been its ravages in this country, that thousands have abandoned the cultivation of bees in despair, and in districts which once produced abundant supplies of the purest honey, beekeeping has gradually dwindled down into a very insignificant pursuit. Contrivances almost without number, have been devised, to defend the bees against this invidious foe, but still it continues its desolating inroads, almost unchecked, languishing as it were to scorn, at all the so-called moth-proof hives, and turning many of the ingenious fixtures designed to entrap or exclude it, into actual aids and comforts in its nefarious designs. I should feel but little confidence in being able to reinstate beekeeping in our country into a certain and profitable pursuit, if I could not show the Apiarian in what way he can safely bid defiance to the pestiferous assault of this, his most implacable enemy. I have patiently studied its habits for years, and I am at length able to announce a system of management founded upon the peculiar construction of my hives, which will enable the careful beekeeper to protect his colonies against the monster. The careful beekeeper, I say, for to pretend that the careless one can by any contrivance effect this, is a snare and a delusion, and no well-informed man, unless he is steeped to the very lips in fraud and imposture, will never claim to accomplish anything of the kind. The bee moth infects our apiaries, just as weeds take possession of a fertile soil, and the negligent beekeeper will find a moth-proof hive, when the sluggard finds a weed-proof soil, and I suspect not until a consummation so devoutly wished for by the slothful has arrived. Before explaining the means upon which I rely to circumvent the moth, I will first give a brief description of its habits. Swammerdam, towards the close of the 17th century, gave a very accurate description of this insect, which was then called by the very expressive name of the bee wolf. He has furnished good drawings of it, in all its changes, from the worm to the perfect moth, together with the peculiar webs or galleries which it constructs and from which the name of Tinea galleria, or gallery moth, has been given to it by some entomologists. He failed, however, to discriminate between the male and female, which, because they differ so much in size and appearance, he supposed to be two different species of the wax moth. It seems to have been a great pest in his time, and even Virgil speaks of the Dirium tenae genus, the dreadful offspring of the moth, that is the worm. This destroyer usually makes its appearance about the hives, in April or May, the time of its coming, depending upon the warmth of the climate, or the forwardness of the season. It is seldom seen on the wing, unless startled from its lurking place about the hive, until towards dark, and is evidently, chiefly nocturnal in its habits. In dark cloudy days, however, I have noticed it on the wing long before sunset, and if several such days follow in succession, the female oppressed with the urgent necessity of laying her eggs, may be seen endeavoring to gain admission to the hives. The female is much larger than the male, and her color is deeper and more inclining to a darkish gray, with small spots or blackish streaks on the interior edge of her upper wings. The color of the male inclines more to a light gray. They might easily be mistaken for different species of moths. These insects are surprisingly agile, both on foot and on the wing. The motions of a bee are very slow in comparison. They are, says Reaumur, "the most nimble-footed creatures that I know." If the approach to the apiary be observed of a moonlight evening, the moths will be found flying or running round the hives, watching an opportunity to enter, while the bees that have to guard the entrances against their intrusion, will be seen acting as vigilant sentinels, performing continual rounds near this important post, extending their antennae to the utmost, and moving them to the right and left alternately. Woe to the unfortunate moth that comes within their reach! It is curious, says Huber, "to observe how artfully the moth knows how to profit, to the disadvantage of the bees, which require much light for seeing objects, and the precautions taken by the latter in reconnoitring and expelling so dangerous an enemy." The entrance of the moth into a hive, and the ravages committed by her progeny, forcibly remind one of the sad havoc which sin often makes of character and happiness, when it finds admission into the human heart, and is allowed to prey unchecked, upon all its most precious treasures; and he who would not be so enslaved by its power, as to lose all his spiritual life and prosperity, must be constantly on the defensive, and ever on the watch against its fatal intrusions. Only some tiny eggs are deposited by the moth, and they give birth to a very delicate, innocent looking worm; but let these apparently insignificant creatures once get the upper hand, and all the fragrance of the honeyed dome is soon corrupted by their abominable stench. Everything beautiful and useful is ruthlessly destroyed. The hum of happy industry is stilled, and at last nothing is left in the desecrated hive, but a set of ravenous, half-famished worms, nodding and writhing around each other, in most loathsome convolutions. Wax is the proper aliment of the larvæ of the bee moth, and upon this seemingly indigestible subject, they thrive and fatten. When obliged to steal their living as best they can, among a powerful stock of bees, they are exposed, during their growth, to so many perils, and seldom fare well enough to reach their natural size. But if they are rioting at pleasure, among the full combs of a feeble and discouraged population, they often attain a size and corpulency truly astonishing. If the bee keeper wishes to see their innate capabilities fully developed, let him rear a lot for himself among some old combs, and if prizes were offered for fat and full grown worms, he might easily obtain one. In a course of a few weeks, the larva like that of the silkworm, stops eating, and begins to think of a suitable place for encasing itself in its silky shroud. In hives where they reign uncontrolled, this is a work of but little difficulty. Almost any place will answer their purpose, and they often pile their cocoons, one on top of another, or join them in long rows together. But in hives strongly guarded by healthy bees, this is a matter not very easily accomplished, and many a worm, while in its cautiously prying about, to see where it can find some snug place in which to ensconce itself, is caught by the nape of the neck, and very unceremoniously served with an instant writ of ejection from the hive. If a hive is thoroughly made, of sound materials, and has no cracks or crevices, under which the worm can retreat, it is obliged to leave the interior in search of such a place, and it runs a most dangerous gauntlet, as it passes, for this purpose, through the ranks of its enraged foes. Even in the worm state, however, its motions are exceedingly quick. It can crawl backwards or forwards, and as well one way as another. It can twist round on itself, curl up almost into a knot, and flatten itself out like a pancake. In short, it is full of stratagems and cunning devices. If obliged to leave the hive, it gets under any board or concealed crack, spins its cocoon, and patiently awaits its transformation. In most of the common hives, it is under no necessity of leaving its birthplace for this purpose. It is almost certain to find a crack or flaw into which it can creep, or a small space between the bottom board and the edges of the hive which rest upon it. A very small crevice will answer all its purposes. It enters, by flattening itself out almost as much as though it had been passed under a roller, and as soon as it is safe from the bees, it speedily begins to give its cramped tenement the requisite proportions. It is utterly amazing how an insect apparently so feeble can do this, but it will often gnaw for itself a cavity even in solid wood, and thus enlarge its retreat, until it has ample room for making its cocoon. The time when it will break forth into a winged insect depends entirely upon the degree of heat to which it is exposed. I have had them spin their cocoons and hatch in a temperature of about 70 degrees, in 10 or 11 days, and I have known them to spin so late in the fall, that they remained all winter, undeveloped, and did not emerge until the warm weather of the ensuing spring. If they are hatched in the hive, they leave it, in order to attend to the business of impregnation. In the moth state, they do not actually attack the hives, to plunder them of food, although they have a sweet tooth in their head, and are easily attracted by the odor of liquid sweets. The male, having no special business in the hive, usually keeps himself at a safe distance from the bees, but the female, impelled by an irresistible instinct, seeks admission, in order to deposit her eggs where her offspring may gain the readiest access to their natural food. She carefully explores all the cracks and crevices about the bottom board, and if she finds a suitable place under them, lays her eggs among the parings of the combs, and other refuse matter which has fallen from the hive. If she enters a feeble or discouraged stock, where she can act her own pleasure, she will lay her eggs among the combs. In a hive where she is too closely watched to effect this, she will insert them in the corners, into the soft propolis, or in any place where there are small pieces of wax and bee bread, which have fallen upon the bottom board, and which will furnish a temporary place of concealment for her progeny, and also the requisite nourishment until they have strength and enterprise enough to reach the main combs of the hive, and fortify themselves there. "As soon as hatched, the worm encloses itself in a case of white silk, which it spins around its body. At first it is like a mere thread, but gradually increases in size, and during its growth, feeds upon the cells around it, for which purpose it has only to put forth its head, and finds its wants supplied. It devours its food with great avidity, and consequently increases so much in bulk, that its gallery soon becomes too short and narrow, and the creature is obliged to thrust itself forward and lengthen the gallery, as well as to obtain more room as to procure an additional supply of food. Its augmented size exposing it to attacks from surrounding foes, the wary insect fortifies its new abode with additional strength and thickness, by blending with the filaments of its silken covering, a mixture of wax and its own excrement, for the external barrier of a new gallery, the interior and partitions of which are lined with a smooth surface of white silk, which admits the occasional movements of the insect, without injury to its delicate texture. In performing these operations, the insect might be exposed to meet with opposition from the bees, and to be gradually rendered more assailable as it advanced in age. It never, however, exposes any part but its head and neck, both of which are covered with stout helmets or scales impenetrable to the sting of a bee, as is the composition of the galleries that surround it." As soon as it has reached its full growth, it seeks in the manner previously described, a secure place for undergoing its changes into a winged insect. Before describing the way in which I protect my hives from this deadly pest, I shall first show why the bee moth has so wonderfully increased in numbers in this country, and how the use of patent hives has so powerfully contributed to encourage its ravages. It ought to be borne in mind that our climate is altogether more propitious to its rapid increase, than that of Great Britain. Our intensely hot summers develop most rapidly and powerfully, insect life, and those parts of our country where the heat is most protracted and intense, have, as a general thing, suffered most from the devastations of the bee moth. The bee is not a native of the American continent. It was first brought here by colonists from Great Britain, and was called by the Indians, the white man's fly. With the bee, was introduced its natural enemy, created for the special purpose, not of destroying the insect, on whose industry it thrives, and whose extermination would be fatal to the moth itself, but that it might gain its livelihood as best it could in this busy world. Finding itself in a country whose climate is exceedingly propitious to its rapid increase, it has multiplied and increased 1,000-fold, until now there is hardly a spot where the bees inhabit, which is not infested by its powerful enemy. I have often listened to the glowing accounts of the vast supplies of honey obtained by the first settlers from their bees. 50 years ago, the markets in our large cities were much more abundantly supplied than they now are, and it was no uncommon thing to see exposed for sale, large washing tubs filled with the most beautiful honey. Various reasons have been assigned for the present depressed state of Apiarian pursuits. Some imagine that newly settled countries are most favorable for the labors of the bee; others, that we have overstocked our farms, so that the bees cannot find a sufficient supply of food. That neither of these reasons will account for the change, I shall prove more at length, in my remarks on honey, and when I discuss the question of overstocking a district with bees. Others lay all the blame upon the bee moth, and others still, upon our departure from the good old fashioned way of managing bees. That the bee moth has multiplied most astonishingly, is undoubtedly true. In many districts, it so superabounds, that the man who should expect to manage his bees with as little care as his father and grandfather bestowed upon them, and yet realize as large profits, would find himself most woefully mistaken. The old beekeeper often never looked at his bees after the swarming season, until the time came for appropriating their spoils. He then carefully hefted all his hives so as to be able to judge, as well as he could, how much honey they contained. All which were found to be too light to survive the winter, he at once condemned, and if any were deficient in bees, or for any other reason, appeared to be of doubtful promise, they were, in like manner, sentenced to the sulphur pit. A certain number of those containing the largest supplies of honey, were also treated in the same summary way, while the requisite number of the very best, were reserved to replenish his stock another season. If the same system precisely were now followed, a number of colonies would still perish annually, through the increased devastations of the moth. The change which has taken place in the circumstances of the bee keeper, may be illustrated by supposing that when the country was first settled, weeds were almost unknown. The farmer plants his corn, and then lets it alone, as though there are no weeds to molest it. At the end of the season he harvests a fair crop. Suppose, however, that in process of time, the weeds begin to spread more and more, until at last, the farmer's son or grandson finds that they entirely choke his corn, and that he cannot, in the old way, obtain a remunerating crop. Now listen to him, as he gravely informs you that he cannot tell how it is, but corn with him has all run out. He manages it precisely as his father or grandfather always managed theirs, but somehow the pestiferous weeds will spring up, and he has next to no crop. Perhaps you can hardly conceive of such transparent ignorance and stupidity, but it would be difficult to show that it would be one whit greater than that of a large number who keep bees in places where the bee moth abounds, and who yet imagine that those plans which answered perfectly well 50 or 100 years ago, when moths were scarce, will answer just as well now. If, however, the old plan had been rigidly adhered to, the ravages of the bee moth would never have been so great as they now are. The introduction of patent hives has contributed most powerfully to fill the land with the devouring pest. I am perfectly aware that this is a bold assertion, and that it may, at first sight, appear to be very uncourteous, if not unjust, to the many intelligent and ingenious Apiarians, who have devoted much time, and spent large sums of money, in perfecting hives designed to enable the bee keeper to contend most successfully against his worst enemy. As I do not wish to treat such persons with even the appearance of disrespect, I shall endeavor to show just how the use of the hives which they have devised, has contributed to undermine the prosperity of the bees. Many of these hives have valuable properties, and if they were always used in strict accordance with the enlightened directions of those who have invented them, they would undoubtedly be real and substantial improvements over the old box or straw hive, and would greatly aid the bee keeper in his contest with the moth. The great difficulty is that they are none of them able to give him the facilities which alone can make him victorious. No hive, as I shall soon show, can ever do this, which does not give the complete and easy control of all the combs. I do not know of a single improved hive which does not aim at entirely doing away with the old-fashioned plan of killing the bees. Such a practice is denounced as being almost cruel and silly as to kill a hen for the sake of obtaining her feathers, or a few of her eggs. Now if the Apiarian can be furnished with suitable instructions, and such as he will practice, for managing his bees so as to avoid this necessity, then I admit the full force of all the objections which have been urged against it. I have never read the beautiful verses of the poet Thomson without feeling all their force. "Ah, see, where robbed and murdered in that pit, lies the still heaving hive, at evening snatched, beneath the cloud of guilt concealing night, and fixed o'er sulphur, while, not dreaming ill, the happy people in their waxen cells, sat tending public cares. Sudden, the dark oppressive steam ascends, and used to milder sense, the tender race, by thousands, tumble from their honeyed dome, into a gulf of blue sulphurous flame." The plain matter of fact, however, is, that in our country, as many bees, if not more, die of starvation in their hives, as ever were killed by the fumes of sulphur. Commend me rather to the humanity of the old fashioned bee keeper, who put to a speedy and therefore merciful death, the poor bees which are now, by millions, tortured by slow starvation among their empty combs. At the present time, April, 1853, I am almost daily hearing of swarms which have perished in this way, during the last winter, and I know of only one person who was merciful enough to kill his weak stocks, rather than suffer them to die so cruel a death. If the use of the common patent hives could only keep the stocks strong in numbers, and if the bee keepers would always see that they were well supplied with honey, then I admit that to kill the bees would be both cruel and unnecessary. Such however are the discouragements and losses necessarily attending the use of any hive which does not give the control of the combs, that there will be few who do not continually find that some of their stocks are too feeble to be worth the labor and expense of attempting to preserve them over winter. How many colonies are annually wintered, which are not only of no value to their owner, but are positive nuisances in his apiary, being so feeble in the spring, that they are speedily overcome by the moth, and answer only to breed a horde of destroyers to ravage the rest of his apiary. The time spent upon them is often as absolutely wasted, as the time devoted to a sick animal incurably diseased, and which can never be of any service, while by nursing it along, its owner incurs the risk of infecting his whole stock with its deadly taint. If, on the score of kindness, he should shut it up, and let it starve to death, few of us, I imagine, would care to cultivate a very intimate acquaintance with one so extremely original in the exhibition of his humanity. Ever since the introduction of patent hives, the notion has almost universally prevailed, that stocks must not, under any circumstances, be voluntarily broken up; and hence, instead of apiaries, filled in the spring, with strong and healthy stocks of bees, easily able to protect themselves against the bee moth, and all other enemies, we have multitudes of colonies which, if they had been kept on purpose to furnish food for the worms, could scarcely have answered a more valuable end in encouraging their increase. The simple truth is, that improved hives, without an improved system of management, have done on the whole more harm than good. In no country have they been so extensively used as in our own, and nowhere has a moth so completely gained the ascendancy. Just so far as they have discouraged beekeepers from the old plan of killing off all their weak swarms in the fall, just so far have they extended aid and comfort to the moth, and made the condition of the beekeeper worse than it was before. That some of them might be managed so as in all ordinary cases, to give the bees complete protection against their scourge, I do not, for a moment, question; but that they cannot, from the very nature of the case, answer fully in all emergencies, the ends for which they were designed, I shall endeavor to prove and not to assert. The kind of hives of which I have been speaking, are such as have been devised by intelligent and honest men, practically acquainted with the management of bees. As for many of the hives which have been introduced, they not only afford the Apiarian no assistance against the inroads of the bee moth, but they are so constructed as positively to aid in its nefarious designs. The more they are used, the worse the poor bees are off. Just as the more a man uses the lying nostrums of the brazen-faced quack, the further he finds himself from health and vigor. I once met with an intelligent man, who told me that he had paid a considerable sum, to a person who professed to be in possession of many valuable secrets in the management of bees, and who promised, among other things, to impart to him an infallible remedy against the bee moth. On the receipt of the money, he very gravely told him that the secret of keeping the moth out of the hive, was to keep the bees strong and vigorous. A truer declaration he could not have made, but I believe that the beekeeper felt, notwithstanding, that he had been imposed upon, as outrageously, as a poor man would be, who after paying a quack a large sum of money for an infallible, life-preserving secret, should be turned off with the truism that the secret of living forever was to keep well. There is not an intelligent, observing Apiarian, who has been in the habit of carefully examining the operation of bees, not only in his own Apiary, but wherever he could find them, who has not seen strong stocks flourishing almost any conceivable circumstances. They may be seen in hives of the most miserable construction, unpainted and unprotected, sometimes with large open cracks and clefts extending down their sides, and yet laughing to defiance the bee moth, and all other adverse influences. Almost anything hollow, in which the bees can establish themselves, and where they have once succeeded in becoming strong, will often be successfully tenanted by them for a series of years. To see such hives, as they sometimes may be seen, in possession of persons both ignorant and careless, and who hardly know a bee moth from any other kind of moth, may at first sight well shake the confidence of the inquirer, in the necessity or value of any particular precautions to preserve his hives from the devastations of the moth. After looking at these powerful stocks, in what may be called log cabin hives, let us examine some in the most costly hives which have ever been constructed, in which have been called real bee palaces, and we shall often find them weak and impoverished, infested and almost devoured by the worms. Their owner, with books in his hand, and all the newest devices and appliances in the Apiarian line, unable to protect his bees against their enemies, or to account for the reason why some hives seem, like the children of the poor, almost to thrive upon ill treatment and neglect, while others, like the offspring of the rich and powerful, are feeble and diseased, almost in exact proportion to the means used to guard them against noxious influences. and to minister most lavishly to all their wants. I once used to be much surprised to hear so many beekeepers speak of having good luck, or bad luck, with their bees, but really, as bees are generally managed, success or failure does seem to depend almost entirely upon what the ignorant or superstitious are wont to call luck. I shall now try to do what I have never yet seen satisfactorily done by any writer on bees, visibly, show exactly under what circumstances the bee moth succeeds in establishing itself in a hive, thus explaining why some stocks flourish in spite of all neglect, while others, in the common hives, fall a prey to the moth. Let their owner be as careful as he will, I shall finally show how in suitable hives, with proper precautions, it may always be kept from seriously annoying the bees. It often happens, when a large number of stocks are kept, that in spite of all precautions, some of them are found in the spring, so greatly reduced in numbers, that if left to themselves, they are in danger of falling a prey to the devouring moth. Bees, when in feeble colonies, seem often to lose a portion of their wonted vigilance, and as they have a large quantity of empty comb which they cannot guard, even if they would, the moth enters the hive, and deposits a large number of eggs, and thus before the bees have become sufficiently numerous to protect themselves, the combs are filled with worms, and the destruction of the colony speedily follows. The ignorant or careless beekeeper is informed of the ravages which are going on in such a hive, only when its ruin is fully completed, and a cloud of winged pests issues from it, to destroy if they can, the rest of his stocks. But how, it may be asked, can it be ascertained that a hive is seriously infested with the all-devouring worms? The aspect of the bees, so discouraged and forlorn, proclaims at once that there is trouble of some kind within. If the hive be slightly elevated, the bottom board will be found covered with pieces of bee bread, etc., mixed with the excrement of the worms, which looks almost exactly like fine grains of powder. As the bees in spring clean out their combs, and prepare the cells for the reception of brood, their bottom board will often be so covered with parings of comb and with small pieces of bee bread, that the hive may appear to be in danger of being destroyed by the worms. If, however, none of the black excrement is perceived, the refuse on the bottom board, like the shavings in a carpenter's shop, are proofs of industry, and not the signs of approaching ruin. It is highly important, however, to keep the bottom boards clean, and if a piece of zinc be slipped in, or even an old newspaper, by removing and cleansing it from time to time, the bees will be greatly assisted in their operations. As soon as the hive is well filled with bees, this need no longer be done. Even the most careful and experienced Apiarian will find, too often, that although he is perfectly well aware of the plague that is reigning within, his knowledge can be turned to no good account, the interior of the hive being almost as inaccessible as the interior of the human body. The way in which I manage, in such cases, is as follows. Having ascertained, in the spring, as soon as the bees begin to fly out, that a colony, although feeble, has a fertile queen, I take the precaution at once to give it the strength which is indispensable, not merely to its safety, but to its ability for any kind of successful labor. As a certain number of bees are needed in a hive, in order as well to warm and hatch the thousands of eggs which a healthy queen can lay, as to feed and properly develop the larvae which they are hatched, I know that a feeble colony must remain feeble for a long time, unless they can at once be supplied with a considerable accession of numbers. Even if there were no moths in existence to trouble such a hive, it would not be able to rear a large number of bees, until after the best of the honey harvest had passed away, and then it would become powerful only that its increasing numbers might devour the food which the others had previously stored in the cells. If the small colony has a considerable number of bees, and is able to cover and warm at least one comb in addition to those containing brood which they already have, I take from one of my strong stocks, a frame containing some 3,000 or 4,000 or more young bees, which are sealed over in their cells, and are just ready to emerge. These bees, which require no food, and need nothing but warmth to develop them, will, in a few days, hatch in the new hive to which they are given, and thus the requisite number of workers, in the full vigor and energy of youth, will be furnished to the hive, and the discouraged queen, finding at once a suitable number of experienced nurses to take charge of her eggs, deposits them in the proper cells, instead of simply extruding them, to be devoured by the bees. While bees often attack full-grown strangers which are introduced into their hive, they never fail to receive gladly all the brood comb that we choose to give them. If they are sufficiently numerous, they will always cherish it, and in warm weather they will protect it, even if it is laid against the outside of their hive. If the bees in the weak stock are too much reduced in numbers, to be able to cover the brood comb taken from another hive, I give them this comb with all the old bees that are clustered upon it, and shut up the hive, after supplying them with water, until 2 or 3 days have passed away. By this time, most of the strange bees will have formed an inviolable attachment to their new home, and even if a portion of them should return to the parent hive, a large number of the maturing young will have hatched, to supply their desertion. A little sugar water scented with peppermint may be used to sprinkle the bees, at the time when the comb is introduced, although I have never yet found that they had the least disposition to quarrel with each other. The original settlers are only too glad to receive such a valuable accession to their scanty numbers, and the expatriated bees are too much confounded with their unexpected emigration, to feel any desire for making a disturbance. If a sufficient increase of numbers has not been furnished by one range of comb, the operation may, in the course of a few days, be repeated. Instead of leaving the colony to the discouraging feeling that they are in a large, empty, and desolate house, a divider should be run down into the hive, and they should be confined to a space which they are able to warm and defend, and the rest of the hive, until they need its additional room, should be carefully shut up against all intruders. If this operation is judiciously performed, the bees will be powerful in numbers, long before the weather is warm enough to develop the bee moth, and they will thus be most effectually protected from the hateful pest. A very simple change in the organization of the bee moth would have rendered it almost if not quite impossible to protect the bees from its ravages. If it had been so constituted as to require but a very small amount of heat for its full development, it would have become very numerous early in the spring, and might have then easily entered the hives and deposited its eggs among the combs, without any let or hindrance. For at this season, not only do the bees at night maintain no guard at the entrance of their hive, but there are large portions of their comb bare of bees, and of course, entirely unprotected. How does every fact in the history of the bee, when properly investigated, point with unerring certainty to the power, wisdom, and goodness of Him who made it. If there is reason to apprehend that the combs which are not occupied with brood, contain any of the eggs of the moth, these combs may be removed, and thoroughly smoked with the fumes of burning sulfur, and then, in a few days, after they have been exposed to the fresh air, they may be returned to the hive. I hope I may be pardoned for feeling not the slightest pity for the unfortunate progeny of the moth, thus unceremoniously destroyed. Bees, as is well known to every experienced beekeeper, frequently swarm so as to expose themselves to great danger of being destroyed by the moth. After the departure of the after swarms, the parent colony often contains too few bees to cover and protect their combs from the insidious attacks of their wily enemy. As a number of weeks must elapse before the brood of the young queen is mature, the colony, for a considerable time, at the season when the moths are very numerous, are constantly diminishing in numbers, and before they can begin to replenish the exhausted hive, the destroyer has made a fatal lodgment. In my hives, such calamities are easily prevented. If artificial increase is relied upon for the multiplication of hives, it can be so conducted as to give the moth next to no chance to fortify itself in the hive. No colony is ever allowed to have more room than it needs, or more combs than it can cover and protect, and the entrance to the hive may be contracted if necessary, so that only a single bee can go in and out at a time, and yet the bees will have, from the ventilators, as much air as they require. If natural swarming is allowed, after swarms may be prevented from issuing, by cutting out all the queen cells but one, soon after the first swarm leaves the hive, or, if it is desired to have as fast an increase of stocks as can possibly be obtained from natural swarming, then instead of leaving the combs in the parent hive to be attacked by the moth, a certain portion of them may be taken out, when swarming is over, and given to the second and third swarms, so as to aid in building them up into strong stocks. But I have not yet spoken of the most fruitful cause of the desolating ravages of the bee moth. If a colony has lost its queen, and this loss cannot be supplied, it must, as a matter of course, fall a sacrifice to the bee moth, and I do not hesitate to assert that by far the larger proportion of colonies which are destroyed by it, are destroyed under precisely such circumstances. Let this be remembered by all who have anything to do with bees, and let them understand that unless a remedy for the loss of the queen can be provided, they must constantly expect to see some of their best colonies hopelessly ruined. The crafty moth, after all, is not so much to blame, as we are apt to imagine; for a colony, once deprived of its queen, and possessing no means of securing another, would certainly perish, even if never attacked by so deadly an enemy; just as the body of an animal, when deprived of life, will speedily go to decay, even if it is not, at once, devoured by ravenous swarms of filthy flies and worms. Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee, by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 11. The Bee Moth and Other Enemies of Bees. Diseases of Bees. Part 2. Continued from Part 1. In order to ascertain all the important points connected with the habits of the bee moth, I have purposely deprived colonies, in some of my observing hives, of their queen, and have thus reduced them to a state of despair, that I might closely watch all their proceedings. I have invariably found that in this state, they have made little or no resistance to the entrance of the bee moth, but have allowed her to deposit her eggs, just where she pleased. The worms, after hatching, have always appeared to be even more at home than the poor dispirited bees themselves, and have grown and thrived in the most luxurious manner. In some instances, these colonies, so far from losing all spirit to resent other intrusions, were positively the most vindictive set of bees in my whole apiary. One especially, assaulted everybody that came near it, and when reduced in numbers to a mere handful, seemed as ready for fight as ever. How utterly useless then, for defending a queenless colony against the moth, are all the traps and other devices which have been, of late years, so much relied upon. If a single female gains admission, she will lay eggs enough to destroy in a short time the strongest colony that ever existed, if once it has lost its queen, and has no means of procuring another. But not only do the bees of a hive which is hopelessly queenless, make little or no opposition to the entrance of the bee moth, and to the ravages of the worms, but by their forlorn condition, they positively invite the attacks of their destroyers. The moth seems to have an instinctive knowledge of the condition of such a hive, and no art of man can ever keep her out. She will pass by other colonies to get at the queenless one, for she seems to know that there she will find all the conditions that are necessary to the proper development of her young. There are many mysteries in the insect world, which we have not yet solved, nor can we tell just how the moth arrives at so correct a knowledge of the condition of the queenless hives in the apiary. That such hives, very seldom, maintain a guard about the entrance, is certain, and that they do not fill the air with the pleasant voice of happy industry, is equally certain, for even to our dull ears, the difference between the hum of the prosperous hive, and the unhappy note of the despairing one, is sufficiently obvious. May it not be even more obvious to the acute senses of the provident mother, seeking a proper place for the development of her young? The unerring sagacity of the moth, closely resembles that peculiar instinct by which the vulture and other birds that prey upon carrion, are able to single out a diseased animal from the herd, which they follow with their dismal croakings, hovering over its head, or sitting in ill-omened flocks, on the surrounding trees, watching as its life ebbs away, and stretching out their filthy and naked necks, and opening and snapping their bloodthirsty beaks, that they may be all ready to tear out its eyes just glazing in death, and banquet upon its flesh still warm with the blood of life. Let any fatal accident befall an animal, and how soon will you see them, first from one quarter of the heavens, and then from another, speeding their eager flight to their destined prey, when only a short time before, not a single one could be seen or heard. I have repeatedly seen powerful colonies speedily devoured by the worms, because of the loss of their queen, when they have stood, side by side, with feeble colonies which being in possession of a queen, have been left untouched. That the common hives furnish no available remedy for the loss of the queen, is well known. Indeed, the owner cannot, in many cases, be sure that his bees are queenless, until their destruction is certain, while not unfrequently, after keeping bees for many years, he does not even so much as believe that there is such a thing as a queen bee. In the chapter on the loss of the queen, I shall show in what way this loss can be ascertained, and ordinarily remedied, and thus the bees be protected from that calamity which more than all others, exposes them to destruction. When a colony has become hopelessly queenless, then moth or no moth, its destruction is absolutely certain. Even if the bees retain their wonted industry in gathering stores, and their usual energy in defending themselves against all their enemies, their ruin could only be delayed for a short time. In a few months, they would all die a natural death, and there being none to replace them, the hive would be utterly depopulated. Occasionally, such instances occur in which the bees have died, and large stores of honey have been found untouched in their hives. This, however, but seldom happens, for they rarely escape from the assaults of other colonies, even if after the death of their queen, they do not fall a prey to the bee moth. A motherless hive is almost always assaulted by stronger stocks, which seem to have an instinctive knowledge of its orphanage, and hasten at once to take possession of its spoils. See remarks on robbing. If it escape the scylla of these pitiless plunderers, it is soon dashed upon a more merciless Charybdis, when the miscreant moths have ascertained its destitution. Every year, large numbers of hives are bereft of their queen, and every year, the most of such hives are either robbed by other bees, or sacked by the bee moth, or first robbed, and afterwards sacked, while their owner imputes all the mischief that is done, to something else than the real cause. He might just as well imagine that the birds, or the carrion worms which are devouring his dead horse, were actually the primary cause of its untimely end. How often we see the same kind of mistake made by those who impute the decay of a tree, to the insects which are banqueting upon its withering foliage, when often these insects are there, because the disease of the tree has both furnished them with their proper aliment, and deprived the plant of the vigor necessary to enable it to resist their attack. The bee keeper can easily gather from these remarks, the means upon which I most rely, to protect my colonies from the bee moth. Knowing that strong stocks supplied with a fertile queen, are always able to take care of themselves, in almost any kind of hive, I am careful to keep them in the state which is practically found to be one of such security. If they are weak, they must be properly strengthened, and confined to only as much space as they can warm and defend; and if they are queenless, they must be supplied with the means of repairing their loss, or if that cannot be done, they should be at once broken up. See remarks on queenlessness, and union of stocks, and added to other stocks. It cannot be too deeply impressed upon the mind of the bee keeper, that a small colony ought always to be confined to a small space, if we wish the bees to work with the greatest energy, and to offer the stoutest resistance to their numerous enemies. Bees do most unquestionably abhor a vacuum, if it is one which they can neither fill, warm, nor defend. Let the prudent bee master only keep his stocks strong, and they will do more to defend themselves against all intruders, than he can possibly do for them, even if he spends his whole time in watching and assisting them. It is hardly necessary, after the preceding remarks, to say much upon the various contrivances to which so many resort, as a safeguard against the bee moth. The idea that gauze wire doors, to be shut daily at dusk, and open again at morning, can exclude the moth, will not weigh much with one who has seen them flying and seeking admission, especially in dull weather, long before the bees have given over their work for the day. Even if the moth could be excluded by such a contrivance, it would require, on the part of those who rely upon it, a regularity almost akin to that of the heavenly bodies in their courses, a regularity so systematic, in short, as either to be impossible, or likely to be attained but by very few. An exceedingly ingenious contrivance, to say the least, to remedy the necessity for such close supervision, is that by which the movable doors of all the hives are governed by a long lever in the shape of a hen roost, so that the hives may all be closed seasonably and regularly, by the crowing and cackling tribe, when they go to bed at night, and opened at once when they fly from their perch to greet the merry morn. Alas! that so much ingenuity should be all in vain. Chickens are often sleepy, and wish to retire some time before the bees feel that they have completed their full day's work, and some of them are so much opposed to early rising, either from ill health, or downright laziness, that they sit moping on their roost, long after the cheerful sun has purpled the glowing east. Even if this device were perfectly successful, it could not save from ruin, a colony which has lost its queen. The truth is, that almost all the contrivances upon which we are instructed to rely, are just about equivalent to the lock carefully put upon the stable door, after the horse has been stolen, or to attempts to prevent corruption from fastening upon the body of an animal, after the breath of life has forever departed. Are there then no precautions to which we may resort, except by using hives which give the control over every comb? Certainly there are, and I shall now describe them in such a manner as to aid all who find themselves annoyed by the inroads of the bee moth. Let the prudent bee master be deeply impressed with the very great importance of destroying early in the season the larvae of the bee moth. Prevention is, at all times, better than cure. A single pair of worms that are permitted to undergo their changes into the winged insect, may give birth to some hundreds which before the close of the season may fill the apiary with thousands of their kind. The destruction of a single worm early in the spring, may thus be more efficacious than that of hundreds at a later period. If the common hives are used, these worms must be sought for in their hiding places, under the edges of the hive, or the hive may be propped up, on the two ends, with strips of wood, about 3/8 of an inch thick, and a piece of old woolen rag put between the bottom board and the back of the hive. Into this warm hiding place, the full grown worm will retreat to spin its cocoon, and it may then be very easily caught and effectually dealt with. Hollow sticks, or split joints of cane may be set under the hives, so as to elevate them, or may be laid upon the bottom board, and if they have a few small openings through which the bees cannot enter, the worms will take possession of them, and may easily be destroyed. Only provide some hollow, inaccessible to the bees, but communicating with the hive and easily accessible to the worms, when they want to spin, and to yourself when you want them, and if the bees are in good health, so that they will not permit the worms to spin among the combs, you can, with ease, entrap nearly all of them. If the hive has lost its queen, and the worms have gained possession of it, you can do nothing for it better than to break it up as soon as possible, unless you prefer to reserve it as a moth trap to devastate your whole apiary. I make use of blocks of a peculiar construction, in order both to entrap the worms, and to exclude the moth from my hives. The only place where the moth can enter, is just where the bees are going in and out, and this passage may be contracted so as to suit the size of the colony. The very shape of it is such that, if the moth attempts to force an entrance, she is obliged to travel over a space which is continually narrowing, and of course, is more and more easily defended by the bees. My traps are slightly elevated, so that the heat and odor of the hive pass under them, and come out through small openings into which the moth can enter, but which do not admit her into the hive. These openings, which are so much like the crevices between the common hives and their bottom boards, the moth will enter, rather than attempt to force her way through the guards, and finding here the nibblings and parings of comb and bee bread, in which her young can flourish, she deposits her eggs in a place where they may be reached and destroyed. All this is on the supposition that the hive has a healthy queen, and that the bees are confined to a space which they can warm and defend. If there are no guards and no resistance, or at best but a very feeble one, she will not rest in any outer chamber, but will penetrate to the very heart of the citadel, and there deposit her seeds of mischief. These same blocks have also grooves which communicate with the interior of the hives, and which appear to the prowling worm in search of a comfortable nest, just the very best possible place, so warm and snug and secure, in which to spin its web, and "bide its time." When the hand of the bee master lights upon it, doubtless it has reason to feel that it has been caught in its own craftiness. If asked how much will such contrivances help the careless bee man, I answer, not one iota; nay, they will positively furnish him greater facilities for destroying his bees. Worms will spin and hatch, and moths will lay their eggs, under the blocks, and he will never remove them. Thus, instead of traps, he will have most beautiful devices for giving more effectual aid and comfort to his enemies. Such persons, if they ever attempt to keep bees on my plans, should use only my smooth blocks, which will enable them to control, at will, the size of the entrance to the hives, and which are exceedingly important in aiding the bees to defend themselves against moths and robbers, and all enemies which seek admission to their castle. Let me, however, strongly advise the thoroughly and incorrigibly careless, to have nothing to do with bees, either on my plan of management, or any other, for they will find their time and money almost certainly thrown away, unless their mishaps open their eyes to the secret of their failure in other things, as well as in bee keeping. If I find that the worms, by any means have got the upper hand in one of my hives, I take out the combs, shake off the bees, rout out the worms, and restore the combs again to the bees. If there is reason to fear that they contain eggs and small worms, I smoke them thoroughly with sulphur, and air them well before they are returned. Such operations, however, will very seldom be required. Shallow vessels containing sweetened water, placed on the hives after sunset, will often entrap many of the moths. Pans of milk are recommended by some as useful for this purpose. So fond are the moths of something sweet, that I have caught them sticking fast to pieces of moist sugar candy. I cannot deny myself the pleasure of making an extract from an article from the pen of that accomplished scholar, and well-known enthusiast in bee culture, Henry K. Oliver, Esq. "We add a few words respecting the enemies of bees. The mouse, the toad, the ant, the stouter spiders, the wasp, the death-head moth, Sphinx atropos, and all the varieties of gallinaceous birds, have, each and all, a sweet tooth, and like, very well, a dinner of raw bee. But the ravages of all these are but a baby bite to the destruction caused by the bee moth, Tinea mellonella. These nimble-footed little mischievous vermin may be seen, on any evening, from early May to October, fluttering about the apiary, or running about the hives, at a speed to outstrip the swiftest bee, and endeavoring to effect an entrance into the doorway, for it is within the hive that their instinct teaches them they must deposit their eggs. You can hardly find them by day, for they are cunning and secrete themselves. They love darkness rather than light, because their deeds are evil. They are a paltry looking, insignificant little gray-haired pestilent race of wax and honey eating and bee destroying rascals, that have baffled all contrivances that ingenuity has devised to conquer or destroy them. Your committee would be very glad indeed to be able to suggest any effectual means, by which to assist the honey bee and its friends, against the inroads of this, its bitterest and most successful foe, whose desolating ravages are more lamented and more despondingly referred to, than those of any other enemy. Various contrivances have been announced, but none have proved efficacious to any full extent, and we are compelled to say that there really is no security, except in a very full, healthy, and vigorous stock of bees, and in a very close and well made hive, the door of which is of such dimensions of length and height, so that the nightly guards can effectually protect it. Not too long a door, nor too high. If too long, the bees cannot easily guard it, and if too high, the moth will get in over the heads of the guards. If the guards catch one of them, her life is not worth insuring. But if the moths, in any numbers, effect a lodgment in the hive, then the hive is not worth insuring. They immediately commence laying their eggs, from which comes, in a few days, a brownish white caterpillar, which encloses itself, all but its head, in a silken cocoon. This head, covered with an impenetrable coat of scaly mail, which bids defiance to the bees, is thrust forward, just outside of the silken enclosure, and the gluttonous pest eats all before it, wax, pollen, and exuviae, until ruin to the stock is inevitable. As says the prophet Joel, speaking of the ravages of the locust, "The land is as the garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness." Look out, brethren, bee lovers, and have your hives of the best unshaky, unknotty stock, with close fitting joints, and well covered with 3 or 4 coats of paint. He who shall be successful in devising the means of ridding the bee world of this destructive and merciless pest, will richly deserve to be crowned King Bee, in perpetuity, to be entitled to a never fading wreath of budding honey flowers, from sweetly breathing fields, all murmuring with bees, to be privileged to use, during his natural life, night tapers from their waxen thighs, best wax candles, 2 to the pound, to have an annual offering from every bee master, of 10 pounds each, of very best virgin honey, and to a body guard, for protection against all foes, of thrice 10,000 workers, all armed and equipped as nature's law directs. Who shall have these high honors?" It might seem highly preposterous for me, at this early date, to lay claim to them, but I beg leave to enroll myself among the list of honorable candidates, and I cheerfully submit my pretensions to the suffrages of all intelligent keepers of bees. In the chapter on requisites, I have spoken of the ravages of the mouse, and have there described the way in which my hives are guarded against its intrusion. That some kinds of birds are fond of bees, every Apiarian knows, to his cost. Still, I cannot advise that any should, on this account, be destroyed. It has been stated to me, by an intelligent observer, that the king bird, which devours them by scores, confines himself always, in the season of drones, to those fat and lazy gentlemen of leisure. I fear however, that this is, as the children say, is too good news to be true, and that not only the industrious portion of the busy community fall a prey to his fatal snap, but that the luxurious gourmand can distinguish perfectly well, between an empty bee in search of food, and one which is returning full laden to its fragrant home, and whose honey bag sweetens the delicious tidbit, as the crushed unfortunate, already sugared, glides daintily down his voracious maw. Still, I have never yet been willing to destroy a bird, because of its fondness for bees, and I advise all lovers of bees to have nothing to do with such foolish practices, unless we can check among our people, the stupid, as well as inhuman custom of destroying so wantonly, on any pretense, and often on none at all, the insectivorous birds. We shall soon, not only be deprived of their aerial melody, among the leafy branches, but shall lament over the ever increasing horde of destructive insects, which ravage our fields and desolate our orchards, and from whose successful inroads, nothing but the birds can ever protect us. Think of it, ye who can enjoy no music made by these winged choristers of the skies, except that of their agonizing screams, as they fall before your well-aimed weapons, and flutter out their innocent lives before your heartless gaze. Drive away as fast and as far as you please, from your cruel premises, all the little black birds that you cannot destroy, and then find, if you can, those who will sympathize with you, when the caterpillars weave their destroying webs over your leafless trees, and insects of all kinds riot in glee, upon your blasted harvests. I hope that such a healthy public opinion will soon prevail, that the man or boy who is armed with a gun to shoot the little birds, will be scouted from all humane and civilized society, and if he should be caught about such contemptible business, will be too much ashamed even to look an honest man in the face. I shall close what I have to say about the birds, with the following beautiful translation of an old Greek poet's address to the swallow. Attic maiden, honey fed, chirping warbler, bear'st away, thou the busy buzzing bee, to thy callow brood a prey? Warbler, thou a warbler sees, winged, one with lovely wings? Guest thyself, by summer brought, yellow guest whom summer brings? Wilt not quickly let it drop? 'Tis not fair, indeed 'tis wrong, that the ceaseless warbler should die by the mouth of ceaseless song. Merivale's Translation. I have not the space to speak at length of the other enemies of the honeyed race, nor indeed is it at all necessary. If the Apiarian only succeeds in keeping his stock strong, they will be their own best protectors, and if he does not succeed in this, they would be of little value, even if they had no enemies ever vigilant, to watch for their halting. Nations which are both rich and feeble, invite attack, as well as unfit themselves for vigorous resistance. Just so with the commonwealth of bees. Unless amply guarded by thousands ready to die in its defense, it is ever liable to fall a prey to some one of its many enemies, which are all agreed in this one opinion, at least, that stolen honey is much more sweet than the slow accumulations of patient industry. In the chapters on protection and ventilation, I have spoken of the fatal effects of dysentery. This disease can always be prevented by proper caution on the part of the beekeeper. Let him be careful not to feed the bees, late in the season, on liquid honey. See chapter on feeding. And let him keep them in dry and thoroughly protected hives. If his situation is at all damp, and there is danger that water will settle under his protector, let him build it entirely above ground, Otherwise it may be as bad as a damp cellar, and incomparably worse than nothing at all. There is one disease, called by the Germans, foul brood, of which I know nothing, by my own observation, but which is, of all others, the most fatal in its effects. The brood appear to die in the cells, after they are sealed over by the bees, and the stench from their decaying bodies infects the hive, and seems to paralyze the bees. This disease is, in 2 instances, attributed by Dzierzon to feeding bees on American honey, or, as we call it, Southern honey, which is brought from Cuba, and other West Indian islands. That such honey is not ordinarily poisonous, is well known. Probably that used by him, was taken from diseased colonies. It is well known that if any honey or combs are taken from a hive in which this pestilence is raging, it will most surely infect the colonies to which they may be given. No foreign honey ought therefore to be extensively used, until its quality has been thoroughly tested. The extreme violence of this disease may be inferred from the fact that Dzierzon in one season lost by it between 400 and 500 colonies. As at present advised, if my colonies were attacked by it, I should burn up the bees, combs, honey, frames and all, from every diseased hive, and then thoroughly scald and smoke with sulphur all such hives, and replenish them with bees from a healthy stock. There is a peculiar kind of dysentery which does not seem to affect a whole colony, but confines its ravages to a small number of the bees. In the early stages of this disease, those attacked are excessively irritable, and will attempt to sting any one who comes near the hives. If dissected, their stomachs are found to be already discolored by the disease. In the latter stages of this complaint, they not only lose all their irascibility, but seem very stupid, and may often be seen crawling upon the ground unable to fly. Their abdomens are now unnaturally swollen, and of a much lighter color than usual, owing to their being filled with a yellow matter exceedingly offensive to the smell. I have not yet ascertained the cause of this disease. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 12. Loss of the Queen. That the queen of a hive is often lost, and that the ruin of the whole colony soon follows, unless such a loss is seasonably remedied, are facts which ought to be well known to every observing bee keeper. Some queens appear to die of old age or disease, and at a time when there are no worker eggs, or larvae of suitable age, to enable the bees to supply their loss. It is evident, however, that no very large proportion of the queens which perish, are lost under such circumstances. Either the bees are aware of the approaching end of their aged mother, and take seasonable precautions to rear a successor, or else she dies very suddenly, so as to leave behind her brood of a suitable age. It is seldom that a queen in a hive that is strong in numbers and stores, dies either at a period of the year when there is no brood from which another can be reared, or when there are no drones to impregnate the one reared in her place. In speaking of the age of bees, it has already been stated that queens commonly die in their 4th year, while none of the workers live to be a year old. Not only is the queen much longer lived than the other bees, but she seems to be possessed of a greater tenacity of life, so that when any disease overtakes a colony, she is usually among the last to perish. By a most admirable provision, their death ordinarily takes place under circumstances the most favorable to their bereaved family. If it were otherwise, the number of colonies which would annually perish, would be very much greater than it now is; for as a number of superannuated queens must die every year, many, or even most of them, might die at a season when their loss would necessarily involve the ruin of the whole colony. In non-swarming hives, I have found cells in which queens were reared, not to lead out a new swarm, but to supply the place of the old one which had died in the hive. There are a few well authenticated instances, in which a young queen has been matured before the death of the old one, but after she had become quite aged and infirm. Still, there are cases where old queens die, either so suddenly as to leave no young brood behind them, or at a season when there are no drones to impregnate the young queens. That queens occasionally live to such an age as to become incapable of laying worker eggs, is now a well established fact. The seminal reservoir sometimes becomes exhausted before the queen dies of old age, and as it is never replenished, (see p. 44,) she can only lay unimpregnated eggs, or such as produce drones instead of workers. This is an additional confirmation of the theory first propounded by Dzierzon. I am indebted to Mr. Wagner for the following facts. "In the Bienenzeitung for August 1852, Count Stosch gives us the case of a colony examined by himself, with the aid of an experienced Apiarian, on the 14th of April, previous. The worker brood was then found to be healthy. In May following, the bees worked industriously, and built new comb. Soon afterwards they ceased to build, and appeared dispirited, and when, in the beginning of June, he examined the colony again, he found plenty of drone brood in worker cells. The queen appeared weak and languid. He confined her in a queen cage, and left her in the hive. The bees clustered around the cage, but next morning the queen was found to be dead. Here we seem to have the commencement, progress, and termination of superannuation, all in the space of 5 or 6 weeks. In the spring of the year, as soon as the bees begin to fly, if their motions are carefully watched, the Apiarian may even in the common hives generally ascertain from their actions, whether they are in possession of a fertile queen. If they are seen to bring in bee bread with great eagerness, it follows, as a matter of course, that they have brood, and are anxious to obtain fresh food for its nourishment. If any hive does not industriously gather pollen, or accept the rye flour upon which the others are feasting, then there is an almost absolute certainty, either that it has not a queen, or that she is not fertile, or that the hive is seriously infested with worms, or that it is on the very verge of starvation. An experienced eye will decide upon the queenlessness, to use the German term, of a hive, from the restless appearance of the bees. At this period of the year, when they first realize the magnitude of their loss, and before they have become in a manner either reconciled to it, or indifferent to their fate, they roam in an inquiring manner, in and out of the hive, and over its outside as well as inside, and plainly manifest that something calamitous has befallen them. Often those that return from the fields, instead of entering the hive with that dispatchful haste so characteristic of a bee returning well stored to a prosperous home, linger about the entrance with an idle and very dissatisfied appearance, and the colony is restless, long after the other stocks are quiet. Their home, like that of the man who is cursed rather than blessed in his domestic relations, is a melancholy place, and they only enter it with reluctant and slow moving steps. If I could address a friendly word of advice to every married woman, I would say, do all that you can to make your husband's home a place of attraction. When absent from it, let his heart glow at the very thought of returning to its dear enjoyments, and let his countenance involuntarily put on a more cheerful look, and his joy-quickened steps proclaim, as he is approaching, that he feels in his heart of hearts that there is no place like home. Let her whom he has chosen as a wife and companion, be the happy and honored queen in his cheerful habitation. Let her be the center and soul about which his best affections shall ever revolve. I know that there are brutes in the guise of men, upon whom all the winning attractions of a prudent, virtuous wife, make little or no impression. Alas that it should be so! But who can tell how many, even of the most hopeless cases, have been saved for 2 worlds, by a union with a virtuous woman, in whose tongue was the law of kindness, and of whom it could be said, the heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, for she will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. Said a man of large experience, "I scarcely know a woman who has an intemperate husband who did not either marry a man whose habits were already bad, or who did not drive her husband to evil courses, often when such a calamitous result was the furthest possible from her thoughts or wishes, by making him feel that he had no happy home." Think of it, ye who find that home is not full of dear delights, as well to yourselves, as to your affectionate husbands. Try how much virtue there may be in winning words and happy smiles, and the cheerful discharge of household duties, and prove the utmost possible efficacy of love and faith and prayer before those words of fearful agony are extorted from your despairing lips. "Anywhere, anywhere, out of this world," when amid tears and sighs of inexpressible agony, you settle down into the heart-breaking conviction that you can have no home until you have passed into that habitation not fashioned by human hands, or inhabited by human hearts. Is there any husband who can resist all the sweet attractions of a lovely wife? Who does not set a priceless value upon the very gem of his life? "If such there be, go mark him well, high though his titles, proud his fame, boundless his wealth, as wish can claim, the wretch, concentred all in self, living, shall forfeit fair renown, and doubly dying, shall go down to the vile dust from whence he sprung, unwept, unhonored and unsung." Scott. I trust my readers, remembering my profession, will pardon this long digression to which I felt myself irresistibly impelled. When the bees commence their work in the Spring, they give, as previously stated, reliable evidence either that all is well, or that ruin lurks within. In the common hives, however, it is not always easy to decide upon their real condition. The queenless ones do not, in all cases, disclose their misfortune, any more than all unhappy husbands or wives will see fit to proclaim the full extent of their domestic wretchedness. There is a vast amount of seeming even in the little world of the bee hive. One great advantage in my mode of construction is that I am never obliged to leave anything to vague conjecture, but I can, in a few moments, open the interior, and I know precisely what is the real condition of the bees. On one occasion I found that a colony which had been queenless for a considerable time, utterly refused to raise another, and devoured all the eggs which were given to them for that purpose. The colony was afterwards supplied with an unimpregnated queen, but they refused to accept of her, and attempted at once to smother her to death. I then gave them a fertile queen, but she met with no better treatment. Facts of a similar kind have been noticed, by other observers. Thus it seems that bees may not only become reconciled, as it were, to living without a mother, but may pass into such an unnatural state as not only to decline to provide themselves with another, but actually to refuse to accept of one by whose agency they might be rescued from impending ruin. Before expressing too much astonishment at such foolish conduct, let us seriously inquire if it has not often an exact parallel in our obstinate rejection of the provisions which God has made in the Gospel for our moral and religious welfare. If a colony which refuses to rear another queen, has a range of comb given to it containing maturing brood, these poor motherless innocents, as soon as they are able to work, perceive their loss, and will proceed at once, if they have the means, to supply it. They have not yet grown so hardened by a habit to unnatural and ruinous courses, as not to feel that something absolutely indispensable to their safety is wanting in their hive. A word to the young who may read this treatise. Although you enjoin to remember your Creator in the days of your youth, you are constantly tempted to neglect your religious duties, and to procrastinate their performance until some more convenient season, like the old bees in a hive without a queen, that seek only their present enjoyment, forgetful of the ruin which must surely overtake them. So you may find that when manhood and old age arrive, you have even less disposition to love and serve the Lord than you now have. The fetters which bind you to sinful habits will have strengthened with years, until you find both the inclination and ability to break them continually decreasing. In the spring, as soon as the weather becomes sufficiently pleasant, I carefully examine all the hives which do not present the most unmistakable evidence of health and vigor. If a queen is wanting, I at once, if the colony is small, break it up, and add the bees to another stock. If however, the colony should be very large, I sometimes join to it one of my small stocks which has a healthy queen. It may be asked why not supply the queenless stock with the means of raising another? Simply because there would be no drones to impregnate her, in season, and the whole operation would therefore result in an entire failure. Why not endeavor to preserve it, until the season for drones approaches, and then give it a queen? Because it is in danger of being robbed or destroyed by the moth, while the bees, if added to another stock, can do me far more service than they could, if left to idleness in their old hive. It must be remembered that I am not like the beekeepers on the old plan, extremely anxious to save every colony, however feeble, as I can, at the proper season, form as many as I want, and with far less trouble and expense than are required to make anything out of such discouraged stocks. If any of my colonies are found to be feeble in the spring, but yet in possession of a healthy queen, I help them to combs containing maturing brood, in the manner already described. In short, I ascertain, at the opening of the season, the exact condition of all my stock, and apply such remedies as I find to be needed, giving to some, maturing brood, to others honey, and breaking up all whose condition appears to admit of no remedy. If however, the bees have not been multiplied too rapidly, and proper care was taken to winter none but strong stocks, they will need but little assistance in the spring, and nearly all of them will show indubitable signs of health and vigor. I strongly recommend every prudent beekeeper who uses my hives, to give them all a most thorough overhauling and cleansing, soon after the bees begin to work in the spring. The bees of any stock may, with their combs, etc., all be transferred, in a few minutes, to a clean hive, and their hive, after being thoroughly cleansed, may be used for another transferred stock. and in this way, with one spare hive, the bees may all be lodged in habitations from which every speck of dirt has been removed. They will thus have hives which can by no possibility harbor any of the eggs or larvae of the moth, and which may be made perfectly free from the least smell of must or mold or anything offensive to the delicate senses of the bees. In making this thorough cleansing of all the hives, the Apiarian will necessarily gain an exact knowledge of the true condition of each stock, and will know which have spare honey, and which require food; in short, which are in need of help in any respect, and which have the requisite strength to lend a helping hand to others. If any hive needs repairing, it may be put into perfect order, before it is used again. Hives managed in this fashion, if the roofs and outside covers are occasionally painted anew, will last for generations, and will be found, on the score of cheapness, preferable, in the long run, to any other kind. But I ought to beg pardon of the genius of American cheapness, who so kindly presides over the making of most of our manufactures, and under whose shrewd tuition we are fast beginning to believe that cheapness in the first cost of an article is the main point to which our attention should be directed. Let us, to be sure, save all that we can in the cost of construction, by the greatest economy in the use of materials. Let us compel every minute to yield the greatest possible practical result, by the employment of the most skillful workmen, and the most ingenious machinery. But do not let us learn that slighting an article, so as to get up a mere sham, having all the appearance of reality, with none of the substance, is the poorest possible kind of pretended economy, to say nothing of the tendency of such a system, to encourage in all the pursuits of life, the narrow and selfish policy of doing nothing thoroughly, but everything with reference to mere outside show, or the urgent necessities of the present moment. We have yet to describe under what circumstances, by far the larger proportion of hives, become queenless. After the first swarm has gone out with the old mother, then both the parent stock and all the subsequent swarms, will each have a young queen which must always leave the hive in order to be impregnated. It sometimes happens that the wings of the young female are, from her birth, so imperfect that she either refuses to sally out, or is unable to return to the hive if she ventures abroad. In either case, the old stock must, if left to its own resources, speedily perish. Queens, in their contests with each other, are sometimes so much crippled as to unfit them for flight, and sometimes they are disabled by the rude treatment of the bees, who insist on driving them away from the royal cells. The great majority, however, of queens which are lost, perish when they leave the hive in search of the drones. Their extra size and slower flight make them a most tempting prey to the birds, ever on the watch in the vicinity of the hives, and many in this way perish. Others are destroyed by sudden gusts of winds, which dash them against some hard object, or blow them into the water, for queens are by no means exempt from the misfortunes common to the humblest of their race. Very frequently, in spite of all their caution in noticing the position and appearance of their habitation, before they left it, they make a fatal mistake on their return, and are imprisoned and destroyed as they attempt to enter the wrong hive. The precautions which should be used, to prevent such a calamity, have already been described. If these are neglected, those who build their hives of uniform size and appearance, will find themselves losing many more queens than the person who uses the old-fashioned boxes, hardly any two of which look just alike. The bees seem to me to have, as it were, an instinctive perception of the dangers which await their new queen when she makes her excursion in search of the drones, and often gather around her, and confine her, as though they could not bear to have her leave. I have repeatedly noticed them doing this, although I cannot affirm with positive certainty why they do it. They are usually excessively agitated when the queen leaves, and often exhibit all the appearance of swarming. If the queen of an old stock is lost in this way, her colony will gradually dwindle away. If the queen of an after swarm fails to return, the bees very speedily come to nothing, if they remain in the hive. As a general rule, however, they soon leave and attempt to add themselves to other colonies. It would be highly interesting to ascertain in what way the bees become informed of the loss of their queen. When she is taken from them under such circumstances as to excite the whole colony, then we can easily see how they find out that she is gone, for when greatly excited, they always seek first to assure themselves of her safety, just as a tender mother in time of danger forgets herself in her anxiety for her helpless children. If, however, the queen is carefully removed, so that the colony is not disturbed, it is sometimes a day, or even more, before they realize their loss. How do they first become aware of it? Perhaps some dutiful bee feels that it is a long time since it has seen its mother, and anxious to embrace her, makes diligent search for her through the hive. The intelligence that she cannot anywhere be found, is soon noised abroad, and the whole community are at once alarmed. At such times, instead of calmly conversing by merely touching each other's antennae, they may be seen violently striking, as it were, their antennae together, and by the most impassioned demonstrations manifesting their agony and despair. I once removed a queen in such a manner as to cause the bees to take wing and to fill the air in search of her. She was returned in a few minutes, and yet, on examining the colony, 2 days after, I found that they had actually commenced the building of royal cells, in order to raise another! The queen was unhurt, and the cells were not tenanted. Was this work begun by some that refused for a long time to believe the others, when told that she was safe? Or was it begun from the apprehension that she might again be removed? Every colony which has a new queen, should be watched, in order that the Apiarian may be seasonably apprised of her loss. The restless conduct of the bees, on the evening of the day that she fails to return, will at once inform the experienced bee master of the accident which has befallen his hive. If the bees cannot be supplied with another queen, or with the means of raising one, if an old swarm it must be broken up, and the bees added to another stock. If a new swarm, it must always be broken up, unless it can be supplied with a queen nearly mature, or else they will build combs unfit for the rearing of workers. By the use of my movable comb hives, all these operations can be easily performed. If any hives have lost their young queen, they may be supplied, either with the means of raising another, or with sealed queens from other hives, or, if the plan is found to answer, with mature ones from the nursery. As a matter of precaution, I generally give to all my stocks that are raising young queens, or which have unimpregnated ones, a range of comb containing brood and eggs, so that they may, in case of any accident to their queen, proceed at once to supply their loss. In this way, I prevent them from being so dissatisfied as to leave the hive. About a week after the young queens have hatched, I examine all the hives which contain them, lifting out usually, some of the largest combs, and those which ought to contain brood. If I find a comb which has eggs or larvae, I am satisfied that they have a fertile queen, and shut up the hive, unless I wish to find her, in order to deprive her of her wings. (See page 203.) I can thus often satisfy myself in 1 or 2 minutes. If no brood is found, I suspect that the queen has been lost, or that she has some defect which has prevented her from leaving the hive. If the brood comb which I put into the hive, contains any newly formed royal cells, I know, without any further examination, that the queen has been lost. If the weather has been unfavorable, or the colony is quite weak, the young queen is sometimes not impregnated as early as usual, and an allowance of a few days must be made on this account. If the weather is favorable, and the colony a good one, the queen usually leaves, the day after she finds herself mistress of a family. In about 2 days more, she begins to lay her eggs. By waiting about a week before the examination is made, ample allowance, in most cases, is made. Early in the month of September, I examine carefully all my hives, so as to see that in every respect, they are in suitable condition for wintering. If any need feeding, (see chapter on feeding), they are fed at this time. If any have more vacant room than they ought to have, I partition off that part of the hive which they do not need. I always expect to find some brood in every healthy hive at this time, and if in any hive I find none, and ascertain that it is queenless, I either at once break it up, or if it is strong in numbers, supply it with a queen, by adding to it some feebler stock. If bees, however, are properly attended to, at the season when their young queens are impregnated, it will be a very rare occurrence to find a queenless colony in the fall. The practical bee keeper without further directions, will readily perceive how any operation, which in the common hives, is performed with difficulty, if it can be performed at all, is reduced to simplicity and certainty, by the control of the combs. If however, bee keepers will be negligent and ignorant, no hive can possibly make them very successful. If they belong to the fraternity of "no eyes," who have kept bees all their lives, and do not know that there is a queen, they will probably derive no special pleasure from being compelled to believe what they have always derided as humbug or book knowledge, although I have seen some bee keepers very intelligent on most matters, who never seem to have learned the first rudiments in the natural history of the bee. Those who cannot, or will not learn for themselves, or who have not the leisure or disposition to manage their own bees, may yet with my hives, entrust their care to suitable persons who may, at the proper time, attend to all their wants. Practical gardeners may find the management of bees for their employers, to be quite a lucrative part of their profession; but with little extra labor and with great certainty, they may, from time to time, do all that the prosperity of the bees require, carefully overhauling them in the spring, making new colonies, at the suitable period, if any are wanted, giving them their surplus honey receptacles, and removing them when full, and on the approach of winter, putting all the colonies into proper condition to resist its rigors. The business of the practical Apiarian, and that of the gardener, seem very naturally to go together, and one great advantage of my hive and mode of management is the ease with which they may be successfully united. Some Apiarians, after all that has been said, may still have doubts whether their young queens leave the hive for impregnation, or may think that the old ones occasionally leave, even when they do not go out and lead a swarm. Such persons may, if they choose, easily convince themselves by the following experiments of the accuracy of my statements. About a week after hiving a second swarm, or after the birth of a young queen in a hive, and after she has begun to lay eggs, open the hive and remove her. Carry her a few rods in front of the apiary, and let her fly. She will at once enter her own hive, and thus show that she has previously left it. If, however, an old queen is removed a short time after hiving the swarm, she will not be able to distinguish her own hive from any other, and will thus show that she has not left it, since the swarm was hived. If this experiment is performed upon an old queen, in a hive in which she was not put the year before, when unimpregnated, the same result will follow, for as she never left it after that event, she will have lost all recollection of its relative position in the apiary. The first of these experiments has been suggested by Dzierzon. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 13. Union of Stocks. Transferring bees from the common hive. Starting an apiary. Frequent allusions have been made to the importance, for various reasons, of breaking up stocks, and uniting them to other families in the apiary. Colonies which in the early spring are found to be queenless, ought at once to be managed in this way, for even if not speedily destroyed by their enemies, they are only consumers of the stores which they gathered in their happier days. The same treatment should also be extended to all that in the fall are found to be in a similar condition. As small colonies, even though possessed of a healthy queen, are never able to winter as advantageously as large ones, the bees from several such colonies ought to be put together, to enable them by keeping up the necessary supply of heat, to supply the winter on a smaller supply of food. A certain quantity of animal heat must be maintained by bees, in order to live at all, and if their numbers are too small, they can only keep it up, eating more than they would otherwise require. A small swarm will thus not unfrequently consume as much honey as one containing 2 or 3 times as many bees. These are facts which have been most thoroughly tested on a very large scale. If 100 persons are required to occupy, with comfort, a church that is capable of accommodating 1,000, as much fuel or even more will be required to warm the small number as the large one. If the stocks which are to be wintered are in the common hives, the condemned ones must be drummed out of their old encampment, sprinkled with sugar water scented with peppermint or some other pleasant odor, and added to the others. See page 212. The colonies which are to be united ought if possible to stand side by side, some time before this process is attempted. This can almost always be effected by a little management, for while it would not be safe to move a colony all at once, even a few yards to the right or left of the line of flight in which bees sally out to the fields, especially if other hives are near, they may be moved a slight distance one day, and a little more the next, and so on, until we have them at last in the desired place. As persons may sometimes be obliged to move their apiaries, during the working season, I will here describe the way by which I was able to accomplish such a removal, so as to benefit, instead of injuring my bees. Selecting a pleasant day, I moved, early in the morning, a portion of my very best stocks. A considerable number of bees from these colonies returned in the course of the day to the familiar spot. After flying about for some time, in search of their hives, if the weather had been chilly, many of them would have perished. They at length entered those standing next to their old homes. More of the strongest were removed, on the next pleasant day, and this process was repeated, until at last only one hive was left in the old apiary. This was then removed, and only a few bees returned to the old spot. I thus lost no more bees in moving a number of hives, than I should have lost in moving one, and I conducted the process in such a way, as to strengthen some of my feeble stocks, instead of very seriously diminishing their scanty numbers. I have known the most serious losses to result from the removal of an apiary, conducted in the manner in which a change of location is usually made. The process of uniting colonies in my hive is exceedingly simple. The combs may, after the two colonies are sprinkled, be at once lifted out from the one which is to be broken up, and put with all the bees upon them, directly into the other hive. If the Apiarian judges it best to save any of his very small colonies, he can confine them to 1/2 or 1/3 of the central part of the hive, and fill the two empty hives with straw, shavings, or any good non-conductor. Any one of my frames can, in a few minutes, by having tacked to it a thin piece of board or pasteboard, or even an old newspaper, be fashioned into a divider, which will answer all practical purposes, and if it is stuffed with cotton waste, etc., it will keep the bees uncommonly warm. If a very small colony is to be preserved over winter, the queen must be confined, in the fall, in a queen cage, to prevent the colony from deserting the hive. I shall now show how the bee keeper who wishes only to keep a given number of stocks, may do so, and yet secure from that number the largest quantity of surplus honey. If his bees are kept in non-swarming hives, he may undoubtedly reap a bounteous harvest from the avails of their industry. I do not however recommend this mode of bee keeping as the best. Still there are many so situated, that it may be much the best for them. Such persons, by using my hives, can pursue the non-swarming plan to the best advantage. They can by taking off the wings of their queens, be sure that the colonies will not suddenly leave them, a casualty to which all other non-swarming hives are sometimes liable, and by taking away the honey in small quantities, they will always give the bees plenty of spare room for storage, and yet avoid discouraging them, as is so often done when large boxes are taken from them. See chapter on honey. By removing from time to time, the old queens, the colonies can all be kept in possession of queens, at the height of their fertility, and in this way a very serious objection to the non-swarming, or as it is frequently called, the storifying system, may be avoided. If at any time new colonies are wanted, they may be made in the manner already described. In districts where the honey harvest is of very short continuance, the non-swarming plan may be found to yield the largest quantity of honey, and in case the season should prove unfavorable for the gathering of honey, it will usually secure the largest returns from a given number of stocks. I therefore prefer to keep a considerable number of my colonies on the storifying plan, and am confident of securing from them a good yield of honey, even in the most unfavorable seasons. If bee keepers will pursue the same system, they will not only be on the safe side, but will be able to determine which method it will be best for them to adopt, in order to make the most from their bees. As a general rule, The Apiarian who increases the number of his colonies, 1/3 in a season, making one very powerful swarm from 2, (see p. 211), will have more surplus honey from the 3, than he could have obtained from the 2, to say nothing of the value of his new swarms. If, at the approach of winter, he wishes to reduce his stocks down to the spring number, he may unite them in the manner described, approximating all the good honey of those which he breaks up, and saving all their empty comb for the new colonies of the next season. The bees in the doubled stock will winter most admirably, will consume but little honey, in proportion to their numbers, and will be in most excellent condition when the spring opens. It must not, however, be forgotten, that although they eat comparatively little in the winter, they must be well supplied in the spring, as they will then have a very large number of mouths to feed, to say nothing of the thousands of young bees bred in the hive. If any old fashioned bee keeper wishes, he can thus pursue the old plan, with only this modification, that he preserves the lives of the bees in the hives which he wishes to take up, secures his honey without any fumes of sulphur, and saves the empty comb to make it worth nearly 10 times as much to himself, as it would be, if melted into wax. Let no humane bee keeper ever feel that there is the slightest necessity for so managing his bees, as to make the comparison of Shakespeare always apposite. "When like the bee, toiling from every flower, the virtuous sweets, our thighs packed with wax, our mouths with honey, we bring it to the hive, and like the bees, are murdered for our pains." While I am an advocate for breaking up all stocks which cannot be wintered advantageously, I never advise that a single bee should be killed. Self-interest and Christianity alike forbid the unnecessary sacrifice. Transferring bees from the common hive to the movable comb hive. The construction of my hive is such, as to permit me to transfer bees from the common hives, during all the season that the weather is warm enough to permit them to fly, and yet to be able to guarantee that they will receive no serious damage by the change. On the 10th of November, 1852, in the latitude of northern Massachusetts, I transferred a colony which wintered in good health, and which now, May, 1853, promises to make an excellent stock. The day was warm, but after the operation was completed, the weather suddenly became cold, and as the bees were not able to leave the hive in order to obtain the water necessary for repairing their comb, they were supplied with that indispensable article. They went to work very busily, and in a short time mended up their combs and attached them firmly to the frames. The transfer may be made of any healthy colony, and if they are strong in numbers, and the hive is well provisioned, and the weather is not too cool when the operation is attempted, they will scarcely feel the change. If the weather should be too chilly, it will be found almost impossible to make a colony leave its old hive, and if the combs are cut out, and the bees removed upon them, large numbers of them will take wing, and becoming chilled, will be unable to join their companions, and so will perish. The process of transferring bees to my hives is performed as follows. Let the old hive be shut up and well drummed, and the bees, if possible, be driven into an upper box. If they will not leave the hive of their own accord, they will fill themselves, and when it is ascertained that they are determined, if they can help it, not to be tenants at will, the upper box must be removed, and the bees gently sprinkled so that they may all be sure to have nothing done to them on an empty stomach. If possible, an end of the old box parallel with the combs, must be pried off, so that they may be easily cut out. An old hive or box should stand upon a sheet, in place of the removed stock, and as fast as a comb is cut out, the bees should be shaken from it, upon the sheet. A wing or anything soft, will often be of service in brushing off the bees. Remember that they must not be hurt. If the weather is so pleasant that many bees from other hives are on the wing, great care must be taken to prevent them from robbing. As fast therefore as the bees are shaken from the combs, these should be put into an empty hive or box, and covered with a cloth, or set in some place where they will not be disturbed. As soon as all the combs have been removed, the Apiarian should proceed to select and arrange them for his new hive. If the transfer is made late in the season, care must be taken, of course, to give the bees combs containing a generous allowance of honey for their winter supplies, together with such combs as have brood, or are best fitted for the rearing of workers. All coarse combs, except such as contain the honey which they need, should be rejected. Lay a frame upon a piece of comb, and mark it so as to be able to cut it a little larger, so that it will just crowd into the frame, to remain in its place until the bees have time to attach it. If the size of the combs is such, that some of them cannot be cut so as to fit, then cut them to the best advantage, and after putting them into the frames, wind some thread around the upper and lower slats of the frame, so as to hold the combs in their place, until the bees can fasten them. If however, any of the combs which do not fit, have no honey in them, they must be fastened very easily, by dipping their upper edges into melted rosin. When the requisite number of combs are put into the frames, they should be placed in the new hive, and slightly fastened on the rabbets with a mere touch of paste, so as to hold them firmly in their places. This will be the more necessary if the transfer is made so late in the season that the bees cannot obtain the propolis necessary to fasten them themselves. As soon as the hive is thus prepared, let the temporary box into which the bees have been driven, be removed, and their new home put in its place. Shake out now the bees from the box, upon a sheet in front of this hive, and the work is done. Bees, brood, honey, bee bread, empty combs and all, have been nicely moved, and without any more serious loss than is often incurred by any other moving family which has to mourn over some broken crockery, or other damage done in the necessary work of establishing themselves in a new home. If this operation is performed at a season of the year when there is much brood in the hive, and when the weather is cool, care must be taken not to expose the brood, so that they may become fatally chilled. The best time for performing it is late in the fall, when there is but little brood in the hive, or about 10 days after the voluntary or forced departure of a first swarm from the old stock. By this time, the brood left by the old queen will all be sealed over, and old enough to bear exposure, especially as the weather, at swarming time, is usually quite warm. A temperature, not lower than 70°, will do them no harm, for exposed to such a temperature, they will hatch, even if taken from the bees. I have spoken of the best time for performing this operation. It may be done at any season of the year when the bees can fly without any danger of being chilled, and I should not be afraid to attempt it in midwinter, if the weather was as warm as it sometimes is. Let me here earnestly caution all who keep bees, against meddling with them when the weather is cool. Irreparable mischief is often done to them at such times. They are tempted to fly, and thus perish from the cold, and frequently they become so much excited, that they cannot retain their feces, but void them among the combs. If nothing worse ensues, they are disturbed when they ought to be in almost death-like repose, and are thus tempted to eat a much larger quantity of food than they would otherwise have needed. Let the Apiarian remember that not a single unnecessary motion should be required of a single bee; for all this, to say nothing else, involves a foolish waste of food. See page 116. In all operations involving the transferring of bees, it is exceedingly desirable that the new hives to which they are transferred should be put, as near as possible, where the old ones stood. If other colonies are in close proximity, the bees may be tempted to enter the wrong hives. If their position is changed only a little, they are almost sure to do this if the others resemble more closely than the new one, their former habitation. It will be often advisable to transport to the distance of 1 or 2 miles, the stocks which are to be transferred, so that the operation may be performed to the best advantage. In a few weeks they may be brought back to the Apiary. In hiving swarms, and transferring stocks, care must be taken to prevent the bees from getting mixed with those of other colonies. If this precaution is neglected, many bees will be lost by joining other stocks, where they may be kindly welcome, or may at once be put to death. It is exceedingly difficult to tell beforehand what kind of a reception strange bees will be met with, from a colony which they attempt to join. In the working season they are much more likely to be well received than at any other time, especially if they come loaded with honey. New swarms full of honey that attempt to enter other hives, are often killed at once. If a colony which has an unimpregnated queen seeks to unite with another which has a fertile queen, then almost as a matter of course, they are destroyed. If by moving their hive, or in any other way, bees are made to enter a hive containing an unimpregnated queen, they will often destroy her, if they came from a family which was in possession of a fertile one. If anything of this kind is ever attempted, the queen ought first to be confined in a queen cage. If while attempting a transfer of the bees to a new hive, I am apprehensive of robbers attacking the combs, or am pressed for want of time, I put only such combs as contain brood into the frames, and set the others in a safe place. The bees are now at once allowed to enter their new hive, and the other combs are given to them at a more convenient time. The whole process of transferal need not occupy more than an hour, and in some cases it can be done in 15 minutes. If the weather is hot, the combs must not be exposed at all to the heat of the sun. Until I had tested the feasibility of transferring bees from the old hives, by means of my frames, I felt strongly opposed to any attempt to dislodge them from their previous habitation. If they are transferred in the usual way, it must be done when the combs are filled with brood, for if delayed until late in the season, they will have no time to lay in a store of provision against the winter. Who can look without disgust upon the wanton destruction of thousands of their young, and the silly waste of comb, which can be replaced only by the consumption of large quantities of honey? In the great majority of such cases, the transfer, unless made about the swarming season, and previous to the issue of the first swarm, will be an entire failure; and if made before, at best only one colony is obtained, instead of the 2, which are secured on my plan. I never advise the transfer of a colony into any hive, unless their combs can be transferred with them. Nor do I advise any except practical Apiarians to attempt to transfer them even to my hives. But what if a colony is so old that its combs can only breed dwarfs? When I find such a colony, I shall think it worth while to give specific directions as to how it should be managed. The truth is, that of all the many mistakes and impositions which have disgusted multitudes with the very sound of patent hive, none has been more fatal than the notion that an old colony of bees could not be expected to prosper. Thousands of the very best stocks have been wantonly sacrificed to this chimera, and so long as beekeepers instead of studying the habits of the bee, prefer to listen to the interested statements of ignorant, or enthusiastic, or fraudulent persons, thousands more will suffer the same fate. As to old stocks, the prejudice against them is just as foolish as the silly notions of some who imagine that a woman is growing old, long before she has reached her prime. Many a man of mature years, who has married a girl or a child, instead of a woman, has often had both time enough, and cause enough, to lament his folly. It cannot be too strongly urged upon all who keep bees, either for love or for money, to be exceedingly cautious in trying any new hive, or new system of management. If you are ever so well satisfied that it will answer all your expectations, enter upon it, at first, only on a small scale; then, if it fulfills all its promises, or if you can make it do so, you may safely adopt it. At all events, you will not have to mourn over large sums of money spent for nothing, and numerous powerful colonies entirely destroyed. Let well enough alone, should, to a great extent, be the motto of every prudent bee keeper. There is, however, a golden mean between that obstinate and stupid conservatism which tries nothing new, and of course learns nothing new, and that craving after mere novelty, and that rash experimenting on an extravagant scale, which is so characteristic by a large portion of our American people. It would be difficult to find a better maxim than that which is ascribed to David Crockett, "Be sure you're right, then go ahead." What old bee keeper has not had abundant proof that stocks 8 or 10 years old, or even older, are often among the very best, in his whole apiary, always healthy and swarming with almost unfailing regularity? I have seen such hives, which for more than 15 years have scarcely failed, a single season, to throw a powerful swarm. I have one now 10 years old, in admirable condition, which a few years ago, swarmed 3 times, and the first swarm sent off a colony the same season. All these swarms were so early that they gathered ample supplies of honey, and wintered without any assistance. I have already spoken of old stocks flourishing for a long term of years in hives of the roughest possible construction, and I shall now in addition to my previous remarks, assign a new reason for such unusual prosperity. Without a single exception, I have found one or both of 2 things to be true, of every such hive. Either it was a very large hive, or else, if not of unusual size, it contained a large quantity of worker comb. No hive which does not contain a good allowance of regular comb, of a size adapted to the rearing of workers, can ever in the nature of things, prove a valuable stock hive. Many hives are so full of drone combs, that they breed a cloud of useless consumers, instead of the thousands of industrious bees which ought to have occupied their places in the combs. It frequently happens that when bees are put into a new hive, the honey harvest is at its height, and the bees finding it difficult to build worker comb fast enough to hold their gatherings, are tempted to construct long ranges of drone comb to receive their stores. In this way, A hive often contains so small an allowance of worker comb that it can never flourish, as the bees refuse to pull down, and build over any of their new combs. All this can be easily remedied by the use of the movable comb hive. Procuring bees to start an apiary. A person ignorant of bees, must depend in a very great measure, on the honesty of those from whom he purchases them. Many stocks are not worth accepting as a gift. Like a horse or cow, incurably diseased, they will only prove a bill of vexatious expense. If an inexperienced person wishes to commence bee keeping, I advise him, by all means, to purchase a new swarm of bees. It ought to be a large and early one. Second swarms and all late and small first swarms ought never to be purchased by one who has no experience in Apiarian pursuits. They are very apt, in such hands, to prove a failure. If all beekeepers were of that exemplary class of whom the country curate speaks, see page 33, it would be perfectly safe to order a swarm of any one keeping a stock of bees. This, however, is so far from being true, that some offer for sale, old stocks which are worthless, or impose on the ignorant, small first swarms, and second and even third swarms, as prime swarms worth the very highest market price. If the novice purchases an old stock, he will have the perplexities of swarming, etc., the first season, and before he has obtained any experience. As it may, however, be sometimes advisable that this should be done, unless he makes his purchase of a man known to be honest, he should select his stock himself, at a period of the day when the bees, in early spring, are busily engaged in plying their labors. He should purchase a colony which is very actively engaged in carrying in bee bread, and which, from the large number going in and out, undoubtedly contains a vigorous population. The hive should be removed at an hour when the bees are all at home. It may be gently inverted, and a coarse towel placed over it, and then tacked fast, when the bees are shut in. Have a steady horse, and before you start, be very sure that it is impossible for any bees to get out. Place the hive on some straw, in a wagon that has easy springs, and the bees will have plenty of air, and the combs, from the inverted position of the hive, will not be so liable to be jarred loose. Never purchase a hive which contains much comb just built, for it will be next to impossible to move it, in warm weather, without loosening the new combs. If a new swarm is purchased, it may be brought home as follows. Furnish the person on whose premises it is to be hived, with a box holding at the very least, a cubic foot of clear contents. Let the bottom board of this temporary hive be clamped on both ends, the clamps being about 2 inches wider than the thickness of the board, so that when the hive is set on the bottom board, it will slip in between the upper projections of the clamps, and be kept an inch from the ground, by the lower ones, so that air may pass under it. There should be a hole in the bottom board, about 4 inches in diameter, and 2 of the same size in the opposite sides of the box, covered with wire gauze, so that the bees may have an abundance of air, when they are shut up. 3 parallel strips, an inch and a half wide, should be nailed, about 1/3 of the way from the top of the temporary hive, at equal distances apart, so that the bees may have every opportunity to cluster. A few pieces of old comb, fastened strongly in the top with melted rosin, will make the bees like it all the better. A handle made of a strip of leather should be nailed to the top. Let the bees be hived in this box, and kept well shaded. At evening, or very early next morning, the temporary hive which was propped up, when the bees were put into it, may be shut close to its bottom board, and a few screws put into the upper projection of the clamps, so as to run through into the ends of the box. In such a box, bees may be safely transported, almost any reasonable distance, care being taken not to handle them roughly, and never to keep them in the sun, or in any place where they have not sufficient air. If the box is too small, or sufficient ventilators are not put in, or if the bees are exposed to too much heat, they will be sure to suffocate. If the swarm is unusually large, and the weather excessively warm, they ought to be removed at night. Unless great care is taken in moving bees, in very hot weather, they will be almost sure to perish. Therefore always be certain that they have an abundance of air. If they appear to be suffering for want of it, especially if they begin to fall down from the cluster, and lie in heaps on the bottom board, they should immediately be carried into a field or any convenient place, and at once be allowed to fly. In such a case they cannot be safely moved again, until towards night. This will never be necessary if the box is large enough, and suitably ventilated. I have frequently made a box for transporting new swarms, out of an old tea chest. When a new swarm is brought in this way to its intended home, the bottom board may be unscrewed, and the bees transferred at once to the new hive. See page 168. In some cases, it may be advisable to send away the new hive. In this case, if one of my hives is used, the spare honey board should be screwed down, and all the holes carefully stopped, except 2 or 3 which ought to have some ventilators tacked over them. The frames should be fastened with a little paste, so that they will not start from their place, and after the bees are hived, the blocks which close the entrance should be screwed down to their place, keeping them, however, a trifle less than 1/8 of an inch from the entrance, so as to give the bees all the air which they need. I very much prefer sending a box for the bees. One person can easily carry 2 such boxes, each with a swarm of bees, and if he chooses to fasten them to 2 poles, or to a very large hoop, he may carry 4, or even more. If the Apiarian wishes, to be sure the first season, of getting some honey for his bees, he will do well to procure 2 good swarms, and put them both into one hive. See page 213. To those who do not object to the extra expense, I strongly recommend this course. Not unfrequently, they will in a good season, obtain in spare honey from their doubled swarm, an ample equivalent for its increased cost. At all events, such a powerful swarm lays the foundation of a flourishing stock, which seldom fails to answer all the reasonable expectations of its owner. If the Apiary is commenced with swarms of the current season, and they have an abundance of spare room in the upper boxes, there will be no swarming that season, and the beginner will have ample time to make himself familiar with his bees, before being called to hive new swarms, or to multiply colonies by artificial means. Let no inexperienced person commence beekeeping on a large scale. Very few who do so, find it to their advantage, and the most of them not only meet with heavy losses, but abandon the pursuit in disgust. By the use of my hives, the beekeeper can easily multiply very rapidly the number of his colonies, as soon as he finds, not merely that money can be made by keeping bees, but that he can make it. While I am certain that more money can be made by a careful and experienced beekeeper in a good situation, from a given sum invested in an apiary, than from the same money invested in any other branch of rural economy, I am equally certain that there is none in which a careless or inexperienced person would be more sure to find his outlay result in an almost entire loss. An apiary neglected or mismanaged is far worse than a farm overgrown with weeds, or exhausted by ignorant tillage, for the land is still there, and may, by prudent management, soon be made again to blossom like the rose, but the bees, when once destroyed, can never be brought back to life, unless the poetic fables of the Mantuan bard can be accepted as the legitimate results of actual experience, and swarms of bees, instead of clouds of filthy flies, can once more be obtained from the carcasses of decaying animals. I have seen an old medical work in which Virgil's method of obtaining colonies of bees from the putrid body of a cow slain for this special purpose, is not only credited, but minutely described. A large book would hardly suffice to set forth all the superstitions connected with bees. I will refer to one which is very common, and which has often made a deep impression upon many minds. When any member of a family dies, the bees are believed to be aware of what has happened, and the hives are by some dressed in mourning, to pacify their sorrowing occupants. Some persons imagine that if this is not done, the bees will never afterwards prosper, while others assert that the bees will often take their loss so much to heart, as to alight upon the coffin whenever it is exposed. An intelligent clergyman on reading the sheets of this work, stated to me that he had always refused to credit this latter fact, until present at a funeral where the bees gathered in such large numbers upon the coffin, as soon as it was brought out from the house, as to excite considerable alarm. Some years after this occurrence, being engaged in varnishing a table, and finding that the bees came and lit upon it, he was convinced that the love of varnish, see page 85, instead of sorrow or respect for the dead, was the occasion of their gathering round the coffin. How many superstitions in which often intelligent persons most firmly confide, might, if all the facts were known, be as easily explained. Before closing this chapter, I must again strongly caution all inexperienced bee keepers, against attempting to transfer colonies from an old hive. I am determined that if any find that they have made a wanton sacrifice of their bees, they shall not impute their loss to my directions. If they persist in making the attempt, let them, by all means, either do it at break of day, before the bees of other hives will be induced to commence robbing; or better still, let them do it not only early in the morning, but let them carry the hive on which they intend to operate, to a very considerable distance from the vicinity of the other hives, and entirely out of sight of the apiary. I prefer myself this last plan, as I then run no risk of attracting other bees to steal the honey, and acquire mischievous habits. The bee keeper is often reminded by the actions of his bees, of some of the worst traits in poor human nature. When a man begins to sink under misfortunes, how many are ready not simply to abandon him, but to pounce upon him like greedy harpies, dragging, if they can, the very bed from under his wife and helpless children, and appropriating all which by any kind of maneuvering they can possibly transfer to their already overgrown coffers. With much the same spirit, more pardonable to be sure in an insect, the bees from other hives will gather round the one which is being broken up, and while the disconsolate owners are lamenting over their ruined prospects, will, with all imaginable rapacity and glee, bear off every drop which they can possibly seize. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 14. Robbing. Bees are exceedingly prone to rob each other, and unless suitable precautions are used to prevent it, the Apiarian will often have cause to mourn over the ruin of some of his most promising stocks. The moment a departure is made from the old-fashioned mode of managing bees, the liability to such misfortunes is increased, unless all operations are performed by careful and well-informed persons. Before describing the precautions which I successfully employ to guard my colonies from robbing each other, or from being robbed by bees from a strange apiary, I shall first explain under what circumstances they are ordinarily disposed to plunder each other. Idleness is with bees, as well as with men, a most fruitful mother of mischief. Hence, it is almost always when they are doing nothing in the fields, that they are tempted to increase their stores by dishonest courses. Bees are, however, much more excusable than the lazy rogues of the human family, for the bees are idle, not because they are indisposed to work, but because they can find nothing to do. Unless there is some gross mismanagement, on the part of their owner, they seldom attempt to live upon stolen sweets, when they have ample opportunity to reap the abundant harvests of honest industry. In this chapter, I shall be obliged, however much against my will, to acknowledge that some branches of morals in my little friends need very close watching, and that they too often make the lowest sort of distinction between mine and thine. Still I feel bound to show that when thus overcome by temptation, it is almost always, under circumstances in which their careless owner is by far the most to blame. In the spring, as soon as the bees are able to fly abroad, inatus urget amor habendi, as Virgil has expressed it, that is, they begin to feel the force of an innate love of honey gathering. They can find nothing in the fields, and they begin at once, to see if they cannot appropriate the spoils of some weaker hive. They are often impelled to this, by the pressure of immediate want, or the salutary dread of approaching famine. But truth obliges me to confess that not unfrequently, some of the strongest stocks, which have more than they would be able to consume, even if they gathered nothing more for a whole year, are the most anxious to prey upon the meagre possessions of some feeble colony, just like some rich men who have more money than they can ever use, urged on by the insatiable love of gain. "Oppress the hireling in his wages, the widow and the fatherless," and spin on all sides their crafty webs to entrap their poorer neighbors, who seldom escape from their toils, until every dollar has been extracted from them, and as far as their worldly goods are concerned, they resemble the skins and skeletons which line the nest of some voracious old spider. When I have seen some powerful hive of the kind just described, condemned by its owner, in the fall, to the sulphur pit, or deprived unexpectedly of its queen, its stores plundered, and its combs eaten up by the worms, I have often thought of the threatenings which God has denounced against those who make dishonest gains "their hope, and say unto the fine gold, Thou art my confidence." In order to prevent colonies from attempting to rob, I always examine them in the spring, to ascertain that they have honey and are in possession of a fertile queen. If they need food, they are supplied with it. (See chapter on feeding.) and if they are feeble or queenless, they are managed according to the directions previously given. Bees seem to have an instinctive perception of the weakness of a colony, and like the bee moth, they are almost certain to attack such stocks, especially when they have no queen. Hence I can almost always tell that a colony is queenless, by seeing robbers constantly attempting to force an entrance into it. It requires some knowledge of the habits of bees, to tell from their motions, whether they are flying about a strange hive with some evil intent, or whether they belong to the hive before which they are hovering. A little experience, however, will soon enable us to discriminate between the honest inhabitants of a hive, and the robbers which so often mingle themselves among the crowd. There is an unmistakable air of roguery about a thieving bee, which to the observing Apiarian, proclaims the nature of his calling, just as truly as the appearance of a pickpocket in a crowd, enables the experienced police officer to distinguish him from the honest folks, on whom he intends to exercise his skill. There is a certain sneaking look about a rogue of a bee, almost indescribable, and yet perfectly obvious. It does not alight on the hive, and boldly enter at once like an honest bee which is carrying home its load. If they could only assume such an appearance of transparent honesty, this would often be allowed by the unsuspecting doorkeepers to enter unquestioned, to see all the sights within, and to help themselves to the very fat of the land. But there is a sort of nervous haste, a guilty agitation in all their movements. They never alight boldly upon the entrance board, or face the guards which watch the passage to the hive. They know too well that if caught and overhauled by these trusty guardians of the hive, their lives would hardly be worth insuring. Hence their anxiety to glide in, without touching one of the sentinels. If detected, as they have no password to give, having a strange smell, they are very speedily dealt with, according to their just deserts. If they can only effect a secret entrance, those within take it for granted that all is right, and seldom subject them to a close examination. Sometimes bees which have lost their way, are mistaken by the inexperienced for robbers. There is, however, a most marked distinction between the conduct of the two. The arrogant rogue when caught, attempts with might and main to pull away from his executioners, while the poor bewildered unfortunate shrinks into the smallest compass, like a cowed dog, and submits to whatever his fate his captors may see fit to award him. The class of dishonest bees which I have been describing, may be termed the jerry sneaks of their profession, and after they have followed it for some time, they lose all disposition for honest pursuits, and assume a hang-dog sort of look, which is very peculiar. Constantly employed in creeping into small holes, and daubing themselves with honey, they often lose all the bright feathers and silky plumes which once so beautifully adorned their bodies, and assume a smooth and almost black appearance, just as the hat of the thievish loafer acquires a speedy aspect, and his garments, a shining and threadbare look. Dzierzon is of opinion that the black bees which Huber describes, as being so bitterly persecuted by the rest, are nothing more than these thieving bees. I call them old convicts, dressed in prison garments, and incurably given up to dishonest pursuits. Bees sometimes act the part of highway robbers. Some half dozen or more of them, will waylay and attack a poor humble bee which is returning with a sack full of honey to his nest, like an honest trader, jogging home with a well-filled purse. They seize the poor bee, and give him at once to understand that they must have the earnings of his industry. They do not slay him, oh no! They are much too selfish to endanger their own precious persons, and even if they could kill him, without losing their weapons, they would still be unable to extract his sweets from the deep recesses of his honey bag. They therefore begin to bite and tease him, after the most approved fashion, all the time singing in his ears, not your money, but your honey or your life, until utterly discouraged he delivers up his purse by disgorging his honey from its capacious receptacle. The graceless creatures cry "hands off," and release him at once, while they lick up his spoils and carry it off to their home. The remark is frequently made, that were rogues to spend half as much time and ingenuity in getting an honest living, as they do, in seeking to impose upon their fellow men, their efforts would often be crowned with abundant success. Just so of many a dishonest bee. If it only knew its true interests, it would be safely roving the smiling fields, in search of honey, instead of longing for a tempting and yet dangerous taste of forbidden sweets. Bees sometimes carry on their depredations on a more magnificent scale. Having ascertained the weakness of some neighboring colony, through the sly intrusions of those who have entered the hive to spy out all the nakedness of the land, they prepare themselves for war, in the shape of a pitched battle. The well-armed warriors sally out by thousands, to attack the feeble hive against which they have so unjustly declared a remorseless warfare. A furious onset is at once made, and the ground in front of the assaulted hive is soon covered with the dead and dying bodies of innumerable victims. Sometimes the baffled invaders are compelled to sound a retreat. Too often, however, as in human contests, right proves but a feeble barrier against superior might, the citadel is stormed, and the work of rapine and pillage forthwith begins. And yet after all, matters are not nearly so bad, as at first they seem to be. The conquered bees, perceiving that there is no hope for them in maintaining the unequal struggle, submit themselves to the pleasure of the victors; nay more, they aid them in carrying off their own stores, and are immediately incorporated into the triumphant nation. The poor mother, however, is left behind in her deserted home, some few of her children which are faithful to the last, remaining with her, to perish by her side, amid the sad ruins of their once happy home. If the bee keeper is unwilling to have his bees so demoralized, that their value will be seriously diminished, he will be exceedingly careful to do all that he possibly can to prevent them from robbing each other. He will see that all queenless colonies are seasonably broken up in the spring, and all weak ones strengthened, and confined to a space which they can warm and defend. If once his bees get a taste of forbidden sweets, they will seldom stop until they have tested the strength of every stock, and destroyed all that they possibly can. Even if the colonies are able to defend themselves, many bees will be lost in these encounters, and a large waste of time will invariably follow. For bees whether engaged in attempting to rob, or in battling against the robbery of others, are, to a very great extent, cut off both from the disposition and the ability to engage in useful labors. They are like nations that are impoverished by mutual assaults on each other, or in which the apprehension of war exerts a most blighting influence upon every branch of peaceful industry. I place a very great reliance on the movable blocks which guard the entrance to my hive, to assist colonies in defending themselves against robbing bees, as well as the prowling bee moth. These blocks are triangular in shape, and enable the Apiarian to enlarge or contract the entrance to the hive, at pleasure. In the spring, the entrance is kept open only about 2 inches, and if the colony is feeble, not more than half an inch. If there is any sign of robbers being about, the small colonies have their entrances closed, so that only a single bee can go in and out at once. As the bottom board slants forwards, the entrance is on an inclined plane, and the bees which defend it, have a very great advantage over those which attack them. The same in short, that the inhabitants of a besieged fortress would have in defending a passway similarly constructed. As only one bee can enter at a time, he is sure to be overhauled, if he attempts ever so slyly to slip in. His credentials are roughly demanded, and as he can produce none, he is at once delivered over to the executioners. If an attempt is made to gain admission by force, then as soon as a bee gets in, he finds hundreds, if not thousands, standing in battle array, and he meets with a reception altogether too warm for his comfort. I have sometimes stopped robbing, even after it has proceeded so far that the assaulted bees have ceased to offer any successful resistance, by putting my blocks before the entrance, and permitting only a single bee to enter at once. The dispirited colony have at once recovered heart, and have battled so stoutly and successfully as to beat off their assailants. When bees are engaged in robbing a hive, they will often continue their depredations to as late an hour as possible, and not unfrequently some of them return home so late with their ill-gotten spoils, that they cannot find the entrance to their own hive. Like the wicked man who "deviseth mischief on his bed, and setteth himself in a way that is not good," they are all night long, meditating new violence, and with the very first peep of light, they sally out to complete their unlawful doings. Sometimes the Apiarian may be in doubt whether a colony is being robbed or not, and may mistake the busy members that arrive and depart, for the honest laborers of the hive. But let him look into the matter a little more closely, and he will soon ascertain the true state of the case. The bees that enter, instead of being heavily laden, with bodies hanging down, unwieldy in their flight, and slow in all their movements, are almost as hungry looking as Pharaoh's lean kine, while those that come out, show their burly looks, that like aldermen who have dined at the expense of the city, they are filled to their utmost capacity. If the Apiarian wishes to guard his bees against the fatal propensity to plunder each other, he must be exceedingly careful not to have any combs filled with honey unnecessarily exposed. An ignorant or careless person attempting to multiply colonies on my plan, will be almost sure to tempt his bees to rob each other. If he leaves any of the combs which he removes, so that strange bees find them, they will, after once getting a taste of the honey, fly to any hive upon which he begins to operate, and attempt to appropriate a part of its contents. See page 304. I have already stated that when they can find an abundance of food in the fields, bees are seldom inclined to rob. For this reason, with proper precautions, it is not difficult to perform all the operations which are necessary on my plan of management, at the proper season, without any danger of demoralizing the bees. If however, they are attempted when honey cannot be obtained, they should be performed with extreme caution, and early in the morning, or late in the evening, or if possible, on a day when the bees are not flying out from their hives. I have sometimes seen the most powerful colonies in an apiary, either robbed and destroyed, or very greatly reduced in numbers, by the gross carelessness or ignorance of their owner. He neglects to examine his hives at the proper season, and the bees begin to rob a weak or queenless stock. As soon as they are at the very height of their nefarious operations, he attempts to interfere with their proceedings, either by shutting up the hive, or by moving it to a new place. The air is now filled with greedy and disappointed bees, and rather than fail in obtaining the expected treasures, they assail and with almost frantic desperation, some of the neighboring stocks. In this way, the most powerful colonies are sometimes utterly ruined, or if they escape, thousands of bees are slain in defending their treasures, and thousands more of the assailants meet with the same untimely end. If the Apiarian perceives that one of his colonies is being robbed, he should at once contract the entrance, so that only a single bee can get in at a time, and if the robbers still persist in entering, he must close it entirely. In a few minutes the outside of the hive will be black with the greedy cormorants, and they will not abandon it, until they have explored every crevice, and attempted to force themselves through even the smallest openings. Before they assail a neighboring colony, they should be sprinkled with cold water, and then instead of feeling courage for new crimes, they will be glad to escape, thoroughly drenched, to their proper homes. Unless the bees that are shut up can, as in my hives, have an abundance of air, it will be necessary to carry them at once into a dark and cool place. Early next morning the condition of the hive should be examined, and the proper remedies, if it is weak or queenless, should be applied. Or if its condition is past remedy, it should at once be broken up, and the bees united to another stock. I have been credibly informed of an exceedingly curious kind of robbing among bees. Two colonies, both in good condition, seemed determined to appropriate each other's labors. Neither made any resistance to the entrance of the plundering bees, but each seemed too busily intent upon its own dishonest gains, to notice that the work of subtraction kept pace with that of addition. An intelligent Apiarian stated to me this singular fact as occurring in his own apiary. This is a very near approximation to the story of the Kilkenny cats. Alas! that there should be so much of equally short-sighted policy among human beings, individuals, communities, and nations, seeking often to thrive by attempting to prey upon the labors of others, instead of doing all that they can, by industry and enterprise, to add to the common stock. I have never, in my own experience, met with an instance of such silly pilfering as the one described, but I have occasionally known bees to be carrying on their labors, while others were stealing more than the occupants of the hive were gathering, without their being aware of it. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Part 1 of Chapter 15. Directions for Feeding Bees. Few things in the practical department of the apiary are more important, and yet more shamefully neglected, or grossly mismanaged, than the feeding of bees. In order to make this subject as clear as possible, I shall begin with the spring examination of the hives, and furnish suitable directions for feeding during the whole season in which it ought to be attempted. In the movable comb hives, the exact condition of the bees with regard to stores may be easily ascertained as soon as the weather is warm enough to lift out the frames. In the common hives, this can sometimes be ascertained from the glass sides, but often no reliable information can be obtained. Even if the weight of the hive is known, this will be no sure criterion of the quantity of honey it contains. The comb in old hives is often very thick, and of course, usually heavy, while vast stores of useless bee bread have frequently been accumulated, which entirely deceive the Apiarian, who attempts to judge of the resources of a hive from its weight alone. On my system of bee culture, such an injurious surplus of bee bread is easily prevented. See page 102. If the beekeeper ascertains, or even suspects, in the spring, that his bees have not sufficient food, he must at once supply them with what they need. Bees, at this season of the year, consume a very large quantity of honey. They are stimulated to great activity by the returning warmth, and are therefore compelled to eat much more than when they are almost dormant among their combs. In addition to this extra demand, they are now engaged in rearing thousands of young, and all these require a liberal supply of food. Owing to the inexcusable neglect of many beekeepers, thousands of swarms perish annually after the spring has opened, and when they might have been saved, with but little trouble or expense. Such abominable neglect is incomparably more cruel than the old method of taking up the bees with sulphur, and those who are guilty of it, are either too ignorant or too careless to have anything to do with the management of bees. What would be thought of a farmer's skill in his business, who should neglect to provide for the wants of his cattle, and allow them to drop down lifeless in their stalls, or in his barn yard, when the fields, in a few weeks, will be clothed again with the green mantle of delightful spring? If any farmer should do this, when food might easily be purchased, and should then, while engaged in the work of skinning the skeleton carcasses of his neglected herd, pretend that he could not afford to furnish, for a few weeks, the food which would have kept them alive, he would not be a whit more stupid than the beekeeper attempting to justify himself on the score of economy, while engaged in melting down the combs of a hive, starved to death, after the spring has fairly opened. Let such a person blush at the pretense that he could not afford to feed his bees, the few pounds of sugar or honey, which would have saved their lives, and enabled them to repay him tenfold for his prudent care. I always feed my bees a little, even if I know that they have enough and to spare. There seems to be an intimate connection between the getting of honey and the rapid increase of breeding, in a hive, and the taste of something sweet, however small, to be added to their hoards, exerts a very stimulating effect upon the bees. A few spoonfuls a day will be gratefully received, and will be worth much more to a stock of bees in the spring, than at any other time. By judicious early feeding, a whole apiary may not only be encouraged to breed much faster than they otherwise would have done, but they will be inspired with unusual vigor and enterprise, and will afterwards increase their stores with unusual rapidity. Great caution must be exercised in supplying bees at this time with food, both to prevent them from being tempted to rob each other, or to fill up with honey, the cells which ought to be supplied with brood. Only a small allowance should be given to them, and this from time to time, unless they are destitute of supplies, and as soon as they begin to gather from the fields, the feeding should be discontinued. Feeding, intended merely to encourage the bees, and to promote early breeding, may be done in the open air. No greater mistake can be made than to feed largely at this season of the year. The bees take, to be sure, all that they can, and stow it up in their cells. But what is the consequence? The honey which has been fed to them, fills up their brood combs, and the increase of population is most seriously interfered with, so that often when stocks which have not been overfed, are prepared not only to fill the store combs in their main hive, but to take speedy possession of the spare honey boxes, a colony imprudently fed, is too small in numbers to gather even as much as the one which was not fed at all. The inexperienced Apiarian has thus often made a worse use of his honey than he would have done, if he had actually thrown it away, while all the time, he is deluding himself with the vain expectation of reaping some wonderful profits, from what he considers an improved mode of managing bees. Such conduct in its results, appears to me very much like the noxious influences under which too many of the children of the rich are so fatally reared. With every want gratified, pampered and fed to the very full, how often do we see them disappoint all the fond expectations of parents and friends, their money proving only a curse, while not unfrequently beggared in purse, and bankrupt in character, they prematurely sink to an ignoble or dishonored grave. Think of it, ye who are slaving in the service of Mammon, that ye may leave to your sons the overgrown wealth which usually proves a legacy of withering curses, while you neglect to train them up in those habits of stern morality and steady industry, and noble self-reliance, without which the wealth of Croesus would be but a despicable portion. Think of it, as you contrast its results in the bitter experience of thousands, with the happier influences under which so many of our noblest men in church and state have been matured and developed, and then pursue your sordid policy, if you can. There is that withholdeth, from good objects, more than is meet, and it tendeth to poverty, yes, to poverty of Christian virtue and manliness, and those treasures which we are all entreated by God himself to lay up in the storehouse of heaven. Call your narrow-mindedness and gross deficiencies in Christian liberality nothing more than a natural love of your children, and an earnest desire to provide for your own household. Little fear that there may be that you will ever incur the charge of being worse than an infidel on this point, but lay not on this account any flattering unction to your souls. Look within, and see if the base idolatry of gold has not more to do with your whole course of thinking and acting, than any love of wife or children, relatives or friends. Another sermon! does someone exclaim. Would then that it might be to some of my readers a sermon indeed, a word fitly spoken, like apples of gold in pictures of silver. The prudent Apiarian will always regard the feeding of bees, except the little, given to them by way of encouragement, as an evil to be submitted to, only when absolutely necessary, and will very much prefer to obtain his supplies from what Shakespeare has so beautifully termed the merry pillage of the blooming fields, than from the more costly stores of the neighboring grocery. If not engaged in the rapid increase of stocks, he will seldom see a season so unfavorable as to be obliged to purchase any food for his bees, unless he chooses to buy a cheaper article to replace the choice honey of which he has deprived them. Just as soon as the Apiarian begins to multiply his stocks with very great rapidity, he must calculate upon feeding great quantities of honey to his bees. Before he attempts this on a large scale, let me once more give him a friendly caution, and if possible, persuade him to try very rapid multiplication with only a few of his stocks. In this way, he may experiment to his heart's content, without running the risk of seriously injuring his whole apiary. And he may not only gain the skill and experience which will enable him subsequently to conduct a rapid increase on a large scale, but may learn whether he is so situated that he can profitably devote to it the time and money which it will inevitably require. Before giving directions for feeding bees when a rapid increase of colonies is aimed at, I shall first show in what manner the beekeeper may feed his weak swarms in the spring. If they are in the common hives, a small quantity of liquid honey may, at once be poured among the combs in which the bees are clustered. This may be done by pouring it into the holes leading to the spare honey boxes, but a much better way is to invert the hives, and pour in about a teacup full at once. The Apiarian can then see where to pour it; he need not fear that the bees will be hurt by it, any more than a child will be either hurt or displeased by the sweets which adhere to its hands and face, as it feasts upon a generous allowance of the best sugar candy. When the bees have taken up all that has been poured upon them, the hive may be replaced, and the operation repeated in a few days. The oftener it is done, the better it will suit them. If the weather is sufficiently warm to allow the bees to fly without being chilled, the food may be put in some old combs, or in a feeder, and set in a sunny place, a rod or more from the hives. If placed too near, the bees may be tempted to rob each other. With my hives, I can pour the honey into some empty comb, and then put the frame containing it, directly into the hive. Or, I can set the feeder or honey in the comb, in the hive near the frames which contain the bees. I have already stated, see page 225, that unless a colony can be supplied with a sufficient number of bees, it cannot be aided by giving it food. If the bees are not numerous enough to take charge of the eggs which the queen can lay, or at least, of a large number of them, they can seldom, unless they have a tropical season before them, increase rapidly enough to be of any value. If they are numerous enough to raise a great many young bees, but too few to build new comb, they must be fed very modestly, or they will be sure to fill up their brood comb with honey, instead of devoting themselves to the rapid increase of their numbers. If the Apiarian has plenty of empty worker comb which he can give them, he ought to supply them quite sparingly with honey, even when they are considerably numerous, in order to have them breed as fast as possible; not so sparingly however, as to prevent them from storing up any honey in sealed cells, or they will not be encouraged to breed as fast as they otherwise would. If he has no spare comb, and the hive is populous enough to build new comb, it must be supplied moderately, and by all means, regularly, with the means of doing this, the object being to have comb building and breeding go together, so as mutually to aid each other. If the feeding is not regular, so as to resemble the natural supplies when honey is obtained from the blossom, the bees will not use this food given to them in building new comb, but chiefly in filling up all the cells previously built. If honey can be obtained regularly, and in sufficient quantities from the blossoms, the small colonies or nuclei will need no feeding until the failure of the natural supplies. In all these operations, the main object should be to make everything bend to the most rapid production of brood. Give me the bees, and I can easily show how they may be fed, so as to make strong and prosperous stocks; whereas if the bees are wanting, everything else will be in vain. Just as a land where there are many stout hands and courageous hearts, although comparatively barren, will in due time, be made to bud and blossom as the rose; while a second Eden, if inhabited by a scanty and discouraged population, must speedily be overgrown with briars and thorns. If strong stocks are deprived of a portion of their combs, so that they cannot from natural sources at once begin to refill all vacancies, they too must be fed. I have probably said enough to show the inexperienced that the rapid multiplication of colonies is not a very simple matter, and that they will do well not to attempt it on a large scale. By the time the honey harvest ordinarily closes, all the colonies in the apiaries of all except the skillful, ought to be both strong in numbers and in stores. At least the aggregate resources of the colonies should be such that, when an equal division is made among them, there will be enough for them all. This may ordinarily be effected, and yet the number of the colonies be tripled in one season, and in situations where buckwheat is extensively cultivated, a considerable quantity of surplus honey may even then be frequently obtained from the bees. Early in the month of September, or better still, by the middle of August, if the colonies are sufficiently strong in numbers, I advise that if feeding is necessary to winter the bees, it should be thoroughly attended to. If delayed later than this, in the latitude of our northern states, the bees may not have sufficient time to seal over the honey fed to them, and will be almost sure to suffer from dysentery during the ensuing winter. Unsealed honey almost always, in cool weather, attracts moisture, and sours in the combs, and if the bees are compelled to feed upon it, they are very liable to become diseased. This is the reason why bees when fed with liquid honey, late in the fall, or during the winter, are almost sure to suffer from disease. A very interesting fact, confirming these views as to the danger resulting from the use of sour food, has come under my notice this spring. A colony of bees were fed for some time with suitable food, and appeared to be in perfect health, flying in and out with great animation. Their owner, on one occasion, before leaving for the day, gave them some molasses which was so sour that it could not be used in the family. On returning, at evening, he was informed that the bees had been dropping their filth over everything in the vicinity of the hive. On examining them, next day, they were all found dead on the bottom board and among the combs. The acid food had acted upon them as a violent cathartic, and had brought on a complaint of which they all died in less than 24 hours. The hive was found to contain an ample allowance of honey and bee bread. If the Apiarian, on examining the conditions of his stocks, finds that some have more than they need, and others not enough, his most prudent course will be to make an equitable division of the honey among his different stocks. This may seem to be a very agrarian sort of procedure, and yet it will answer perfectly well in the management of bees. Those that were helped will not spend the next season in idleness, relying upon the same sort of aid, nor will those that were relieved of their surplus stores, remember the deprivation, and limit the extent of their gatherings to a bare competency. With men, most unquestionably, such an annual division, unless they were perfect, would derange the whole course of affairs, and speedily impoverish any community in which it might be attempted. I always prefer to take away a considerable quantity of honey from my stocks, which have too generous a supply, and to replace it with empty combs suitable for the rearing of workers, as I find that when bees have too much honey in the fall, they do not ordinarily breed as fast in the ensuing spring as they otherwise would. A portion of this honey should be carefully put away in the frames, and kept in a close box, safe against all intruders, and where it will not be exposed to frost, so that if any colonies in the spring are found to be in want of food, they may easily be supplied. In the spring examination, if any colonies have too much honey, a portion of it ought by all means to be taken away. Such a deprivation, if judiciously performed, will always stimulate them to increased activity. Every strong stock, as soon as it can gather enough honey to construct comb, ought to have 1 or 2 combs which contain no brood removed, and their places supplied with the empty frames, in order that they may be induced to exert themselves to the utmost. An empty frame inserted between full ones, will be replenished with comb very speedily, and often the combs removed will be so much clear gain. If at any time there is a sudden supply of honey, and the bees are reluctant to enter the boxes, or it is not profitable that the supply will continue long enough to enable them to fill them, the removal of some of the combs from the main hive so as to have empty ones filled, will often be highly advantageous. If in the fall of the year, the beekeeper finds that some of his colonies need feeding, and if they are not populous enough to make good stock hives in the ensuing spring, then instead of wasting time and money on them, he should at once break them up. See page 322. They will seldom pay for their labor bestowed on them, and the bees will be much more serviceable if added to other stocks. The Apiarian cannot be too deeply impressed with the important truth that his profits in beekeeping will all come from his strong stocks, and that if he cannot manage so as to have such colonies early, he had better let beekeeping alone. If liquid honey is fed to bees, it should always, see page 322, be given to them seasonably, so that they may seal it over before the approach of cold weather. West India honey has for many years been used to very good advantage as bee feed. It should never be used in its raw state, as it is often filled with impurities and is very liable to sour or candy in the cells, but should be mixed with about 2 parts of good white sugar to 3 of honey and 1 of water, and be brought to the boiling point. As soon as it begins to boil, it should be set to cool, and all the impurities will rise to the top, and may be skimmed off. If it is found to be too thick, a little more water may be added to it. It ought, however, never to be made thinner than the natural consistence of good honey. Such a mixture will cost for a small quantity, about 7 cents a pound, and will probably be found the cheapest liquid food which can be given to bees. Brown sugar may be used with the honey, but the food will not be so good. If one of my hives is used, the beekeeper may feed his bees at the proper season, without using any feeder at all, or rather, he may use the bottom board of the hive as a feeder. On this plan, the bees should be fed at evening, so as to run no risk of their robbing each other. The hive which is to be fed, should have the front edge of its bottom board elevated on a block, so as to slant backwards, and the honey should be poured into a small tin gutter inserted at the entrance. One such will answer for a whole apiary, and may be made by bending up the edges of any old piece of tin. As the frames in my hive are kept about half an inch above the bottom board, which is watertight, the honey runs under them, and is safe as in a dish, while the bees stand on the bottom of the frames, and help themselves. The quantity poured in, should of course, depend upon the size and necessities of the colony. No more ought to be given at one time than the bees can take up during the night, and the entrance to the hive ought always to be kept very small during the process of feeding, to prevent robber bees from getting in. A good colony will easily take up a quart. It is desirable to get through the feeding as rapidly as possible, as the bees are excited during the whole process, and consume more than they otherwise would, to say nothing of the demand made upon the time of the Apiarian by feeding in small quantities. If the bees cannot, in favorable weather, dispose of at least a pint at one time, the colony must be too small to make it worth while to feed them. If they are in hives by which they can be readily united to stronger stocks. If the bees have not a good allowance of comb, it will not, as a general rule, pay to feed them. This will be obvious to anyone who reflects that at least 20 pounds of honey are required to elaborate 1 pound of wax. I know that this estimate may to some appear enormous, but it is given as the result of very accurate experiments instituted on a large scale to determine this very point. The country curate says, quote, "Having driven the population of 4 stocks, on the 5th of August, and united them together, I fed them with about 50 pounds of a mixture of sugar, honey, salt, and beer, for about 5 weeks. At that time, the box was only 16 pounds heavier than when the bees were put into it." End quote. He then makes an estimate that at least 25 pounds of the mixture were consumed in making about half a pound of wax. No one who has ever tried it, will undertake to feed bees for profit, when they are destitute of both comb and honey. If the weather is cool when the bees are fed, it will generally be necessary to resort to top feeding. For this, my hive is admirably adapted. A feeder may be put over one of the holes in the honey board directly over the mass of the bees, into which the heat of the hive naturally arises, and where the bees can get at their food without any risk of being chilled. This is always the best place for a feeder, as the smell of the food is not so likely to attract the notice of robbing bees. I shall here describe the way in which a feeder can at small expense be made to answer admirably every purpose. Take any wooden box which will hold, say, at least 1 quart, make it honey tight, by pouring into the joints the melted mixture, see page 99, and brush the whole interior with the mixture, so that the honey may not soak into the wood. Make a float of thin wood, filled with 1/4-inch holes, with clamps nailed on the lower sides to prevent warping, and to keep the float from settling to the bottom of the box, so as to stick fast. It should have ample play, so that it may settle, as fast as the bees consume the honey. Tacks on the clamps will always be sure to prevent sticking. Before you waste any time in making small holes, for fear the bees will be drowned in the large ones, try a float made as directed. In one corner of the box, fasten with the melted mixture, a thin strip of wood, about 1 inch wide. Let it project above the top of the box about 1 inch, and be kept about 1/2 inch from the bottom. This answers as a spout for pouring the honey into the feeder, and when not in use, it should be stopped up. Have for the lid of the box, a piece of glass with the corner cut off next the spout, so as to cover the feeder and keep the bees in, and at the same time allow the beekeeper to see when they have consumed all their food. The feeder is now complete, with one important exception. It has, as yet, no way of admitting the bees. On the outside corners of one of the ends, glue or tack 2 strips, 1.5 wide, extending down to the bottom of the box, and 1/2 inch from the top. Fasten over them a piece of thin board, pasteboard will answer. You now have a shallow passage without top or bottom, outside of your feeder. Give it a top of any kind. Cut out just below the level of this top, a passage into the feeder for the bees. It is now complete, and when properly placed over any hole on the top of the hive, will admit the bees from the hive, into the shallow passage which has no bottom, and through this into the feeder. Such a feeder will not only be cheap, but it might almost be made by a child, and yet it will answer every purpose most admirably. If you have no wooden box that will answer, a feeder may be made of pasteboard, and if brushed with the melted mixture, it will be honey tight. By packing cotton or wool around it, it might be used in most hives, even in the dead of winter. Bees, however, ought never to need feeding in winter, and if they do, it will always be unsafe at this season to feed them with liquid honey. I ought here to speak of the importance of water to the bees. It is absolutely indispensable when they are building comb, or raising brood. In the early spring, they take advantage of the first warm weather, to bring it to their hives, and they may be seen busily drinking around pumps, drains, and other moist places. As they are not noticed frequenting such spots much, except in the early part of the season, many suppose that they need water only at this period. This is a great mistake, for they need it, and must have it, during the whole breeding season. But as soon as the grass starts, and the trees are covered with leaves, they prefer to sip the dew from them. If a few cold days come on, after the bees have commenced breeding, so as to prevent them from going abroad for water, a very serious check will be given to their operations. Even when it is not so cold as to prevent their leaving the hive, many become so chilled in their search for water, that they are not able to return. Every wise beekeeper will see that his bees have an abundant supply of water. If he has not some warm and sunny spot where they can safely obtain it, he will furnish them with shallow wooden troughs or vessels filled with pebbles, from which they can drink, without any risk of drowning, and where they will be sheltered from cold winds, and warmed by the genial rays of the sun. I believe that the reason why bees very much prefer the impure water of barn yards and drains, is not because they find any medicinal quality in it, but because it is near their hives, and warm, they can fill themselves without being fatally chilled. I have used water feeders in the same construction with my honey feeders, with great success. The bees are able to enter them at all times, as they are filled with the warm air of the hive, and thus breeding goes on, without interruption, and the hives of many bees are saved. The same end may be obtained, by pouring daily, a few tablespoonsful of water into the hive, through one of the holes leading to the spare honey boxes. As soon as the weather becomes warm, and the bees can supply themselves from the dew on the grass and leaves, it will not be worth while to give them water in their hives. When supplied with water in their hives, I advise that enough honey or sugar be added to it, to make it tolerably sweet. They will take it with greater relish, and it will stimulate them more powerfully to the raising of brood. I come now to mention a substitute for liquid honey, the value of which has been extensively and thoroughly tested in Germany, and which I have used with great advantage. It was not discovered by Dzierzon, although he speaks of its excellence, in the most decided terms. The article to which I refer, is plain sugar candy, or as it is often called, barley candy. It has been ascertained that about 4 pounds of this will sustain a colony during the winter, when they have scarcely any honey in their hive. If it is placed where they can get access to it without being chilled, they will cluster upon it, and gradually eat it up. It not only goes further than double the quantity of liquid honey which could be bought for the same money, but is found to agree with the bees perfectly, while the liquid honey is almost sure to sour in the unsealed cells, and expose them to dangerous, and often fatal attacks of dysentery. I have sometimes, in the old-fashioned box hives, pushed sticks of candy between the ranges of comb, and have found it even then to answer a good purpose. In any hive which has surplus honey boxes, the candy must be put into a small box, which after being covered thoroughly with cotton or wool, may have another box put over it, the outside of which may be also covered. Unless great precautions are used, the boxes will be so cold, that the bees will not be able to enter them in winter, and may thus perish in close proximity to abundant stores. In my hives, the candy may be laid on top of the frames, in the shallow chamber between the frames and the honey board. It will here, if the honey board is covered with straw, be always accessible to the bees, even in the coldest weather. I sometimes put it directly into a frame, and confine it with a piece of twine or fine wire. I have made a very convenient use of sugar candy, as a bee feed in the summer, when I wish to give small colonies a little food, and yet not to be at the trouble to use a feeder, or incur the risk of their being robbed by putting it where strange bees might be attracted by the scent. A small stick of candy, slid in on the bottom board, under the frames, answers admirably for such a purpose. If a little liquid food must be used in warm weather, I advise that it be the best white sugar, dissolved in water. This makes an admirable food, costs but little more than brown sugar, and has no smell to tempt robbers to try to gain an entrance into the hive. If the Apiarian is skillful, and attends to his bees, at the proper time, they will rarely need much feeding. If he manages them in such a manner that this is frequently and extensively needed, I can assure him, if he has not already found it out to his sorrow, that his bees will be nothing but a bill of cost and vexation. The question how much honey a colony of bees needs, in order to carry them safely through the perils of winter, is one to which it is impossible to give an answer which will be definite, under all circumstances. Very much will depend upon the hive in which they are kept, and the forwardness of the ensuing spring. See chapter on Protection. It is often absolutely impossible in the common hives, to form any reliable estimate, as to the quantity of honey which they contain, for the combs are often so heavy with bee bread, as entirely to deceive even the most experienced beekeeper. I should always wish to leave at least 20 pounds of honey in a hive, and as I can examine each comb, I am never at a loss to know how much a colony has. If I have the least apprehension that their supplies may fail, I prefer to put a few pounds of sugar candy where they can easily get access to it, in case of need. In my hive, the careful beekeeper may not only know the exact extent of the resources of each hive in the fall, but he may, very early in the spring, ascertain precisely how much honey is still on hand, and whether his bees need feeding, in order to preserve their lives. It is a shameful fact that a large number of colonies perish after they have begun to fly out, and when, they might easily have been saved, in any kind of hive. End of Part 1. Chapter 15 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. Langstroth. Chapter 15. Directions for Feeding Bees. Part 2. Continued from Part 1. Feeding, to make a profit by selling the honey stored up by the bees. For many years, apiarians have attempted to make the feeding of bees on a large scale profitable to their owners. All such attempts, however, must, from the very nature of the case, meet with very limited success. If large quantities of cheap West India honey are fed to the bees in the fall, they are induced to fill their hives to such an extent, that in the spring, the queen does not find the necessary accommodations for breeding. If they are largely fed in the spring, the case is still worse. See page 320. It must therefore be obvious that the feeding of cheap honey can only be made profitable where it serves as a substitute for an equal quantity of choice honey taken from the bees. In the latter part of summer, the Apiarian may take away from the main hive some of the combs which contain the best honey, and replace them with combs into which he has poured the cheaper article, or if he has no spare combs on hand, he may slice off the covers of the cells, drain out the honey, fill the empty combs with West India honey, and return them to the bees, giving them at the same time the additional food which they need to elaborate wax to seal them over. If he attempts to take away their full combs, and gives them honey in order to enable them, first to replace their combs, and then to fill them, the operation, see page 326, will result in a loss, instead of a gain. I am aware that for a number of years, persons have attempted to derive a profit from supplying the markets of some of our large cities with an article professing to be the best of honey, but which is nothing more than the cheap West India honey fed to the bees, and stored up by them in new comb. In the city of Philadelphia, large quantities of such honey have been sold at the highest prices, and perhaps at some profit to the persons who have fed it to their bees. Within the last 2 years, however, the article has become so well known that it can hardly be sold at any price, as those who purchase honey, instead of paying 25 cents per pound for West India honey in the comb, much prefer to buy it, if they want it at all, for 6 or 7 cents in a liquid state. It must be perfectly obvious that to sell a cheap and ill-flavored article at a high price, under the pretense that it is a superior article, is nothing less than downright cheating. I am perfectly well aware that many persons imagine that if anything sweet is fed to bees, they will quickly transmute it into the purest nectar. There is, however, no more truth in such a conceit than there would be in that of a man who supposed that he had found the veritable philosopher's stone, and that he was able to change all our copper and silver coins into the purest gold. Bees, to be sure, can make white and beautiful comb from almost any kind of sweet. And why? Because wax is a natural secretion of the bee, see page 76, and can be made from any sweet, just as fat can be put upon the ribs of an ox by any kind of nourishing food. But, some of my readers may ask, do you mean to assert that bees do not secrete honey out of the raw material which they gather, or which is furnished to them, just as cows secrete milk from grass and hay? I certainly do mean to assert that they can do nothing of the kind, and no intelligent man who has carefully studied their habits will for a moment venture to affirm that they can, unless for the sake of filthy lucre he is attempting to deceive an unwary community. What beekeeper does not know, or rather ought not to know, that the quality of honey depends entirely upon the sources from whence it is gathered, and that the different kinds of honey can easily be distinguished by anyone who is a judge of the article. Apple blossom honey, white clover honey, buckwheat honey, and all the different kinds of honey, each has its own peculiar flavor, and it is utterly amazing how any sensible man, acquainted with bees, can be so deluded as to imagine anything to the contrary. But as this is a matter of great practical importance, let us examine it more closely. When bees are engaged in rapidly storing up honey in their combs, they may be seen, as soon as they return from the fields, or from the feeding boxes, putting their heads at once into the cells, and disgorging the contents of their honey bags. Now that the contents of the sacs undergo no change at all, during the short time that they remain in them, I will not absolutely affirm, because I have endeavored, through this whole treatise, never to assert positively when I have not positive evidence for so doing, but that they can undergo but a very slight change must be evident from the fact that when thus stored up, the different kinds of honey or sugar can be almost if not quite as readily distinguished as before they were fed to the bees. The only perceptible change which they appear to undergo in the cells, is to have the large quantity of water evaporated from them, which is added from thoughtlessness or from the vain expectation that it will be just so much water sold for honey, to the defrauded purchaser. This evaporation of the water from the honey by the heat of the hive, is about the only marked change that it appears to undergo from its natural state in the nectaries of the blossoms, and it is exceedingly interesting to see how unwilling bees are to seal up honey, until it is reduced to such a consistency that there is no danger of its souring in the cells. They are as careful as to the quality of their nectar, as the good lady of the house is to have the syrup of her preserves, boiled down to a suitable thickness to keep them sweet. Let all who for any purpose whatever, feed bees, keep this fact in mind, and never add to the food which they give them, more water than is absolutely necessary. To do so, is a piece of as great stupidity as to pour a barrel of water into the sugar pans for every barrel of sap from the maples, or juice from the canes. If a strong colony is set upon a platform scale, it will be found on a pleasant day, during the height of the honey harvest, to gain a number of pounds. If examined again, early next morning, it will be found to have lost considerably, during the night. This is owing to the evaporation of the water from the freshly gathered honey, and it may often be seen running down in quite a stream from the bottom board. Those who feed cheap honey to sell it in the market at a high advance over its first cost, are either deceivers or deceived. If any of my readers have been deceived by the plausible representations of ignorant or unprincipled men, I trust they will be able from these remarks, to see exactly how they have been deceived, and they will no longer persist in an adulteration, the profits of which can never be great, and the morality of which can never be defended. A man who offers for sale, inferior honey, or sugar which he calls honey, and which he is able to sell because it is stored in white comb, to those who would never purchase it if they knew what it was, or once had a taste of it, is not a whit more honest, if he understands the nature of the article in which he deals, than a person engaged in counterfeiting the current coin of the realm. For poor honey in white comb is no less a fraud than eagles or dollars, golden to be sure, on their honest exteriors, but containing a baser metal within. The golden age of bee keeping, in which inferior honey can be quickly transmuted into such balmy spoils as are gathered by the bees of Hybla, has not yet dawned upon us, or at least only in the fairy visions of the poet who saw, "a golden hive on a golden bank, where golden bees, by alchemical prank, gathered gold instead of honey." If a pound of West India honey costs about 6 cents, and the bees use, as they will, about 1 pound to make a comb in which it is stored, it costs the producer at least 12 cents a pound, and if to this, he adds, say 5 cents more, for extra time and labor in feeding, then his inferior honey costs him at least as much as the market price of the very best honey on the spot where it is produced. If the beekeeper allows his bees to make what they will, from the blossoms, and then begins to feed, after he has harvested the produce from the natural supplies, the advance over the first cost will hardly pay for the trouble, even if it were fair to palm off such inferior honey as a first-rate article. If, however, bees are fed on this food very largely in the latter part of summer, they will fill up their hive with it before they put it into the spare honey boxes, and the production of brood will often be most seriously interfered with at a season of the year when it is important to have the hives well stocked with bees, that they may winter to the best advantage. If Apiarians are anxious to have large quantities of choice honey, let them manage their bees so as to have powerful stocks in the early spring, and they will then be able to have heavy purses and light consciences into the bargain. I shall now show how liquid honey, exceedingly beautiful to the eye, and tempting to the taste, may be made to great advantage. Dissolve 2 pounds of the purest white sugar, in as much hot water as will be just necessary to reduce it to a syrup. Take 1 pound of the nicest white clover honey, any other light colored honey of good flavor will answer, and after warming it, add it to the sugar syrup and stir the contents. When cool, this compound will be pronounced, even by the best judges of honey, to be one of the most luscious articles which they ever tasted, and will be, by almost every one, preferred to the unmixed honey. Refined loaf sugar is a perfectly pure and inodorous sweet, and 1 pound of honey will communicate the honey flavor, in high perfection, to twice that quantity of sugar, while the new article will be destitute of that smarting taste which honey alone, so often has, and will be often found to agree perfectly with those who cannot eat the clear honey with impunity. If those engaged in the artificial manufacture of honey, never brought anything worse than this, to the market, the purchasers would have no reason to complain. As, however, the compound can be furnished much cheaper than the pure honey, many may prefer to purchase the materials, and mix them themselves. If desired, any kind of flavor may be given to the manufactured article. Thus it may be made to resemble, in fragrance, the classic honey of Mount Hymettus, by adding to it the fine aroma of the lemon balm, or wild thyme, or it may have the flavor of the orange groves, or the delicate fragrance of beds of roses washed with dew. I have recently ascertained that if 2 pounds of the best refined sugar be added to 1 of common maple sugar, the compound will be a light colored article, retaining perfectly the maple taste, and yet far superior to the common maple sugar. After making this discovery, I learned that a large part of the very nicest maple sugar is made in this way. Attempts have been made to feed to bees, to be stored in the honey boxes, a mixture of the whitest honey and loaf sugar, but the result shows a loss rather than a gain. The mixture, before it is fed, will cost about 10 cents per pound. At the very furthest, not more than 1/2 of what is fed, can be secured in the comb, for it requires about 1 pound of honey to manufacture comb enough to hold a pound of honey. The actual cost of the honey in the comb will therefore be at least 20 cents per pound, and the pure white clover honey can be bought for less than that. Those who desire to have something exceedingly beautiful to the eye, and delicate to the taste, at a season when the bees are not storing up honey from the blossoms, and in situations where the natural supply is of an inferior quality, if they do not regard expense, can place upon their tables, something which will be pronounced by the best judges, a little superior to anything they ever tasted before. I have repeatedly spoken of the great care which is necessary to prevent bees from getting a taste of forbidden sweets, so as to be tempted to engage in dishonest courses. The experienced Apiarian will fully appreciate the necessity of these cautions, and the inexperienced, if they neglect them, will be taught a lesson that they will not soon forget. Let it be remembered that the bee was intended to gather its sweets from the nectaries of flowers. To use the exquisitely beautiful language of him whose wonderful writings supply us on almost every subject, with the richest thoughts and happiest illustrations, they were created to "make boot upon the summer's velvet buds, which pillaged they with merry march bring home, to the tent royal of their emperor, who, busied in his majesty surveys, the singing masons building roofs of gold." Shakespeare. When thus engaged, the bees work in perfect accordance with their natural instincts, and seem to have little or no disposition to meddle with property that does not belong to them. If, however, their incautious owner tempts them with liquid food, especially at times when they can obtain nothing from the blossoms, they seem to be so infatuated with such easy gatherings as to lose all discretion, and they will perish by thousands, if the vessels which contain the food are not furnished with floats, on which they can stand and help themselves in safety. The fly was intended to feed, not upon the blossoms, but upon food in which, without care, it could easily be drowned, and hence it alights most cautiously on the edge of any vessel containing liquid food, and warily helps itself, while the poor bee, without any caution, plunges right in and speedily perishes. The sad fate of their unfortunate companions does not in the least deter others who approach the tempting lure, but they madly alight on the bodies of the dying and the dead, to share the same miserable end. No one can understand the full extent of their infatuation, until after seeing a confectioner's shop assailed by thousands and tens of thousands of hungry bees. I have seen thousands strained right out from the syrups in which they had perished, thousands more alighting even upon the boiling sweets, the floors covered, and windows darkened with bees, some crawling, others flying, and others still, so completely daubed as to be able neither to crawl nor fly. Not one bee in 10 able to carry home its ill-gotten spoils, and yet the air filled with new hosts of thoughtless comers. It will be for the interest of all engaged in the manufacture of candy and syrups, to fit gauze wire windows and doors to their premises, and thus save themselves from constant loss and annoyance. For if only one bee in 100 escapes with his load, the confectioner will be subjected in the course of the season to serious loss. I once furnished such an establishment, after the bees had commenced their depredations, with such protection, and when they found themselves excluded, they lit on the wire by thousands, and fairly squealed with vexation and disappointment, as they tried to force a passage through the meshes. At last they were daring enough to descend the chimney, reeking with sweet odors, even although the most who attempted it, fell with scorched wings into the fire, it became necessary to put wire gauze over the top of the chimney also. How often, as I have seen thousands of bees, in such places destroyed, and thousands more deprived of all ability to fly, and hopelessly struggling in the deluding sweets, and yet thousands more blindly hovering over them, all unmindful of their danger, and apparently eager to share the same destruction. How often has the spectacle of their infatuation seemed to me to be an exact picture of the woeful delusion of those who surrender themselves to the fatal influences of the intoxicating cup. Even although they see the miserable victims of this degrading vice, falling all around them, into premature and dishonored graves, they still press on, madly trampling as it were, over the dead and dying bodies, that they too may sink into the same abyss of agonies, and that their sun may also go down in darkness and hopeless gloom. Even although they know that the next cup may send them, with all their sins upon their heads, to the dread tribunal of their God, that cup of bitter sorrows and untold degradation, they will drain even to its most loathsome dregs. The avaricious bee that despised the slow process of extracting nectar from every opening flower, and plunged recklessly into the tempting sweets, has ample time to bewail its folly. Even if it has not paid the forfeit of its life, but has been able to obtain its fill, it returns home with all its beautiful plumage sullied and besmeared, and with a woe-begone look, and sorrowful note, in marked contrast with the bright hues and merry sounds with which the industrious bee returns from its happy rovings amid the budding honey flowers and sweetly breathing fields. Just so, has many a pilgrim from the golden shores of California and Australia returned, enfeebled in body and mind, bankrupt often in character and happiness, if not in purse, and unfitted in every way for the calm and sober pursuits of common industry; while thousands, yes, and tens of thousands too, shall never more behold their once happy homes, Bibles and Sabbaths, altars and firesides, parents and friends, wife and children. How often have all these been wantonly abandoned, in the accursed greed for gain, by those who might have been happy and prosperous at home, and who wandered from its sacred precincts only because they were determined to make the possession of wealth the chief object of life, but whose bones now lie amid the coral reefs of the ocean, or molder in the howling wastes of the overland passage, just as the bones of unbelieving Israelites whitened the sands of the desert. Of those who have reached the land of golden promise, how many have died in despair, or worse still, are living so besotted by vice, so lost to all power of virtuous resolutions, that they shall never more see the happy homes from which they so thoughtlessly wandered, never more hear the soft accents of loving friends, never more worship God, in peaceful sanctuary, or ever again behold an opened Bible. "Gold, gold, 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 bright and yellow, hard and cold, molten, graven, hammered and rolled, heavy to get, and light to hold, hoarded, bartered, bought and sold, stolen, borrowed, squandered, doled, spurned by the young, but hugged by the old, to the very verge of churchyard mold, price of many a crime untold, gold, 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 good or bad, 1,000-fold, how widely its agencies vary, to save, to ruin, to curse, to bless, and even its minted coins express, now stamped with the image of good Queen Bess, and now of a bloody Mary." Hood. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 16. Honey, Pasturage, Overstocking. In the chapter on feeding, it has already been stated that honey is not a natural secretion of the bee, but a substance obtained from the nectaries of the blossoms. It is not, therefore, made, but merely gathered by the bees. The truth is well expressed in the lines so familiar to most of us from our childhood, "How doth the little busy bee improve each shining hour, and gather honey all the day from every opening flower." Bees not only gather honey from the blossoms, but often obtain it in large quantities from what have been called honey dews, "a term applied to those sweet, clammy drops that glitter on the foliage of many trees in hot weather." Two different opinions have been zealously advocated as to the origin of honey dews. By some, they are considered a natural exudation from the leaves of trees, a perspiration as it were, occasioned often by ill health, though sometimes a provision to enable the plants to resist the fervent heats to which they are exposed. Others insist that this sweet substance is discharged from the bodies of those aphids or small lice which infest the leaves of so many plants. Unquestionably they are produced in both ways. Messrs. Kirby and Spence, in their interesting work on entomology, have given a description of the kind of honey dew furnished by the aphids. "The loves of the ants and the aphids have long been celebrated, and that there is a connection between them, you may, at any time in the proper season, convince yourself, for you will always find the former very busy on those trees and plants on which the latter abound, and if you examine more closely, you will discover that the object of the ants, in thus attending upon the aphids, is to obtain the saccharine fluid secreted by them, which may well be denominated their milk. This fluid, which is scarcely inferior to honey in sweetness, issues in limpid drops from the abdomen of these insects, not only by the ordinary passage, but also by two setiform tubes placed, one on each side, just above it. Their sucker being inserted in the tender bark, is without intermission employed in absorbing the sap, which, after it has passed through their system, they keep continually discharging by these organs. When no ants attend them, by a certain jerk of the body, which takes place at regular intervals, they ejaculate it to a distance." "Mr. Knight once observed," says Bevan, "a shower of honey dew descending in innumerable small globules, near one of his oak trees, on the 1st of September. He cut off one of the branches, took it into the house, and holding it in a stream of light, which was purposely admitted through a small opening, distinctly saw the aphids ejecting the fluid from their bodies with considerable force, and this accounts for its being frequently found in situations where it could not have arrived by the mere influence of gravitation. The drops that are thus spurted out, unless interrupted by the surrounding foliage, or some other interposing body, fall upon the ground, and the spots may often be observed, for some time, beneath and around the trees affected with honey dew, till washed away by the rain. The power which these insects possess of ejecting the fluid from their bodies, seems to have been wisely instituted to preserve cleanliness in each individual fly, and indeed for the preservation of the whole family, for pressing as they do upon one another, they would otherwise soon be glued together, and rendered incapable of stirring. On looking steadfastly at a group of these insects, Aphids silicis, while feeding on the bark of the willow, their superior size enables us to perceive some of them elevating their bodies, and emitting a transparent substance in the form of a small shower." "Nor scorn ye now, fond elves, the foliage sere, When the light aphids, armed with puny spear, Probe each emulgent vein, till bright below, Like falling stars, clear drops of nectar glow." Evans. "The willow accommodates the bees in a kind of threefold succession. From the flowers they obtain both honey and farina; from the bark propolis; and the leaves frequently afford them honey dew at a time when other resources are beginning to fail. Honey dew usually appears upon the leaves as a viscid, transparent substance, as sweet as honey itself, sometimes in the form of globules, at others resembling a syrup. It is generally most abundant from the middle of June to the middle of July, sometimes as late as September. It is found chiefly upon the oak, the elm, the maple, the plane, the sycamore, the lime, the hazel, and the blackberry; occasionally also on the cherry, currant, and other fruit trees. Sometimes only one species of trees is affected at a time. The oak generally affords the largest quantity. At the season of its greatest abundance, the happy humming noise of the bees may be heard at a considerable distance from the trees, sometimes nearly equaling in loudness the united hum of swarming." In some seasons, extraordinary quantities of honey are furnished by the honey dews, and bees will often, in a few days, fill their hives with it. If at such times, they can be furnished with empty combs, the amount stored up by them will be truly wonderful. No certain reliance, however, can be placed upon this article of bee food, as in some years, there is scarcely any to be found, and it is only once in 3 or 4 years, that it is very abundant. The honey obtained from this source, is generally of a very good quality, though seldom as clear as that gathered from the choicest blossoms. The quality of honey is exceedingly various, some being dark, and often bitter and disagreeable to the taste, while occasionally it is gathered from poisonous flowers, and is very noxious to the human system. An intelligent Mandingo African informed a lady of my acquaintance, that they do not in his country, dare to eat unsealed honey, until it is first boiled. In some of the southern states, all unsealed honey is generally rejected. It appears to me highly probable that the noxious qualities of the honey gathered from some flowers, is, for the most part, evaporated, before it is sealed over by the bees, while the honey is thickening in the cells. Boiling the honey, would, of course, expel it much more effectually, and it is a well ascertained fact, that some persons are not able to eat even the best honey with impunity until after it has been boiled. I believe that if persons who are injured by honey would subject it to this operation, they would usually find it to exert no injurious influence on the system. Honey is improved by age, and many are able to use with impunity, that which has been for a long time, in the hive, and which seems to be much milder than any freshly gathered by the bees. Honey, when taken from the bees, should be carefully put where it will be safe from all intruders, and where it will not be exposed to so low a temperature as to candy in the cells. The little red ant, and the large black ant are extravagantly fond of it, and unless placed where they cannot reach it, they will soon carry off large quantities. I paste paper over all my boxes, glasses, etc., so as to make them airtight, and carefully store them away for future use. If it is drained from the combs, it may be kept in tight vessels, although in this state it will be almost sure to candy. By putting the vessels in water, and bringing it to the boiling point, it will be as nice as when first strained from the comb. In this way, I prefer to keep the larger portion of my honey. The appearance of white honey in the comb, is however so beautiful, that many will prefer to keep it in this form, especially if intended for sale. In my hives, it may be taken from the bees, in a great variety of ways. Some may prefer to construct the main hive in such a form, that the surplus honey can be taken from it on the frames. Others will prefer to take it on frames put in an upper box. See page 321. Glass vessels of almost any size or form will make beautiful receptacles for the spare honey. They ought always, however, to have a piece of comb fastened in them, before they are given to the bees. See page 61. And if the weather is cool, they must be carefully covered with something warm, or they will part with their heat so quickly, as to discourage the bees from building in them. Unless warmly covered, glass vessels will often be so lined with moisture, as to annoy the bees. This is occasioned by the rapid evaporation of the water from the newly gathered honey. See page 335. All hives during the height of the gathering season, abound in moisture, and this no doubt furnishes the bees, for the most part, with the water they then need. Honey, when stored in a pint tumbler, just large enough to receive one comb, has a most beautiful appearance, and may be easily taken out whole, and placed in an elegant shape upon the table. The expense of such glass vessels is one objection to their use. The ease with which they part with their heat, another; and a more serious objection still, is the fact that the shallow cells, so many of which must be made in a round vessel, require as large a consumption of honey for the wax covers, as those which hold more than twice their quantity of honey. I prefer rectangular boxes made of pasteboard, to any other. They are neat, warm and cheap, and if a piece of small glass is pasted in one of their ends, the Apiarian can always see when they are full. When the honey is taken from the bees, the box has its cover put on, and is pasted tight, so as to exclude air and insects. In this form, honey may be packed, and sent to market very conveniently, and when the boxes are opened, the purchaser can always see the quality of the article which he buys. The box in which these small boxes of honey are packed in order to be sent to market, should be furnished with rope handles, so that it can be easily lifted, without the least jarring. Honey should be handled with just as much care as glass. A box, 4 inches wide, will admit of 2 combs, and if small pieces of comb are put in the top, the bees will build them, of the proper dimensions, and will thus make them too large for brood combs, and of the best size to contain their surplus honey. The use of my hives enables the Apiarian to get access to all the comb which he needs for such purposes, and he will find it to his interest never to give the bees a box which does not contain some comb, as well for encouragement as for a pattern. I have never seen the use of pasteboard boxes suggested, but after experimenting with a great many materials, I believe they will be found, all things considered, preferable to any others. Wooden boxes, with a piece of glass, are very good for storing honey, but they are much more expensive than those made of pasteboard, and the covers cannot be removed so conveniently. Honey may be safely removed from the surplus honey boxes of my hives, even by the most timid. When the outside case, which covers the boxes, is elevated, a shield is thrown between the Apiarian and the bees which are entering and leaving the hive. Before removing a vessel or box, a thin knife should be carefully passed under it, as to loosen the attachments of the comb to the honey board, without injuring the bees. Then a small piece of tin or zinc may be pushed under to prevent the bees that are below, from coming up, when the honey is removed. The Apiarian should now tap gently on the box, and the bees in it, perceiving that they are separated from the main hive, will at once proceed to fill themselves, so as to save as much as possible of their precious sweets. In about 5 minutes, or as soon as they are full, and run over the combs, trying to get out, the glass or box may at once be removed, and they will fly directly to the hive with what they have been able to secure. Bees under such circumstances never attempt to sting, and a child of 10 years may remove, with ease and safety, all their surplus stores. If a person is too timid to approach a hive when any bees are flying, the honey may be removed towards evening, or early in the morning, before the bees are flying, in any considerable numbers. In performing this operation, it should always be borne in mind, that large quantities of honey should never be taken from them at once, unless when the honey harvest is over. Bees are exceedingly discouraged by such wholesale appropriations, and often refuse entirely to work in the empty boxes, even though honey abounds in the fields. Not unfrequently when large boxes are removed, and being found only partially filled, are returned, the bees will carry every particle of honey down into the main hive. If however, the honey is removed in small boxes, one at a time, and an empty box with guide comb is put instantly in its place, the bees, so far from being discouraged, work with more than their wonted energy, and usually begin in a few hours, to enlarge the comb. I would here repeat the caution already given, against needlessly opening and shutting the hives, or in any way meddling with the bees so as to make them feel insecure in their possessions. Such a course tends to discourage them, and may seriously diminish the yield of honey. If the Apiarian wishes to remove honey from the interior of the hive, he must remove the combs, as directed on page 195, and shake the bees off, on the alighting board, or directly into the hive. Pasturage. Some blossoms yield only pollen, and others only honey, but by far the largest number, both honey and pollen. Since the discovery that rye flour will answer so admirably as a substitute, before the bees are able to gather the pollen from the flowers, early blossoms producing pollen alone, are not so important in the vicinity of an apiary. Willows are among the most desirable trees to have within reach of the bees. Some kinds of willow put out their catkins very early, and yield an abundance of both bee bread and honey. All the willows furnish an abundance of food for the bees, and as there is considerable difference in the time of their blossoming, it is desirable to have such varieties as will furnish the bees with food, as long as possible. The sugar maple furnishes a large supply of very delicious honey, and its blossoms hanging in drooping fringes, will be all alive with bees. The apricot, peach, plum, and cherry are much frequented by the bees. Pears and apples furnish very copious supplies of the richest honey. The tulip tree, Liriodendron, is probably one of the greatest honey producing trees in the world. In rich lands this magnificent tree will grow over 100 feet high, and when covered with its large bell-shaped blossoms of mingled green and golden yellow, it is one of the most beautiful trees in the world. the blossoms are expanding in succession, often for more than 2 weeks, and a new swarm will frequently fill its hive from these trees alone. The honey though dark in color, is of a rich flavor. This tree has been successfully cultivated as a shade tree, even as far north as southern Vermont, and for the extraordinary beauty of its foliage and blossoms, deserves to be introduced wherever it can be made to grow. The winter of 1851 to 1852 was exceedingly cold, the thermometer in Greenfield, Massachusetts, sinking as low as 30° below zero, and yet a tulip tree not only survived the winter uninjured, but was covered the following season with blossoms. The American linden or basswood is another tree which yields large supplies of very pure and white honey. It is one of our most beautiful native trees, and ought to be planted much more extensively than it is, in our villages and country seats. The English linden is worthless for bees, and in many places has been so infested by worms, as to make it necessary to cut it down. The linden blossoms soon after the white clover begins to fail, and a majestic tree covered with its yellow clusters, at a season when very few blossoms are to be seen, is a sight most beautiful and refreshing. "Here their delicious task, the fervent bees, in swarming millions tend, around athwart. Through the soft air the busy nations fly, cling to the bud, and with inserted tube, suck its pure essence, its ethereal soul." Thompson. Our villages would be much more attractive, if instead of being filled as they often are, almost exclusively with maples and elms, they were adorned with a greater variety of our native trees. The remark has often been made, that these trees are much more highly valued abroad than at home, and that to see them in perfection, we must either visit their native forests, or the pleasure grounds of some wealthy English or European gentleman. Of all the various sources from which the bees derive their supplies, white clover is the most important. It yields large quantities of very white honey, and of the purest quality, and wherever it flourishes in abundance, the honey bee will always gather a rich harvest. In this country at least, it seems to be the most certain reliance of the apiary. It blossoms at a season of the year, when the weather is usually both dry and hot, and the bees gather the honey from it, after the sun has dried off the dew, so that its juices are very thick, and almost ready to be sealed over at once in the cells. Every observant bee keeper must have noticed, that in some seasons, the blossoms of various kinds yield much less honey than in others. Perhaps no plant varies so little in this respect as the white clover. This clover ought to be much more extensively cultivated than it now is, and I consider myself as conferring a benefit not only on bee keepers, but on the agricultural community at large, in being able to state on the authority of one of New England's ablest practical farmers, and writers on agricultural subjects, Honorable Frederick Holbrook of Brattleboro, Vermont, that the common white clover may be cultivated on some soils to very great profit, as a hay crop. In an article for the New England Farmer, for May, 1853, he speaks as follows: "The more general sowing of white clover seed is confidently recommended. If land is in good heart at the time of stocking it to grass, white clover sown with the other grass seeds will thicken up the bottom of mowings, growing some 8 or 10 inches high, and in a thick mat, and the burden of hay will prove much heavier than it seemed likely to be before mowing. Soon after the practice of sowing white clover on the tillage fields commences, the plant will begin to show itself in various places on the farm, and ultimately gets pretty well scattered over the pastures, as it seeds very profusely, and the seeds are carried from place to place, in the manure and otherwise. The price of the seed per pound in market is high, but then 1 pound of it will seed more land than 2 pounds of red clover seed, so that in fact the former is the cheaper seed of the two, for an acre. Red top, red clover and white clover seeds, sown together, produce a quality of hay universally relished by stock. My practice is, to seed all dry, sandy and gravelly lands with this mixture. The red and white clover pretty much make the crop the first year. The second year, the red clover begins to disappear, and the red top to take its place, and after that, the red top and white clover have full possession and make the very best hay for horses or oxen, milk cows or young stock, that I have been able to produce. The crop per acre, as compared with herd's grass, is not so bulky, but tested by weight and by spending quality in the winter, it is much the most valuable. Herd's grass hay grown on most uplands or reclaimed meadows, and swamps of a mucky soil, or lands not overcharged with silica, is of good quality, but when grown on sandy and gravelly soils abounding in silex, the stalks are hard, wiry, coated with silicates as with glass, and neither horses nor cattle will eat it as well, or thrive as well on it as on hay made of red top and clover. And as for milk cows, they winter badly on it, and do not give out the milk as when fed on softer and more succulent hay." By managing white clover, according to Mr. Holbrook's plan, it might be made to blossom abundantly in the second crop, and thus lengthen out, to very great advantage, the pasture for the bees. For fear that any of my readers might suspect Mr. Holbrook of looking at the white clover through a pair of bee spectacles, I would add that although he has 10 acres of it in mowing, he has no bees, and has never particularly interested himself in this branch of rural economy. When we can succeed in directing the attention of such men to bee culture, we may hope to see as rapid an advance in this as in some other important branches of agriculture. Sweet-scented clover, Mellilotus leucantha, affords a rich bee pasturage. It blossoms the second year from the seed, and grows to a great height, and is always swarming with bees until quite late in the fall. Attempts have been made to cultivate it for the sake of its value as a hay crop, but it has been found too coarse in its texture to be very profitable. Where many bees are kept, it might however, be so valuable for them as to justify its extensive cultivation. During the early part of the season, it might be mowed and fed to the cattle, in a green and tender state, and allowed to blossom later in the season, when the bees can find but few sources to gather from. For years, I have attempted to procure, through botanists, a hybrid or cross between the red and white clover, in order to get something with the rich honey producing properties of the red, and yet with a short blossom into which the honey bee might insert its proboscis. The red clover produces a vast amount of food for the bumblebee, but is of no use at all to the honey bee. I had hoped to procure a variety which might answer all the purposes of our farmers as a field crop. Quite recently, I have ascertained that such a hybrid has been originated in Sweden, and has been imported into this country by Mr. B. C. Rogers, of Philadelphia. It grows even taller than the red clover, bears as many blossoms on a stalk which are small, resembling the white, and is said to be preferred by cattle, to any other kind of grass, while it answers admirably for bees. Buckwheat furnishes a most excellent fall feed for bees. The honey is not so well flavored as some other kinds, but it comes at a season when it is highly important to the bees, and they are often able to fill their hives with a generous supply against winter. Buckwheat honey is gathered when the dew is upon the blossoms, and instead of being thick, like white clover honey, is often quite thin. The bees sweat out a large portion of its moisture, but still they do not exhaust the whole of it, and in wet seasons especially, it is liable to sour in the cells. Honey gathered in a dry season is always thicker, and of course more valuable than gathered in a wet one, as it contains much less water. Buckwheat is uncertain in its honey bearing qualities. In some seasons, it yields next to none, and hardly a bee will be seen upon a large field, while in others it furnishes an extraordinary supply. The most practical and scientific agriculturists agree that so far from being an impoverishing crop, it is on many soils, one of the most profitable that can be raised. Every beekeeper should have some in the vicinity of his hives. The raspberry, it is well known, is a great favorite with the bees, and the honey supplied by it is very delicious. Those parts of New England which are hilly and rough, are often covered with the wild raspberry, and would furnish food for numerous colonies of bees. It will be observed that thus far, I have said nothing about cultivating flowers in the garden to supply the bees with food. What can be done in this way, is of scarcely any account, and it would be almost as reasonable to expect to furnish food for a stock of cattle, from a small grass plat, as honey for bees, from garden plants. The cultivation of bee flowers is more a matter of pleasure than profit, to those who like to hear the happy hum of the busy bees, as they walk in their gardens. It hardly seems expedient, at least for the present, to cultivate any field crops except such as are profitable in themselves, without any reference to the bees. Mignonette is excellent for bees, but of all flowers, none seems to equal the borage. It blossoms in June, and continues in bloom until severe frost, and is always covered with bees, even in dull weather, as its pendant blossoms keep the honey from the moisture. The honey yielded by it, is of a very superior quality. If any plant which does not in itself make a valuable crop, would justify cultivation, there is no doubt that borage would. An acre of it would support a large number of stocks. If in a village those who keep bees would unite together, and secure the sowing of an acre, in their immediate vicinity, each person paying in proportion to the number of stocks kept, it might be found profitable. The plants should have about 2 feet of space every way, and after they covered the ground, would need no further attention. They would come into full blossom, cultivated in this manner, about the time that the white clover begins to fail, and would not only furnish rich pasture for the bees, but would keep them from the groceries and shops in which so many perish. If those who are engaged in adorning our villages and country residences with shade trees, would be careful to set out a liberal allowance of such kinds as are not only beautiful to us, but attractive to the bees, in process of time, the honey resources of the country might be very greatly increased. Overstocking a district with bees. I come now to a point of the very first importance to all interested in the cultivation of bees. If the opinions which the great majority of American beekeepers entertain, are correct, then the keeping of bees must, in our country, be always an insignificant pursuit. I confess that I find it difficult to repress a smile when the owner of a few hives, in a district where as many as hundreds might be made to prosper, gravely imputes his ill success to the fact that too many bees are kept in his vicinity. The truth is, that as bees are frequently managed, they are of but little value, even though in a land flowing with milk and honey. If in the spring, a colony of bees is prosperous and healthy, see page 207, it will gather abundant stores, even if hundreds equally strong are in its immediate vicinity, while if it is feeble, it will be of little or no value, even if there is not another swarm within a dozen miles of it. Success in bee keeping requires that a man should be in some things, a very close imitator of Napoleon, who always admired to have an overwhelming force, at the right time, and in the right place. So the beekeeper must be sure that his colonies are numerous, just at the time when their numbers can be turned to the best account. If the bees cannot get up their numbers until the honey harvest is well nigh gone, numbers will then be of as little service as many of the famous armies against which the soldier of Europe contended, which, after the fortunes of the campaign were decided, only served to swell the triumphant spoils of the mighty conqueror. A beekeeper with feeble stocks in the spring, which become strong only when there is nothing to get, is like a farmer who contrives to hire no hands to reap his harvests, but suffers the crops to rot upon the ground, and then at great expense, hires a number of stalwart workers to idle about his premises and eat him out of house and home. I do not believe that there is a single square mile in this whole country which is overstocked with bees, unless it is one so unsuitable for beekeeping as to make it unprofitable to attempt it at all. Such an assertion will doubtless appear to many very unguarded, and yet it is made advisedly, and I am happy to be able to confirm it, by reference to the experience of the largest cultivators in Europe. The following letter from Mr. Wagner, I will trust, no more than I can possibly do in any other way, to show our beekeepers how mistaken they are, in their opinion, as to the danger of overstocking their districts, and also what large results might be obtained from a more extensive cultivation of bees. York, March 16, 1853. Dear Sir, in reply to your inquiry respecting the overstocking of a district, I would say that the present opinion of the correspondents of the Bienenzeitung appears to be that it cannot readily be done. Dzierzon says, in practice at least, "it never is done," and Dr. Radkulfer, of Munich, the President of the Second Apiarian Convention, declares that his apprehensions on that score were dissipated by observations which he had opportunity and occasion to make, when on his way home from the Convention. I have numerous accounts of apiaries in pretty close proximity, containing from 200 to 300 colonies each. Ehrenfels had 1,000 hives, at 3 separate establishments indeed, but so close to each other, that he could visit them all in half an hour's ride, and he says that in 1801, the average net yield of his apiaries was $2 per hive. In Russia and Hungary, apiaries numbering from 2,000 to 5,000 colonies are said not to be unfrequent, and we know that as many as 4,000 hives are oftentimes congregated, in autumn, at one point on the heaths of Germany. Hence I think we need not fear that any district of this country, so distinguished for abundant natural vegetation and diversified culture, will very speedily be overstocked, particularly after the importance of having stocks populous early in the spring comes to be duly appreciated. A week or 10 days of favorable weather, at that season, when pasturage abounds, will enable a strong colony to lay up an ample supply for the year, if its labor be properly directed. Mr. Caden, one of the ablest contributors to the Bienenzeitung, in the number for December, 1852, noticing the communication from Dr. Radcoffer, says, "I also concur in the opinion that a district of country cannot be overstocked with bees, and that, however numerous the colonies, all can procure sufficient sustenance if the surrounding country contain honey yielding plants and vegetables, in the usual degree. Where utter barrenness prevails, the case is different, of course, as well as rare." The 15th annual meeting of German agriculturists was held in the city of Hanover, on the 10th of September, 1852, and in compliance with the suggestions of the Apiarian Convention, a distinct section devoted to bee culture was instituted. The program propounded 16 questions for discussion, the fourth of which was as follows: "Can a district of country embracing meadows, arable land, orchards, and woodlands or forests, be so overstocked with bees, that these may no longer find adequate sustenance and yield a remunerating surplus of their products?" This question was debated with considerable animation. The Rev. Mr. Klein, 9/10 of the correspondents of the Bee Journal are clergymen, president of the section, gave it as his opinion that "it was hardly conceivable that any such a country could be overstocked with bees." Counsellor Herwig and the Rev. Mr. Wilkins, on the contrary, maintained that "it might be overstocked." In reply, Assessor Hine remarked that "whatever might be supposed possible as an extreme case, it was certain that as regards the kingdom of Hanover, it could not be even remotely apprehended that too many apiaries would ever be established, and that consequently the greatest possible multiplication of colonies might safely be aimed at and encouraged." At the same time, he advised a proper distribution of apiaries. I might easily furnish you with more matter of this sort, and designate a considerable number of apiaries in various parts of Germany, containing from 25 to 500 colonies. But the question would still recur, do not these apiaries occupy comparatively isolated positions? And at this distance from the scene, it would obviously be impossible to give a perfectly satisfactory answer. According to the statistical tables of the Kingdom of Hanover, the annual production of beeswax in the province of Lunenburg is 300,000 pounds, about one half of which is exported; and assuming 1 pound of wax as the yield of each hive, we must suppose that 300 hives are annually brimstoned in the province, and assuming further, in view of casualties, local influences, unfavorable seasons, etc., that only one half of the whole number of colonies maintained, produce a swarm each, every year, it would require a total of at least 600,000 colonies, 141 to each square mile, to secure the result given in the tables. The number of square miles stocked even to this extent, in this country, are, I suspect, "few and far between." The Shakers at Lebanon have about 600 colonies, but I doubt whether a dozen apiaries equally large can be found in the Union. It is very evident that this country is far from being overstocked, nor is it likely that it ever will be. A German writer acknowledges that "the bees of Lunenburg pay all the taxes assessed on their proprietors, and leave a surplus besides." The importance attached to bee culture accounts in part for the remarkable fact that the people of a district so barren that it has been called the Arabia of Germany, are almost without exception in easy and comfortable circumstances. Could not still more favorable results be obtained in this country under a rational system of management, availing itself of the aid of science, art, and skill? But I am digressing. My design was to furnish you with an account of bee culture as it exists in an entire district of country, in the hands of the common peasantry. This I thought would be more satisfactory, and convey a better idea of what may be done on a large scale, than any number of instances which might be selected of splendid success in isolated cases. Very truly yours, Samuel Wagner. Rev. L. L. Langstroth. The question how far bees will fly in search of honey has been very differently answered by different Apiarians. I am satisfied that they will fly over 3 miles in search of food, but I believe as a general rule, that if their food is not within a circle of about 2 miles in every direction from the apiary, they will be able to store up but little surplus honey. The nearer the better. In all my arrangements, see page 96, I have made it a constant study to save every step for the bees that I possibly can, economizing to the very utmost their time, which will all be transmuted into honey. An inspection of the frontispiece of this treatise will exhibit the general aspect of the alighting board of my hives, and will show the intelligent Apiarian with what ease bees will enter such a hive, even in very windy weather. By such arrangements, they will be able to store up more honey, even if they have to go a considerable distance in search of it, than they would in many other hives, when the honey abounded in their more immediate vicinity. Such considerations are entirely overlooked by most bee keepers, and they seem to imagine that they are matters of no importance. By the utter neglect of any kind of precautions to facilitate the labor of their bees, you might suppose that they imagined these delicate insects to be possessed of nerves of steel and sinews of iron or adamant, or else that they took them for miniature locomotives, always fired up, and capable of an indefinite amount of exertion. A bee cannot put forth more than a certain amount of physical exertion, and if a large portion of this is spent in absolutely fighting against difficulties, from which it might easily be guarded, it must be very obvious to any one who thinks on the subject at all, that a great loss must be sustained by its owner. If some of these thoughtless owners, returning home with a heavy burden, were compelled to fall down stairs half a dozen times before they could get into the house, they might perhaps think it best to guard their industrious workers against such discouraging accidents. If bees are tossed violently about by the winds, as they attempt to enter their hives, they are often fatally injured, and the whole colony so discouraged, to say nothing more, that they do not gather near so much as they otherwise would. The arrangement of my Protector is such that the bees, if blown down, fall upon a sloping bank of soft grass, and are able to enter the hives without much inconvenience. Just as soon as our cultivators can be convinced, by practical results, that bee keeping, for the capital invested, may be made a most profitable branch of rural economy, they will see the importance of putting their bees into suitable hives, and of doing all that they can to give them a fair chance. Until then, the mass of them will follow the beaten track, and attribute their ill success, not to their own ignorance, carelessness, or stupidity, but to their want of luck, or to the overstocking of the country with bees. I hope, before many years, to see the price of good honey so reduced, that the poor man can place it on his table and feast upon it, as one of the cheapest luxuries within his reach. On page 20, a statement was given of Dzierzon's experience as to the profits of bee keeping. The section of country in which he resides, is regarded by him as unfavorable to Apiarian pursuits. I shall now give what I consider a safe estimate for almost any section in our country, while in unusually favorable conditions, it will fall far below the results which may be attained. It is based upon the supposition that the bees are kept in properly constructed hives, so as to be strong early in the season, and that the increase of stocks is limited to one new one from 2 old ones. Under proper management, one year with another, about $10 worth of honey may be obtained for every 2 stocks wintered over. The worth of the new colonies I set off as an equivalent for labor of superintendence, and interest on the money invested in bees, hives, fixtures, etc. A careful, prudent man, who will enter into beekeeping moderately at first, and extend his operations only as his skill and experience increase, will, by the use of my hives, find that the preceding estimate is not too large. Even on the ordinary mode of beekeeping, there are many who will consider it rather below than above the mark. If thoroughly careless persons are determined to "try their luck," as they call it, with bees, I advise them by all means, in mercy to the bees, to adopt the non-swarming plan. Improved methods of management with such persons will be of little or no use, unless you could improve their habits first, and very often their brains too. Every dollar that such persons spend upon bees, unless with the slightest possible departure from the old-fashioned plans, is a dollar worse than thrown away. In those parts of Europe where beekeeping is carried on upon the largest scale, the mass adhere to the old system. This they understand, and by this they secure a certainty, whereas in our country, thousands have been induced to enter upon the wildest schemes, or at least to use hives which could not furnish the very information needed for their successful management. A simple box furnished with my frames will enable the masses, without departing materially from the common system, to increase largely the yield from their bees. In addition to the information given in the introduction, respecting the success of Dzierzon's system of management, I have recently ascertained that one of its ablest opponents in Germany has become thoroughly convinced of its superior value. The government of Norway has appropriated $300 per annum for the ensuing 3 years, towards diffusing a knowledge of Dzierzon's method in that country, having previously dispatched Mr. Hanser, Collector of Customs, to Silesia to visit Mr. Dzierzon, and acquire a practical knowledge of his system of management. He is now employed in distributing model hives in the provinces, and imparting information on improved bee culture. Note: the time has hardly come when the attention of any of our state authorities can be attracted to the importance of bee culture. It is only of late that they have seemed to manifest any peculiar interest in promoting the advancement of agricultural pursuits. A Department of Agriculture ought to have been established, years ago, by the national government at Washington. Let us hope that the administration now in power will establish a lasting claim to the gratitude of posterity, by taking wise and efficient steps to advance the agricultural interests of the country. A national society to promote these interests has recently been established, and much may be hoped from its wisdom and energy. Until some disinterested tribunal can be established, before which all inventions and discoveries can be fairly tested, honest men will suffer, and ignorance and imposture will continue to flourish. Lying advertisements, and the plausible misrepresentations of brazen-faced impostors, will still drain the purses of the credulous, while thousands, disgusted with the horde of impositions which are palmed off upon the community, will settle down into a dogged determination to try nothing new. A society before which everything, claiming to be an improvement in rural economy, could be fairly tested, would undoubtedly be shunned by ignorant and unprincipled men, who now find it an easy task to procure any number of certificates, but who dread nothing so much as honest and intelligent investigation. The reports of such a society after the most thorough trials and examinations, would inspire confidence, save the community from severe losses, and encourage the ablest minds to devote their best energies to the improvement of agricultural implements. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 17. The Anger of Bees. Remedy for their Sting. Bee Dress. Instincts of Bees. If the bee was disposed to use, without any provocation, the effective weapon with which it has been provided, its domestication would be entirely out of the question. The same remark, however, is equally true of the ox, the horse, or the dog, if these faithful servants of man were respectively determined to use, to the very utmost, their horns, their heels, and their teeth, to his injury, he would never have been able to subject them to his peaceful authority. The gentleness of the honey bee, when kindly treated, and managed by those who properly understand its instincts, has in this treatise been frequently spoken of, and is truly astonishing. They will, especially in swarming time, or whenever they are gorged with honey, allow any amount of handling which does not hurt them, without the slightest show of anger. For the gratification of others, I have frequently taken them up, by handfuls, suffered them to run over my face, and even smoothed down their glossy backs as they rested on my person. Standing before the hives, I have, by a rapid sweep of my hands, caught numbers of them at once, just as though they were so many harmless flies, and allowed them, one by one, to crawl out, by the smallest opening, to the light of day, and I have even gone so far as to imitate many of the feats which the celebrated English Apiarian, Wildman, was accustomed to perform, who having once secured the queen of a hive, could make the bees cluster on his head, or hang, like a flowing beard, in large festoons, from his chin. Wildman, for a long time, made as great a mystery of his wonderful performances, as the spirit rappers of the present day, do of theirs, but at last, he was induced to explain his whole mode of procedure, and the magic control which he possessed over the bees, and which was, by the ignorant, ascribed to his having bewitched them, was found to be owing entirely to his superior acquaintance with their instincts, and his uncommon dexterity and boldness. "Such was the spell, which round a wildman's arm, Twined in dark wreaths the fascinated swarm, Bright over his breast the glittering legions led, Or with a living garland bound his head. His dexterous hand, with firm yet hurtless hold, Could seize the chief, known by her scales of gold, Prune 'mid the wondering train her filmy wing, Or over her folds the silken fetter fling." Evans. M. Lombard, a skillful French Apiarian, narrates the following interesting occurrence, which shows how peaceable bees are in swarming time, and how easily managed by those who have both skill and confidence. "A young girl of my acquaintance," he says, "was greatly afraid of bees, but was completely cured of her fear by the following incident. A swarm having come off, I observed the queen alight by herself at a little distance from the Apiary. I immediately called my little friend that I might show her the queen. She wished to see her more nearly, so after having caused her to put on her gloves, I gave the queen into her hand. We were in an instant surrounded by the whole bees of the swarm. In this emergency, I encouraged the girl to be steady, bidding her be silent and fear nothing, and remaining myself close by her. I then made her stretch out her right hand, which held the queen, and covered her head and shoulders with a very thin handkerchief. The swarm soon fixed on her hand, and hung from it, as from the branch of a tree. The little girl was delighted above measure at the novel sight, and so entirely freed from all fear, that she bade me uncover her face. The spectators were charmed with the interesting spectacle. At length I brought a hive, and shaking the swarm from the child's hand, it was lodged in safety, and without inflicting a single wound." The indisposition of bees to sting, when swarming, is a fact familiar to every practical bee keeper. But I have not in all my reading or acquaintance with Apiarians, ever met with a single observation which has convinced me that the philosophy of this strange fact was thoroughly understood. As far as I know, I am the only person who has ever ascertained that when bees are filled with honey, they lose all disposition to volunteer an assault, and who has made the curious law the foundation of an extensive and valuable system of practical management. It was only after I had thoroughly tested its universality and importance, that I began to feel the desirableness of obtaining a perfect control over each comb in the hive, for it was only then that I saw that such control might be made available, in the hands of any one who could manage bees in the ordinary way. The result of my whole system is to make the bees unusually gentle, so that they are not only peaceable when any necessary operation is being performed, but at all other times. Even if I could open hives and safely manage at pleasure, still if the result of such proceedings was to leave the bees in an excited state, so as to make them unusually irritable, it would all avail but very little. There is, however, one difficulty in managing bees so as not to incur the risk of being stung at all, which attaches to every system of bee culture. If an apiary is approached when the bees are out in great numbers, thousands and tens of thousands will continue their busy pursuits without at all interfering with those who do not molest them. Frequently, however, there will be a few cross bees which come buzzing around our ears, and seem determined to sting without the very slightest provocation. From such lawless bees no person without a bee dress is absolutely safe. By repeated examinations, I have ascertained that disease is the cause of such unreasonable irritability. I am never afraid that a healthy bee will attack me unless unusually provoked, and I am always sure as soon as I hear one singing about my ears that it is incurably diseased. If such a bee is dissected, it will be found to exhibit the unmistakable evidence that a peculiar kind of dysentery has already fastened upon its system. In the first stages of the complaint, the insect is very irritable, refuses to labor, and seems unable or unwilling to distinguish friend from foe. As the disease progresses, it becomes stupid, its body swells up, and is filled with a great mass of yellow matter, and being unable to fly, it crawls on the ground, in front of the hive, and speedily perishes. I have never been able to ascertain the cause of this singular malady, nor can I suggest any remedy for it. I hope that some scientific Apiarians will investigate it closely, for if it could only be remedied, we might have hundreds of colonies on our premises and in our gardens, and yet be perfectly safe. A person thoroughly acquainted with the leading principles of bee culture, as they are set forth in this manual, will never under any circumstances find it necessary to provoke to fury a colony of bees. Let it be remembered that nothing can be more terribly vindictive than a family of bees when thoroughly aroused by gross abuse or unskillful treatment. Let their hive be suddenly overthrown or violently jarred, or let them be provoked by the presence of a sweaty horse, or any animal offensive to them, so that the anger at first manifested by a few, is extended to the whole community, and the most severe and sometimes dangerous consequences may ensue. In the same way, the management of the animals most useful to man, by ignorance or abuse, they may be roused to a state of frantic desperation, and limbs may be broken, and often lives destroyed, and yet no one possessed of common sense, attributes such calamities, except in very rare instances, to anything else than carelessness or want of skill. Let it be remembered that even the most peaceable stock of bees can, in a very few days, by abusive treatment be taught to look on every living thing as an enemy, and to sally forth with the most spiteful intentions, as soon as anyone approaches their domicile. How often does it happen that the vicious beast, which its owner so passionately belabors, is far less to blame for its obstinacy than the equally vicious brute who so unmercifully beats it. A word now to those timid females who are almost ready to faint, or to go into hysterics if a bee enters the house, or approaches them in the garden or fields. Such alarm is entirely uncalled for. It is only in the vicinity of their homes, and in resistance to what they consider an evil design upon their very altars and firesides, that these insects ever volunteer an attack. Away from home, they are as peaceably inclined as you could desire. If you attack them, they are much more eager to escape than to offer you any annoyance, and they can be induced to sting, only when they are compressed, either by accident or design. Let not any of my readers think that they have even a slight encouragement, from this conduct of the bee, to reserve all their sweet smiles and honeyed words for the world abroad, where they give free vent, in the sacred precincts of home, to ill-natured looks and ill-tempered language. For towards the occupants of its honeyed dome, the bee is all kindness and affection. In the experience of many years I never saw an instance in which two bees, members of the same family, ever seemed to be actuated by any but the very kindest feelings towards each other. In their busy haste, they often jostle against each other, but where everything is well meant, everything is well received. Tens of thousands all live together in the sweetest harmony and peace, when very often, if there are only 2 or 3 children in a family, the whole household is tormented by their constant bickerings and contention. Among the bees, the good mother is the honored queen of her happy family. They all wait upon her steps with unbounded reverence and affection, make way for her as she moves over the combs, smooth and brush her beautiful plumes, offer her food from time to time, and in short, do all that they possibly can to make her perfectly happy, while too often children treat their mothers with irreverence or neglect, and instead of striving with loving zeal to lighten their labors and save their steps, they treat them more as though they were servants hired only to wait upon every whim and to humor every caprice. Let us pause for a moment, and contemplate further the admirable arrangement by which the instinct of the bee, which disposes it to defend its treasures, is made so perfectly compatible with the safety both of man and the domestic animals under his care. Suppose that away from home, bees were as easily provoked, as they are in the immediate vicinity of their hives. What would become of our domestic animals among the clover fields in the pastures? A tithe of the merry gambols they now so safely indulge in, would speedily bring about them a swarm of these infuriated insects. In all our rambles among the green fields, we should constantly be in peril, and no jocund mower would ever whet his glittering scythe or swing his peaceful weapon, unless first clad in a dress impervious to their stings. In short, the bee, instead of being the friend of man, would be one of his most vexatious enemies, and as has been the case with the wolves and the bears, every effort would be made for their utter extermination. The sting of a bee often produces very painful, and upon some persons, very dangerous effects. I am persuaded, from the result of my own observations, that the bee seldom stings those whose systems are not sensitive to its venom, while it seems to take a special and malicious pleasure in attacking those upon whom it produces the most painful effects. It may be that something in the secretions of such persons both provokes the attack, and causes its consequences to be more severe. I should not advise persons upon whose system the sting of a bee produces the most agonizing pain, and violent, if not dangerous symptoms, to devote any attention to the practical part of an apiary, although I am acquainted with a lady who is thus severely affected, and who yet, strange to say, is a great enthusiast in Apiarian pursuits. I have met with individuals, upon whom a sting produced the singular effect of causing their breath to smell like the venom of the enraged insect. The smell of the poison resembles almost perfectly that of a ripe banana. It produces a very irritating effect upon the bees themselves, for if a minute drop of it is extended to them on a stick, they at once manifest the most decided anger. It is well known that the bee is a lover of sweet odors, and that unpleasant ones are very apt to excite its anger. And here I may as well speak plainly, and say that bees have a special dislike to persons whose habits are not cleanly, and particularly to those who bear about them, a perfume not in the very least resembling those "Sabaean odors, from the spicy shores of Araby the blest," of which the poet so beautifully discourses. Those who belong to the family of the "great unwashed," will find to their cost that bees are decided foes to all of their tribe. The peculiar odor of some persons, however cleanly, may account for the fact that the bees have such a decided antipathy to their presence, in the vicinity of their hives. It is related of an enthusiastic Apiarian, that after a long and severe attack of fever, he was never able to take any more pleasure in his bees. His secretions seemed to have undergone some change, so that the bees assailed him as soon as he ventured to approach their hives. Nothing is more offensive to bees than the impure breath exhaled from human lungs. It excites them at once to fury. Would that in their hatred for impure air, human beings had only a tithe of the sagacity exercised by bees! It would not be long before the thought of breathing air loaded with all manner of impurities from human lungs, to say nothing of its loss of oxygen, would excite unutterable loathing and disgust. As the smell of a sweaty horse is very offensive to the bees, it is never safe to allow these animals to go near a hive, as they are sometimes attacked and killed by the furious insects. Those engaged in bee culture on a large scale, will do well to enclose their apiaries with a strong fence, so as to prevent cattle from molesting the hives. If the apiary is enclosed by a high fence, with sharp and strong pickets, and the door is furnished with a strong lock, it will prevent the losses which in some localities are so common from human pilferers. Such losses may be guarded against, by fastening a wrought iron ring into the top of each hive, well clinched on the inside. An iron rod may be run through these rings, and thus with 2 padlocks and fixtures, one at each end, a dozen or more hives may be secured. I am happy to say that in most localities such precautions are entirely unnecessary. A place in which the stealing of honey and fruit is practiced by any except those who are candidates for state's prison, is a fair way of being soon considered as a very undesirable place of residence. If owners of apiaries, gardens and orchards, could be induced to pursue a more liberal policy, and not be so meanly penurious as they often are, I am persuaded that they would find it conduce very highly to their interests. The honey and fruit expended with a cheerful, hearty liberality, would be more than repaid to them in the good will secured, and in the end would cost much less than bars and bolts. Reader, do not imagine that I have the least idea that a thoroughly selfish man can ever be made to practice this or any other doctrine of benevolence. Demonstrate it again and again, until even to his narrow and contracted view it seems almost as clear as light, still he will never find the heart to reduce it to practice. You might as well expect to transform an incarnate fiend into an angel of light, by demonstrating that "wisdom's ways are ways of pleasantness," while "the path of the transgressor is hard," as to attempt to stamp upon a heart encrusted with the adamant of selfishness the noble impress of a liberal spirit. Of all the senses, that of smell in the bee seems to be the most perfect. Huber has demonstrated its exceeding acuteness by numerous interesting experiments. If honey is placed in vessels from which the odor can escape, but in which it cannot be seen, the bees will soon alight upon them and eagerly attempt to find an entrance. It is by this sense, unquestionably, that they recognize the members of their own community. Although it seems to us very singular that each colony should have its own peculiar scent, not only can two colonies be safely united by giving them the same odor, but in the same way, any number of colonies may be made to live in perfect peace. If hundreds of hives are all connected by gauze wire ventilators, so that the air passes freely from one to another, the bees will all live in absolute harmony, and if any bee attempts to enter the wrong hive, he will not be molested. The same result can often be attained by feeding colonies from a common vessel. I have seen literally hundreds of thousands of bees, that after being treated in this way so as to acquire the same odor, were always gentle towards each other, while if a single bee from a strange apiary, lit upon the feeder, it was sure to be killed. I have described, page 213, the use which I make of peppermint, in order to prevent bees from quarreling when they are united. The Rev. Mr. Klein, see page 359, in a recent number of the Bienenzeitung, has recommended the use of another article, which he finds to be very useful in preventing robbing. His statement would have come in more appropriately in the chapter on robbing, but was not received until too late. He says that the most convenient and effectual mode of arresting and repelling attacks of robbers is, to impart to the attacked hive some intensely powerful and unaccustomed odor. He effects this most readily by placing a small portion of musk in the attacked hive late in the evening, when all the robbers have retreated. On the following morning, the bees, provided they have a healthy queen, will promptly and boldly meet their assailants, and these in turn are nonplussed by the unwonted odor, and if any of them enter the hive and carry off some of the coveted booty, they will not be recognized nor received at home on their return, on account of their strange smell, but will at once be seized as strangers, and killed by their own household. Thus the robbing is speedily brought to a close. In combination with my blocks, this device might be made very effectual. When the Apiarian perceives that a hive is being robbed, let him shut up the entrance. Before dusk he can open it and allow the robbers to go home, and then put in a small piece of musk. The entrance next day must be kept so contracted, that only a single bee can enter at once. In the union of stocks, the same substance might be used advantageously. A short time before the process is attempted, each colony might have a small dose of musk, a piece of musk tied up in a little bag, and they would then be sure to agree. I prefer, however, in most cases, the use of scented sugar water. By using my double hives, and putting a small piece of gauze wire on an opening made in the partition, the two colonies having the same scent will always agree. This will be very convenient where they are compelled to live as such near neighbors, and enables the Apiarian at any time to unite them and appropriate their surplus stores. These double hives are admirably adapted to the wants of those who wish to make the smallest possible departure from the old system, as they need make no change, except to unite the stocks instead of killing the bees. I have already remarked that no operation should ever be attempted upon bees, by which a whole colony is liable to be excited to an ungovernable pitch of fury. Such operations are never necessary, and a skillful Apiarian will, by availing himself on the principles laid down in this treatise, both easily and safely do everything that is at all desirable, even to the driving of a powerful colony from an old box hive. When bees are improperly dealt with, they will compass their assailant about, with the most savage ferocity, and woe be to him if they can creep up his clothes, or find on his person a single unprotected spot. On the contrary, when not provoked by foolish management or wanton abuse, the few who are bent on mischief, appear to retain still some touch of grace, amid all their desperation. Like the thoroughbred scold, who by the elevated pitch of her voice, often gives timely warning to those who would escape from the sharp sword of her tongue, a bee bent upon mischief raises its note almost an octave above the peaceable pitch, and usually gives us timely warning that it means to sting, if it can. Even then, it will seldom proceed to extremities, unless it can leave its sting somewhere upon the face of its victim, and usually as near as possible to the eye, for bees and all other members of the stinging tribe seem to have, as it were, an intuitive perception that this is the most vulnerable spot upon the human face divine. If the head is quietly lowered, and the face covered with the hands, they will often follow a person for some rods, all the time sounding their war note in his ears, taunting him for his sneaking conduct, and daring him, just for one single moment, to look up and allow them to catch but a glimpse of his coward face. If a person is suddenly attacked by angry bees, no matter how numerous or vindictive they may be, not the slightest attempt should ever be made to act on the offensive. If a single bee is violently struck at, a dozen will soon be on hand to avenge the insult, and if the resistance is still continued, hundreds, and at last thousands, will join in the attack. The assailed party should quickly retreat from the vicinity of the hives, to the protection of a building, or if none is near, he should hide himself in a clump of bushes, and lie perfectly still, with his head covered, until the bees leave him. Remedies for the sting of a bee. If only a few of the host of remedies, so zealously advocated, could be made effectual, few persons would have much reason to dread being stung. Most of them, however, are of no manner of use whatever. Like the prescriptions of the quack, they are absolutely worse than doing nothing at all. The first thing to be done after being stung, is to pull the sting out of the wound as quickly as possible. Even after it is torn from the body of the bee, see page 60, the muscles which control it, are in active operation, and it penetrates deeper and deeper into the flesh, injecting continually more and more of its poison into the wound. Every Apiarian should have about his person, or close at hand, a small piece of looking glass, so that he may be able with the least possible delay, to find and remove a sting. In most cases, if it is at once removed, it will produce no serious consequences, whereas if suffered to empty all of its vials of wrath, it may cause great inflammation and severe suffering. After the sting is removed, the utmost possible care should be taken, not to irritate the wound by the very slightest rubbing. However intense the smarting, and of course the disposition to apply friction to the wound, it should never be done, as the poison will at once be carried through the circulating system, and severe consequences may ensue. As most of the popular remedies are rubbed in, they are of course worse than nothing. Be careful not to suck the wound as so many persons do. This produces irritation in the same way with rubbing. Who does not know that a mosquito bite, even after the lapse of several days, may be brought to life again by violent rubbing or sucking? The moment that the blood is put into a violent and unnatural circulation, the poison is quickly diffused over a considerable part of the system. If the mouth is applied to the wound, other unpleasant consequences may ensue. While the poison of most snakes and many other noxious animals affects only the circulating system, and may therefore be swallowed with impunity, The poison of the bee acts powerfully, not only upon the circulating system, but upon the organs of digestion. The most distressing headaches are often produced by it. From my own experience, I recommend cold water, as the very best remedy with which I am acquainted, for the sting of a bee. It is often applied in the shape of a plaster of mud, but may be better used by wetting cloths and holding them very gently to the wound. Cold water seems to act in two ways. The poison of the bee, being very volatile, is quickly dissolved in water, and the coldness of the water has also a powerful tendency to check inflammation and to prevent the virus from being taken up by the absorbents and carried through the system. The leaves of the plantain, crushed and applied to the wound, will answer as a very good substitute when water cannot at once be procured. The broad-leafed plantain, or as some call it, the toad plantain, is regarded by many as possessing a very great efficacy. Bevan recommends the use of spirits of hartshorn applied to the wound, and says that in cases of severe stinging its internal use is beneficial. Whatever remedy is applied, should be used if possible, without a moment's delay. The immediate extraction of the sting will be found, even if nothing more is done, much more efficacious than any remedy that can be applied, after it has been allowed to remain and discharge all its venom into the wound. It may be some comfort to those who are anxious to cultivate bees, to know that after a while the poison will produce less and less effect upon their system. When at first I became interested in bees, a sting was quite a formidable thing, the pain often being very intense, and the wound swelling so as sometimes to obstruct my sight. At present, the pain is usually slight, and if I can only succeed in quickly extracting the sting, no unpleasant consequences ensue, even if no remedies are used. Hewish speaks of seeing the bald head of Bonner, a celebrated practical Apiarian, lined with bee stings, which seemed to produce upon him no unpleasant effects. Like Mithridates, king of Pontus, he seemed almost to thrive upon poison itself. I have met with a highly amusing remedy, very gravely propounded by an old English Apiarian. I mention it more as a matter of curiosity, than because I imagine that any of my readers will be likely to make trial of it. He says, let the person who has been stung, catch as speedily as possible another bee, and make it sting on the same spot. It requires some courage, even in an enthusiastic disciple of Huber, to venture upon such singular homeopathic remedy. But as this old writer has previously stated that the oftener a person was stung, the less he suffered from the venom, and as I had proved, in my own experience, the truth of this assertion, I had determined to make trial of his remedy. I allowed a bee to sting me upon the finger, and suffered the sting to remain until it had discharged all its venom. I then compelled another bee to insert its sting as near as possible in the same spot. I used no remedies of any kind, and had the satisfaction, in my zeal for new discoveries, of suffering more from the pain and swelling than I had previously experienced for years. An old writer recommends a powder of dried bees, for distressing cases of stoppages, and some of the highest medical authorities have recently recommended a tea made by pouring boiling water upon bees, for the same complaint, while the homeopathic physicians employ the poison of the bee, which they call apis, for a great variety of maladies. That it is capable of producing intense headaches, any one who has been stung, or any one who has tasted the poison, very well knows. Bee dress. Timid Apiarians, and all who are liable to suffer severely from the sting of a bee, should by all means furnish themselves with the protection of a bee dress. The great objection to gauze wire veils, or other materials of which such a dress has usually been made, is that they obstruct clear vision, so highly important in all operations, besides producing such excessive heat and perspiration, as to make the Apiarian peculiarly offensive to the bees. I prefer to use what I shall call a bee hat, of entirely novel construction. It is made of wire cloth, the meshes of which are too fine to admit a bee, and yet coarse enough to allow a free circulation of air, and to permit distinct sight. The wire cloth should first be fastened together in a circular shape, like a hat, and large enough to go very easily over the head. Its top may be of cotton cloth, and it should have the same material fastened around its lower edge, and furnished with strings to draw it so closely around the neck and shoulders that a bee cannot creep under it. Woolen stockings may then be drawn over the hands, or better still, India rubber gloves, such as are now in very common use, may be worn. These gloves are impenetrable to the sting of a bee, and yet are so soft and pliant as scarcely in the least to interfere with the operations of the Apiarian. If it were not for the diseased bees, of which I have several sometimes spoken, such precautions would be entirely unnecessary. The best Apiarians as it is, dispense with them, even at the cost of a sting now and then. Instincts of Bees. This treatise has already grown to such a length, that I must be exceedingly brief on a point peculiarly interesting to all who delight in investigating the wonders of the insect world. In the preceding parts of the work, numerous proofs have been given to the refined instincts of the bee. It is impossible always to draw the line between instinct and reason, and very often some of the actions of animals and insects appear to be the result of a process of reasoning apparently almost the same with the exercise of the reasoning faculty in man. "There is this difference," says Mr. Spence, "between intellect in man, and the rest of the animal creation. Their intellect teaches them to follow the lead of their senses, and to make such use of the external world as their appetites or instincts incline them to, and this is their wisdom, while the intellect of man, being associated with immortal principle, and connected with a world above that which his senses reveal to him, can, by aid derived from heaven, control those senses, and render them obedient to the governing power of his nature, and this is his wisdom." This subject has seldom been more happily expressed than by Mr. Spence. The line of distinction between man and the lower orders of creation, is not the mere fact that he reasons and they do not, but that he has a moral and accountable nature, while they have nothing of the kind. "It will be evident," says Bevan, "that though I make a distinction between the instinct and the reason of bees, I do not confound their reason with the reason of man; but to obviate all possibility of misconception, I will at once define my meaning, when I use the terms insect reason and instinct. By reason, I mean the power of making deductions from previous experience or observation, and thereby of adapting means to ends. Instinct, I regard as a disposition and power to perform certain actions in the same uniform manner, depending upon nice mechanism, and having no reference either to observation or experience, operating on the means, without anticipation of the end, incited by no hope, controlled by no foreboding. Those who have attended to this subject, will be aware that insect reason, as above defined, is more restricted in its function than the reason of man, to which is superadded the power of distinguishing between the true and the false, and, according to some metaphysicians, between right and wrong. Reason, in man, has a regular growth and a slow progression. All the arts he practices evince skill and dexterity, proportioned to the pains which have been taken in acquiring them. In the lower links of creation, but little of this gradual improvement is observable. Their powers carry them almost directly to their object. They are perfect, as Bacon says, in all their members and organs from the very beginning." "Far different man, to higher fates assigned, Unfolds with tardier step his Proteus mind, With numerous instincts fraught, that lose their force, Like shallow streams, divided in their course, Long and weak, and helpless on the fostering breast, In fond dependence, leans the infant guest, Till reason ripens what young impulse taught, And builds, on sense, the lofty pile of thought. From earth, sea, air, the quick perceptions rise, And swell the mental fabric to the skies." Evans. I shall here narrate a very remarkable instance of sagacity which seems to approach as near to human reason as anything in the bee which has ever fallen under my notice. In the year 1851, I had a small model hive constructed, into which I temporarily placed a swarm of bees. The particular object which I had in view was to test the feasibility of some plans which I had recently devised for facilitating the storing of honey in small tumblers. The bees, in a short time, filled the hive, and stored about a dozen glasses with honey. I was called away from them, for a few days, and was much surprised, on my return, to find that the honey which had been stored up in the hive was sealed over for winter use, was all gone, and the cells filled with eggs and young worms. The hive stood in a covered bee house, and the bees had built a large quantity of comb on the outside of the hive, into which they had transferred the honey taken from the interior. The object of this unusual procedure was, beyond all question, to give the poor queen a place within the hive for laying her eggs. For this purpose they uncapped and emptied all the cells so carefully sealed over, instead of using the new comb on the outside for the brood. Those who wish to study the natural history of the honey bee to the best advantage, will derive great aid in their investigations, from the use of my observing hives. Each comb in these hives is attached to a movable frame, and they all admit of easy removal. In this respect the construction of the hive is entirely new, and while it greatly facilitates the business of observation, it enables the Apiarian, on the approach of cool weather, to transfer his bees from a hive in which they cannot winter, to one of the common construction. As soon as the weather of spring is sufficiently warm, they may again be placed in the observing hive, in which, as both sides of every comb admit of inspection, every bee can be seen, and all the wonders of the hive are exposed to the full light of day. See page 24. In the common observing hives, experiments are often conducted with great difficulty, by cutting away parts of the comb; whereas in mine, they can all be performed by the simple removal of one of the frames, and if the colony becomes reduced in numbers, it may, in a few moments, be strengthened by helping it to maturing brood from one of the other hives. A very intelligent writer in a description of the different hives exhibited at the World's Fair, in London, lamented that no method has yet been devised of enabling bees to cluster, in cool weather, in an observing hive, and that it was found next to impossible to preserve them in such hives over winter. By the use of the movable frames, this difficulty is entirely obviated. I cannot allow this work to come to a close, without acknowledging my great obligations to Mr. Samuel Wagner, of York, Pennsylvania. To him I am indebted for a knowledge of Dzierzon's discoveries, and for many valuable suggestions scattered throughout the treatise. End of chapter 17. Footnotes for Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Footnotes 1. The author of this work regrets that his experience does not enable him to speak with such absolute confidence as to the character of all the beekeepers whom he has known. 2. In this way she is sure to deposit the egg in the cell she has selected. 3. If ever there lived a genuine naturalist, Swammerdam was the man. In his History of Insects, published in 1737, he has given a most beautiful drawing of the ovaries of the queen bee. The sac which he supposed secreted a fluid for sticking the eggs to the base of the cells is the seminal reservoir or spermatheca. 4. Bevan. 5. This work being intended chiefly for practical purposes, I have thought best to use, as little as possible, the technical terms and minute anatomical descriptions of the scientific entomologist. 6. Bevan. 7. Having already spoken of Swammerdam, I shall give a brief extract from the celebrated Dr. Boerhaave's memoir of this wonderful naturalist, which should put to the blush, if anything can, the arrogance of those superficial observers, who are too wise in their own conceit, to avail themselves of the knowledge of others. "The treatise on bees proved so fatiguing a performance, that Swammerdam never afterwards recovered even the appearance of his former health and vigor. He was almost continually engaged by day, in making observations, and as constantly engaged by night in recording them by drawings and suitable explanations. The summer being work, his daily labor began at 6 in the morning, when the sun afforded him light enough to survey such minute objects, and from that hour till 12, he continued without interruption, all the while exposed in the open air to the scorching heat of the sun, bare-headed for fear of intercepting his sight, and his head in a manner dissolving into sweat under the irresistible ardors of that powerful luminary; and if he desisted at noon, it was only because the strength of his eyes was too much weakened, by the extraordinary afflux of light and the use of microscopes, to continue any longer upon such small objects, though as discernible in the afternoon, as they had been in the forenoon." Our author, the better to accomplish his vast, unlimited views, often wished for a year of perpetual heat and light to perfect his inquiries, with a polar night to reap all the advantages of them by proper drawings and descriptions." 8. The formation of swarms will be particularly described in another chapter. 9. Suppose that we are unable to give a satisfactory answer to any of these questions. Does our ignorance on these points disprove the fact of the existence of such a jelly? 10. Bevan. 11. Some very extraordinary instances are related of the protraction of life in snails. After they had lain in a cabinet above 15 years, immersing them in water caused them to revive and crawl out of their shells. 12. A writer in the New England Farmer for March, 1853, estimates that the mild winter has been worth in the saving of fodder to the farmers of New Hampshire alone, $2.5 millions. By suitable arrangements, bees even in the coldest climates can have all the advantages of a mild winter. 13. The cost of the glass, for one hive, so as to give the air space all around, if purchased at the wholesale prices will not exceed 25 cents. Where 3 hives are made in one structure, the glass for the 3 will cost less than 50 cents. If double glass is not used, the expense would be less by 1/2. 14. The observations to test the temperature of the Protector were made in Greenfield, Massachusetts, in latitude 42° 36'. 15. The beautiful open or Franklin stoves, manufactured by Messrs. Jagger, Treadwell, and Perry, of Albany, deserve the highest commendation. They economize fuel as well as life and health. 16. Dr. Scudamore, an English physician who has written a small tract on the formation of artificial swarms, says that he once knew "as many as 10 swarms to go forth at once, and settle and mingle together, forming literally a monster meeting." Instances are on record of a much larger number of swarms clustering together. A venerable clergyman, in Western Massachusetts, related to me the following remarkable occurrence. In the apiary of one of his parishioners, 5 swarms lit in one mass. As there was no hive which could hold them, a very large box was roughly nailed together, and the bees were hived in it. They were taken up by sulphur in the fall, when it was perfectly evident that the 5 swarms had occupied the same box as independent colonies. 4 of them had commenced their works, each one near a corner, and the 5th one in the middle, and there was a distinct interval separating the works of the different colonies. In Cotton's My Bee Book, there is a cut illustrating a hive in which 2 colonies had built in the same manner. 17. I have often spent more than 10 minutes in opening and shutting a single frame in the Huber hive, and even then, have sometimes crushed some of the bees. 18. The scent of the hives, during the height of the gathering season, will usually inform us from what sources the bees have gathered their supplies. 19. If they cannot obtain it, the Apiarian must himself furnish it. 20. The queens taken from such hives may be advantageously used for forming artificial colonies. 21. Bevan. 22. Bevan. 23. A bee, a few days after it is hatched, is as fully competent for all its duties, as it ever will be, at any subsequent period of its life. 24. Report on Bees to the Essex County Agricultural Society, 1851. 25. Instead of using sticks, I much prefer to make the drumming with the open palms of my hands. 26. The bees in each colony had probably contracted the same smell, and could not distinguish friends from foes. End of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee.